Welcome back, everybody. We've been gone for a bit of time here. Obviously, weather hasn't been any kind of severe at the end of the season for us, and now we're switching over to winter weather. So, welcome to the first kind of winter weather forecast that we're going to be doing. So, this is a first one for us. So, we'll play it by ear, see how it goes. Just wanted to cover our first storm coming into the region. So we've got obviously quite a bit of snow potential is there. So we'll talk about forecast, and then we'll also talk about what's happening currently, looking at road conditions, and as always, we'll just go through this and keep on it as we move through. There is potential for some freezing rain and ice pellets as well mixed in with this as the system moves through the area. So just going to walk through this, and as always, you can throw any questions you want in the chat. I will do my best to answer them, and we will go from there. So let's jump right into this. And obviously, if you're new, welcome to the channel, and we're happy to have you on board. And we are going to be doing this moving forward through the winter season for, again, mostly Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec, but we do wander into other areas as well, depending on who's on the chat. So thanks for tuning in. Already some comments coming in on the chat as well, so I will do my best to keep up with that. Easy breezy. We're glad to do this. Hope it helps people out to understand travel. That's the biggest thing in wintertime is just commuting to and from work, and also, in terms of just traveling for trips from, certain areas, Ottawa, Montreal, Toronto, and all of that kind of stuff. So, BJ Malone, good afternoon as well. So we're going to jump on to this right now. First thing I'm going to do, obviously on the screen you can see, I'll bring it up. This is our radar for currently what we're looking at in the Ottawa, Eastern Ontario, along the 401 corridor. So this is different looking than what we would normally have during severe season. So this is precipitation depiction. So the easiest way, blue is basically snow. Then you can see there's this transition line where the radar is interpreting that there's possibly freezing rain, to the south of Smith Falls, kind of in an arc that we see in here. So that's this kind of transition area. I don't suspect that's the case. I think it's still most likely snow in the area. That's just an interpretation from the radar itself. It's not foolproof, so just keep that in mind. But we do have some more severe bands of snow coming into the region. So the darker the area, the more snow you have. So for example, up here just to the northwest of Ottawa, you can see this bright blue band of snow. And it's definitely heavier amounts of snow. So you can see there's pockets. So there's not just snow in every area. You can see anywhere there's black, that's obviously pockets of no snow. And so as we move through, we'll continue to assess this. So I'm just going to bring up a model here. Let me switch over the screen here. So this is a model I use for looking at stuff. And again, this is a model, it's a prediction, it's a supercomputer spitting out, trying to assess what it thinks is going to happen. This doesn't mean it's going to happen, but we look at multiple different models. Without getting too technical, there's a bunch of them up here, so obviously there's a lot to choose from, and they all have different advantages and disadvantages. For this stream, I'm just going to refer to what we call the HER, or the high resolution rapid refresh, meaning it updates constantly every hour of the day. The supercomputer spits out a new model that it's thinking. So I'm just going to drag it through here, and we're going to progress. These are hour increments, as you can see, and I will highlight Ottawa is right in this area here. Lake Ontario, I'm having trouble seeing it through the map sometimes, is in that area just down in the bottom here. So you can kind of see the blue again refers to snow, green is rain, and then you've got your pink and red in terms of ice pellets and freezing rain, that kind of mixed. So you can see that transition area. So you can see as we move through the day, and this, for example, I'm just going to walk it through. This is 3 p.m. What it's thinking. So you're going to see this is 4. And we're going to just kind of move through the afternoon in hour increments here. And you can see the snow drifting up through the Ottawa area. This is roughly around 7 p.m. and the model is thinking that some of that freezing rain ice pellets mixture will move slightly north from the St. Lawrence Seaway and just to the east and north of Kingston, sorry. So that's what this is depicting on the model. So we will see if that comes to reality. But again, it's just a prediction that we're going through here. So you can see as the system is moving northeastward, there's less and less snow. And here we get to probably around midnight. We're showing very little precipitation in the Ottawa area. There is still some in the surrounding region, but it's very minimal compared to what we were looking at back here. You know, this is kind of the peak of the storm for the Eastern Ontario region. This basically is 6 p.m. So it's around the dinner time is when we're kind of expecting the peak snowfall rates as they move in, coming into the region. So that's what we're working with right now. And again, this will update. And as I move through the model, you can see it kind of moves out of the region. We are now 6 a.m. on Monday morning, according to this model, and there's nothing out there. So that's kind of what we've been looking at, assessing. It has changed a few times as we've done that. But this is what we have on the map currently. So I will bring up full radar here in a second, and we'll just kind of look at that. So I will play the cycle here for you on the radar just to show you what has transpired this afternoon. So that's kind of the snowfall moving through the area, and you can see that the radar, the interpretation of where freezing rain and snow is changes. It's just the way radar works. So it's not super accurate in that regards, but surface temperature is definitely different than obviously up in the storm, because the further you are away from radar, the higher up in the storm we are looking at. So just keep that in mind. So I'm going to stop it here and show everybody what's going on. So we do have some heavy bands north of Kingston and into Kingston coming off Lake Ontario, because the lakes are not frozen right now. Their surface temperature and the water temperature for this time of year is rather warm. So as the system moves across the lakes, it's absorbing that moisture and essentially bringing it onto land in the form of possibly snow. However, close to the lakes, because the surface temperature isn't as cold as it is away from the lakes because of that warm water mass, the snow may not be sticking around or may not stick as soon as it does, for example, in the Ottawa area or other regions of Eastern Ontario. So it's something to keep in mind, and we'll take a look at some traffic cameras. I'm going to kind of go around the region and have a look at what the road conditions are like. So we'll cover that as these things move through. So again, heavy snow band coming off of the lake into Kingston to the north of Kingston and kind of edging into Smith Falls somewhat. So that's this region kind of in here. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Sorry, guys. This region in here definitely has some heavy snowfall rates in there. And there's a second band that is currently just over Lake Ontario, also with some heavy snow bands. If we do look northwest of Ottawa, there's a tight gradient in here that also, you've got some heavier snow bands. But again, you just drift a little further northwest and there's no snowfall whatsoever. So not impacting everybody the same way. We would also basically here, I can see that east of Ottawa, along the Seaway, there's definitely a good snow band in here as well. So people who are in that region will be seeing heavier snowfall rates right now as it sits. So south of Winchester, kind of just on the edge of Monkland. So yeah, that's kind of what's happening right now in the region, and stretches all the way up to Mont Laurier. So we'll cover some road conditions as well. So I'm going to jump on that shortly. Just keeping an eye on comments here. So ML Storm Chaser, hey, how's it going? Good to have you on the channel. Empty Nest Gardens, snowing here at the tip of Georgian Bay, but not showing on radar. So yes, that's going to be kind of light precipitation, not heavy enough to be detected up in the storm on the radar is probably what you're experiencing there. So let me switch over here. I'm going to pull up some traffic cameras. Give me 1 second. Get this going over here on my other monitor. So let's clear this out. So I will switch over here. So this is, I'm just using Ontario 511, a great resource for anybody if you want to use it. So we can kind of zoom in here and take a look at what's happening down in the Kingston area, for example. Let's take a look on the 401. I'm just going to grab a random camera. Hopefully it comes up. So we'll blow this up on the screen for you guys. So these are still shots, obviously. They're not live, and the time is offset too. They only update, I think, every 15 minutes. I could be wrong on that. But this is just inside on the 401 at Kingston, and you can see that the roads are now in the Kingston area starting to have slush and snow covered, so those are going to be slick. For the morning, they were basically just wet, no snow cover whatsoever, so this is definitely changing as we speak. So we'll take a look there. I'm just going to zoom back out, go back down to Napanee area just to see whether that, see if any of their cameras. So there's Napanee. Obviously, you can see the snow bands as the Napanee area. This is 20 minutes ago, and definitely far more snow covered down there. So definitely getting some more slick road conditions on the 401. So not all cameras are working, obviously, at this time. But that's basically what we are going to be doing, is we're going to be using this tool for live coverage. We also will look at Google Maps just to see where we have any kind of live traffic, anything that goes red for us. For example, there's some traffic down here in Castleman. It looks like there's a crash highlighted here, so anybody traveling eastbound on the 417 headed east near Castleman, I'll see if I can get a traffic camera up for that, just to kind of give you guys an example of what we're going to look at. So here there's actually a camera possibly right there. Okay, so perfect. This is, I mean, this, you couldn't script this any better. There's the accident that's happened. You can see that the roads, for the most part, don't look really snow covered. So this is still, this is about 4 minutes ago. So not sure what caused this accident, but there's not much snow accumulation on the road, but obviously quite a bit of a backup due to this accident right here. They look like they're going to get it out of there in not too long from now, because there's already some cars loaded up. But obviously anybody traveling eastbound on the 417 just before you get to Castleman, that's what you're talking about. So one of the things we're going to do this winter, let me just bring back up the main screen, is I think we're going to try and target commute hours. If there's big storms moving in overnight, we will be up early and doing, live forecast, or not live forecast, live analysis of the conditions as people need to commute through to work, for example, or if they're traveling anywhere out of town. We're going to try and get on that for everybody, so we can keep people up to date with stuff like this, just using the tools that are at our disposal. I don't see anything else. I'm just scrolling through. I'll bring back up one thing here. So just looking at Google Maps, we were talking about the snow starting to form on the 401. You can see there are some slowdowns near Ivy Lee, just to the east of Gananoque, and then as well east of Mallorytown, halfway between Mallorytown and Brockville. There looks like there's some kind of incident there as well. I'll take a look and see if I've got a camera that I can look at in that area just to give you guys an update. Let's just scroll down here. Brockville. Yeah, there's no camera there, so I can't patch into anything because the only camera I've got is here. So 401, yeah, is definitely starting to get slick. So anybody traveling today, if you don't have winter tires and the roads start to no longer just be wet and they are accumulating snow, I definitely would exercise some serious caution. Because quickly this will end up being very slippery and slick, and obviously, you know, the accidents are going to pile up. So that's a current view at 2 o'clock about 25 minutes ago on the 401 at Mallorytown. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. So let me swing back here. I'm going to check if there's any comments or questions. Chronological Jeff here in Guelph, we have about 2 inches on the ground already, and we were continuing to get a slow, steady snowfall. So that's way back here. I'll zoom back out just to take a look at what's happening down that way. Let me just take a look here. Zoom in. Actually, which radar is going to be better here? So yeah, there's a lot of snow coming off of Lake Erie. I guarantee you, if I pull up this radar here, we're going to see snow bands coming off the lakes because they're going to be just pumping off of the lake that's, again, not frozen over. So definitely lots of moisture available for these storms. So that'll be the kind of the trend for this afternoon. Anybody close to the lakes, there can be quite a bit of snow coming off of them, and you can see the intensity, how bright blue this band is here right at Kingston, for example, and that's all due to the storm or system moving over the lake, simply just taking up that moisture and moving it onshore. So classic example of that, if you've ever followed weather, Watertown, Buffalo, for example, when they get those really big snowfalls, that's what it is. It's an open lake where the cold air mass above it just absorbs all that moisture. And the way I describe it, it's like a conveyor belt of snow. It just keeps dumping it on shore, and it doesn't travel very far off of shore, you know, within 50 kilometers of the shoreline usually, maybe sometimes even less. You can, you know, that gradient where it just dumps all the snow and it falls out of the system, and the system continues moving on. So definitely, if you're, you know, like I said, Kingston area definitely looks like it's getting hit right now. So lots of snow in there for the most part. So I'm just going to zoom in here. Again, if we're looking at east of Ottawa, we have that current band that I was talking about that kind of sits in this area here. There's quite a bit of snow there. Ottawa itself doesn't have a ton of snow, but there is a sharp band moving in as well here, and it actually continues further back this way because this is exactly, Franktown is where the radar is located. So it's a little bit blind right above itself, but you've got some snow bands moving in. So definitely some slick roads in there. So we'll take a look at some of the stuff for Ottawa, and then go back to some comments as well. So what else have we got here? Tony saying just finished the boards and laying down the tarp for the world famous Montague backyard ODR. Be safe out there. Awesome. Thanks for the update. The ODR is the outdoor rink, I'm assuming. Always love to see kids playing hockey on outdoor rinks. It's something I did as a kid, so definitely I'm sure the neighborhood appreciates it. So could Ottawa have a chance of getting more than 20 centimeters of snow? I don't think that's going to be the case. I think we're going to be somewhere between 10 Ottawa, I think maybe up to 10 centimeters. Now, the system is a little further north than we were expecting, so it could overperform, but my guess for Ottawa is around 10 centimeters. And again, accumulation is going to be the key based on surface temperature. So I'll bring up my camera. This is outside my house in Kemptville. You can see that it's snowing lightly here currently. Nothing is accumulating on the road for the most part, still wet. The very edges are starting to get snow covered, but not sticking to the road surfaces or to the concrete walkways or pathways, but definitely accumulating on the lawns and grass and that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what we can expect because it's an early season storm. It's temperatures of the ground and stuff like that isn't cold enough yet. I mean, we're only sitting at just below freezing, so that's why we don't have as much accumulating on the road. But when those snowfall rates do increase, you're going to get those roads getting snow covered because it will cool the surface down, and just the amount of snow that is falling will help that. So Joel the farmer, thank you very much for the donation. Very much appreciated. Same thing, Ottawa Aviation. Awesome. We're glad to see you guys supporting the channel. Connor and I do this, as much as we can when there's reasons to be on here. And it's something we truly enjoy. We're both weather enthusiasts, so anybody who's new here, obviously I'm Tom, and Connor is one of the guys that is in the field generally, but today he's not going to be, so he's my partner. We both work together on this and bring you guys severe coverage in the summer, and then we're going to be doing the winter stuff for our region, obviously over the winter months. Going into 2026. So Marie Rochon, always good to see you in the chat here, telling us a few flakes here in Hawkesbury. Thanks for doing this live. Awesome. Yeah, you're still on the edge of it, Marie, as you can see. If we look on the radar, just Hawkesbury right here is kind of caught in between, a snow band here and a snow band to the south, but that will possibly change fairly quickly because the gradients on some of these are pretty much no snow to a bunch of snow fairly quickly. So just keep that in mind in terms of visibility. That's going to be the other thing with those heavier snow bands. Visibility will drop. So what else here? So down the road, do you see yourselves as doing school board issued school bus cancellations coming from Kirk Carey? Actually, yes, this is one thing. There's a website that we have that actually puts all that stuff out. So we will be monitoring that stuff on school days. We put out a little bit of an intro video yesterday, just that we were launching this kind of winter platform. And one of the things we are going to include is bus cancellations for the region. So let me actually, I can, there's not going to be any obviously today. But during the week, it's something that definitely could be added to our stream that we will, if it's available, we definitely will. So, and I can just see Connor commented as well. So definitely a morning stream type thing, as Connor's saying. So that's what we'll do there. Let me just zoom out here. I'm going to move the cameras. We're going to take a look in the Ottawa area, just kind of give you guys an idea of what's happening in Ottawa. I'm sure we have a lot of viewers in here that are from the Ottawa or Eastern Ontario regions. So let's just cover that. So I'll bring this up here and pull up again these cameras. And again, anybody can check these, but we will be doing this on our live stream. So seems a lot of cameras are down today, which is odd because usually they're pretty good. So this is just in the Stittsville area near Carp Road. So you can, again, same kind of thing as Kemptville. Road looks pretty wet. It's borderline starting to get that snow-covered look to it, where it's transitioning. This is about 6 minutes ago, according to the timestamp. So this is on the far west end of Ottawa at the Carp exit on the 417. Let me just move through here. So I'll take a look and see what Canada has. So this is Canada. Again, wet. You can see the edges of the road. If we look right here where my mouse is, you can start to see that the snow is starting to accumulate in the lanes that aren't being, or the surface that's not traveled in. So still wet, not freezing up yet, but that could change at any moment. So just keep that in mind as you're traveling through the region. I'll take a look right downtown Ottawa right now and see if this will come up near Nicholas. There we go. So a little less accumulation down by Nicholas, so hasn't seen quite the same amount of snow as kind of western portion of Ottawa, but again, not snow covered yet. And then, and this is all because we're moving eastward. The main snow is still moving into the area. So I'll have a quick look here at, I believe this is Walkley and 417. And we'll take a look at this one here. So again, not as much accumulation and wet roads at this point. So that's good. So the further east you move at this point, the better the road conditions are. South and west of Ottawa is where the snow is going to be the most impactful on road conditions. I'll take a look here just to see what the 401 is. So it's starting to really get quite a bit of precipitation. There's actually buildup on the side of the road here. It almost looks like maybe a plow has gone through there. But this is basically Rockport Road, Highway 401 on the map here. So that's just down by Ivy Lee by the St. Lawrence Seaway. So that kind of gives you an idea of what we're seeing in the region. I'm going to take a look at Perth area, just to see, obviously, see if there's any difference there. This... looking down, okay, that's just in Perth, but I want to see if there's, so not the best camera in the world right now. It looks like it's quite dirty. Definitely showing some snow coverage on the ground, but not the roads. So let's see if I can find a better camera here for you guys. This is going to be Maberly, so down by Sharbot Lake. That, I was going to say, I'm looking at radar right now. So you can see that it's definitely getting snow covered. The right-hand side lane has definitely got snow in it. More travel probably on the left side lane. That's why it's not as snow covered. And I'll just take a look. So we can get a better look here. So roads are starting to get slick out there. And again, the further west you go, more into the storm, the more you're going to have that kind of stuff going on. So let me just take a look here. So let me play the radar, and we'll cycle through here and just kind of, I'll zoom out as well a little bit, so that we can see kind of the region. So you can see how spotty it was originally when this started early on. I'm just going to look at the time. So this loop runs from about 11:30 in the morning up until a few minutes ago. So you can see that the intensity on the snow is picking up on the radar loop, and that's what the models were showing that we discussed early on. And so it's definitely going to continue as per models. And you can just see this coming off Lake Ontario here. So I'm just going to show you this kind of, oops. Sorry guys, give me one sec here. So this region in here is just kind of drifting up and east. So it's kind of heading in this direction. And that's a big, heavy band of snow. You'll see it's mostly intense over the lake because that's just got easy access to that moisture. So it's definitely more intense right there in that, west of Kingston into Kingston area, because this is definitely some heavy, heavy snow as I zoom in on here. That dark blue, definitely some heavy snowfall rates in that region. So something to keep in mind. Kempville, I'm just going to see on my camera here. So the snow is picking up. We were looking at it earlier. You really couldn't see the snowflakes. Now we're definitely getting a little more in terms of snowflakes coming down, and it is starting to accumulate on the sidewalk at the very bottom corner of the image. So that temperature shift is happening on the surface where things are starting to accumulate. So for the region, and let me go back to my radar here and kind of show you guys what our expectations are. So I'll zoom back out here. Essentially, and we can kind of see it on the map, so I'll zoom a little further out just so I can show you guys in detail, and I'll put it on the full screen. So our expectations, models were kind of showing a line somewhere around here in terms of your heavy precipitation in this region here and less precipitation the further northwest you go. My suspicion is that this line in the models has now kind of shifted a little further north. So definitely something in this kind of area for the heavier snow to the south of that line, essentially. So that's what seems to be transpiring on radar right now. And we will continue to keep up with this as you guys, you can tune. Obviously, this isn't anywhere near what the severe weather coverage is. We're just talking about snow at this point. So we just want to keep people more up to speed, more with travel conditions, visibility. You know, if you're hunkered down in the house, it's not really going to affect you a whole lot. So it's you know, it's just more informative than anything. And if you guys have any questions regarding weather, that kind of stuff, throw it in the chat. I'm always happy to engage with you guys and answer any questions that you guys might have. So I'm just going to jump back, take a look. Kirk Carey, thanks guys. I'm sure rural parents are going to love that. Yes, we figured that would be a really good thing to have, that we can put out an alert right on the channel if school buses are canceled for a particular district or school board. So we have an application for that will be during the morning sessions that we're going to be doing. Ottawa Aviation, awesome local channel. Thank you very much. We appreciate the kind words. Definitely, we've seen that the response to the channel has always been good since we started it in July. Most of our coverage was done in July and August, and then we kind of disappeared in September, October, and now just getting into November. So there wasn't anything in terms of weather that warranted us to do a kind of a live stream. We're not here. We're here to inform. We're not here to hype stuff up or what they call clickbaiting, you know, or just we're more just putting out the information that we're getting from radar, from models, and from, you know, cameras that we can look at. So it's more accurate that way. So Frank, hiya, thanks for streaming today. Our pleasure. We're glad you guys could tune in. Always enjoy having everybody on board here, just so we can keep people in tune with what's going on. So I'm just going to look here, just kind of jump around. I'm going to take a look at Google Maps here again, just to see if anybody traveling the 401 today, I think anywhere from Toronto through Kingston into you know, into the Montreal area, for example, Toronto, Montreal. So I'll bring this up. I'm going to show you guys just what we're experiencing. So we were talking about that snow band that was heavy to the west of Kingston. So sorry, I clicked on that. You can see the yellow. So traffic is definitely slowing down in this area because we've got quite a bit of snowfall there. It does look like there's something happening here to the west of Quinte West. So let me see if I can pull that up and kind of take a look. Quinte West right here. I don't know if this will be, oh, it's 401, so it should. So I'll pull this up on the screen. So again, mostly wet surface on the 401 down there. Might be starting to get a little snow covered because you can see those centers kind of showing up. And that camera's obviously down, so can't see the accident or the holdup on that particular. We just don't have. Oh wait, did I click? Is this the one I clicked on? Even I'm lost a little bit. Okay, so this is a different camera. So this is closer to the accident, and you can see that definitely that heavy snow band is going through this area. And this is an older image. This is 1:55 p.m. if the timestamp is correct on this. So it's like almost an hour old, but you can see how much snow coverage there was in comparison to the other camera that we looked at. So unfortunately can't get a live look at that accident. I'm going to see if this camera will show anything. And again, this is Quinte. This is a little closer. This is 9 minutes ago. So you can see there's definitely slush buildup on the roads down on the 401. So traveling the 401 corridor, just take it easy. No reason to go flying down the highway today. Better to arrive safe than not arrive at all or injured. So that's kind of what we're seeing here. So I'll just bring up the radar again, and it's amazing how the radar itself just shows. We were talking about that Quinte area and Napanee, and that's that snow band right in here. So you can see that looking at radar, we can tell roughly where we're going to have accidents, where we're going to have problems, just visibility wise, and in terms of any kind of potential slick conditions. So zooming back out, it also gives you kind of a really good view, where those bright blue spots are. That's essentially what we're looking at in terms of the snow coverage. So let me just take a look here, come back to the main screen. One of the things I haven't brought up, actually, this is, for anybody that's new, this is our visible satellite. So this is satellite imagery, and this is as the system is moving through. If you look in the middle of the screen, Ottawa is just kind of in the middle. You can see Lake Ontario at the bottom, and then the St. Lawrence Seaway on that northeast trajectory. So this is a big system moving through, coming out of the U.S., just kind of moving up, along the St. Lawrence Seaway and dumping all that snow in there. So definitely interesting to see how this is all progressing as we move through the day. So let me get back here, see if there's any questions or comments. Nothing much going on in Hawkesbury. That's Huck. Good to see you as always. Been a few months. Light dusting in Hawkesbury, so I will zoom in here on the radar. Hawkesbury is just getting in on the snow. There is more intense snow just to the south, Castleman, St. Isidore to St. Eugene. So you're just on the edge of it. The storm shield, I don't know if it works in the wintertime, and for anybody that doesn't know, during our live streams, Hawkesbury was missing a lot of the thunderstorms this summer, so we just we make fun of it and call it the storm shield for Hawkesbury. So Denis Lawrence, seems like snow is now changing to rain, wet snow, or maybe freezing rain coming in Bourget. So let me just highlight here, and I'm just trying to find Bourget on the map. Why can't I find it? I know. Yeah, this is, so sorry, bear with me. I just want to make sure I get the right area. I know where it is roughly, but I want to make sure I'm right on it. It's right in the middle. Why is it not showing on this map? Or I'm staring right at it possibly and I can't see it. Whoops, zoomed in too much. Sorry, guys. Okay, so why do I not see it here? I'm probably staring at it and people in the chat are probably yelling. Unless it's just not showing up on this interface. But so what I'll say is, knowing the region, you can see how there's blue mixed in with some red pixels in the radar imagery, and that's kind of the transition area. So that's good to hear from people on the ground that we are getting a mixed bag, I call it, of precipitation. So you can have snow to wet snow to rain and everything in between. So the radar is sort of showing that as well. So that's kind of where the temperature is changing. So it's definitely realistic as to what we're seeing here. So Viking Blood saying Prince Edward County, lots of snow and windy where I am. Yeah, that's those bands coming off the lake that will definitely be affecting that region, and it looks like it's pretty intense in certain areas. So Connor saying take a peek at the camera just southwest of Smith Falls. So let me have a look at that. I'll pull that up here on my Map. So I'm assuming he's talking. Let me pull it up here. Sorry. Charbet. Wait. That's probably this one here. And I'm just going to pull it up and just waiting for. Oh, yeah. Okay. It's starting to. So, again, different regions. So, let me pull it up here. So, very snow covered here. This is Otter Lake. Obviously, this was at 2:34. So, that's 15 minutes ago. But far more snow coverage here, slicker roads. On these cameras, there's nothing there. And that's definitely very snow covered. So, heavy snow band coming in that region. So you can go from completely clear roads, and just so everybody knows which camera that was, it's the one that's just near Blanchard's Hill, and obviously getting quite a bit of snow there right now. And then we can zoom around to somewhere else, like for example Perth. I'm just going to take a look to see how snow covered it is there. Starting to get a little more snow covered, but definitely doesn't look like it did on the other cameras. So again, varying conditions. The roads are going to be definitely changing. Just normal winter driving for what we're used to here in Eastern Ontario and in Canada. So just stay safe out there. Take your time, and some of these bands will be intense with snowfall. So I'm just gonna reset this here. Perfect. Okay. Awesome. So let me just jump back in here, take a look at some more comments. Hawkesbury split. Yes, yeah, that's true. The Hawkesbury split. Marie commenting that. Ray saying south of Rockland. That's what Bourget. I just couldn't see it on the map for whatever reason. I'm still, I'm like I said, it's the software more than anything. It's just choosing not to show it. Oh, there. Finally, I zoom in and there's Bourget. So I managed to find it. I knew it was in there, but just difficulties with the software, the smaller towns. It's not always easy to find. So appreciate that, Ray. What else is here? Yeah, okay. And Denise saying the same thing, just showing where that is. So, yeah, so you can see again, some areas with very intense snow bands and then a gap of absolutely nothing. So kind of like rainstorms where you can have precipitation in one direction, very heavy, and then the other, there's absolutely nothing. So we are starting to see that the snow is filling in and starting to blanket the area more in terms of Eastern Ontario. So we've got a very large area of precipitation and, kind of extending in this area here. This is the meat of it kind of that we're looking at right now, just in that regard. So snow is picking up here at my house as well. So we can see anybody that's been tuned in for a little bit on the stream. You can see now the road is definitely getting snow covered. So conditions are going to be more slick, and the walkway, which was completely exposed earlier, is now getting snow covered as well. So this is where the accumulation is going to start. And we east of Ottawa. Let me just bring this back up here. East of Ottawa into Montreal, kind of, we're kind of talking 15 centimeters within this kind of area in here for Eastern Ontario, just to highlight that. There could be more locally based on, for example, those snow bands. They can dump a ton of snow in a very short period of time, and down the road there's nothing. So there will be variations in the snowfall accumulation because of those snow bands. So definitely, the more east you go, the more snow is likely. So again, Ottawa area, probably 10 centimeters into this overnight. And this will continue throughout the day as well. So definitely and a longer sustained event. We're only, 3 o'clock right now. So we're, another 12 hours at least for this snowfall as it continues. And it's not always going to be the same intensity, just so people understand. It will be on and off, but we are getting into the meat and potatoes of this storm. And I would say that'll go till probably about 8, 9, maybe even into 10 o'clock, depending how this progresses. So, what else have we got here? Huck saying slap the winter tires on the cars yesterday. That was a great move just in time. And he's saying that that's in the Hawkesbury area, so he's saying it's starting to pick up there a little bit. There's definitely an intense snowband just to the south of Hawkesbury. So if that comes in there, you're definitely going to see a pickup in the snow. I have not put my winters on yet, so I'm not going anywhere today. Luckily, I'm live streaming, so I'll just be in front of this computer doing my thing here, and I'll throw on my winter tires. I do them myself, so I can do it in my driveway fairly quickly, but definitely not have no real reason to go anywhere today for the most part. So, and hopefully by then roads will be far more clear than they are now. So, let me just go here. Let me see here. I'm just going to blow this up and take a look at. Going to bring up Google Maps just to see if I can spot any issues with traffic that we haven't already talked about. So it looks like Castleman, I was right, the traffic has freed up for the most part from that accident that was there, because now it's down to just yellow there, so that's definitely improved. I'm just going to look throughout the region. On the Gatineau side, we are seeing a couple of small slowdowns on the 50, and it looks like there's an accident here in near Buckingham. So I actually going to see if I can patch into the cameras on the Quebec side. I thought I had a shortcut for that, and doesn't seem I do. Okay, that's unfortunate. Let me just take a look here. So down in Masson-Angers and Buckingham, there's definitely quite a bit of red and yellow involved there. It almost looks like there's a detour because there's a crash on both sides, it looks like. So anybody traveling the 50, you're going to probably have to get off the highway and detour around there. And there's another couple of accidents a little further west there as well. So anybody tuned in from the Quebec side, just keep an eye on that. Definitely going to have some traffic issues in that regards. I'm just going to look at the radar, which I'll pull up here on the stream, and just take a look at down. So Masson-Angers, there's which is right in the center of your screen, just near Buckingham. It is showing quite a decent snowband in there. So visibility's probably gone down, and there's definitely some slick road conditions, would be my estimation based on what I'm seeing on Google Maps at this point. So just keep that in mind, and let me zoom back out here to see if there's anything else on the Quebec side. The 50 is definitely having trouble here just to the north of Hawkesbury. It looks like there's quite a few accidents showing there as well. And if I corroborate with our radar, I will zoom out here. And that will be, let me just take a look here, Grenville. That's this here, so that's back in this area here, so there are snowbands starting to move into that area. So that's probably what's caused those situations there. So what else have we got going on here? 401 still continues to be, sorry, I'm going to switch it over, my apologies. So 401 still has some slowdowns down by Prescott. That accident we were talking about near down by Woodbridge, down by the border, essentially right by the water, and Highway 2, it looks like there's an accident there as well. So continues to be, looks like people are getting off and going down Highway 2 around Mallorytown, but there's slowdowns there as well. And down near, not Rockport, but along the 401 Thousand Islands kind of area, there's just slowdowns at this point. But that heavy band west of Kingston, definitely impacting travel in both directions. You can see it's yellow, so people are slowing down, which is great. not doesn't show anything in terms of red. There is something here. This is still that accident that we couldn't access. Still showing red west of Quinte. Quinte West essentially, and I'm just going to take a look. Normal traffic. It's slowed down around the Toronto GTA area, but that definitely has to do with the precipitation coming in. So nothing, I don't think anything too much out of the ordinary in the Toronto area, but definitely slowed down significantly from the regular traffic there. So let me just stream back up here, and I'm going to jump into the comments and see if there's any more questions. Robert Gagnon saying, light snow here in Orleans South. Thank you for that update. You're probably going to see some more intense snow there. It should pick up if it already hasn't, based on what I'm looking at on radar. So the east end of Ottawa, just in this pocket here, definitely a bit more snow starting to come into that region as well. So Huck, Tom, red to the south, rain. So Huck, that is a mix of rain would be green essentially on this. So when I'm looking at radar, and anybody else that's not familiar with this, the red is freezing rain, ice pellets mixture, and when it's mixing in with snow, you get this kind of blue and red kind of transition zone, I'm going to call it. And then you can see down into New York, upstate New York, it's red, so possibly more freezing rain or just rain in that area as well. So yeah, that's what that is. So and again, if it was summertime, it would be more of a green and then yellow, what we were traditionally used to seeing on our streams in terms of when we were doing the severe weather. So okay, Sherry, no problem, saying thank you. Great coverage. We're happy to do this. It's awesome. Thank you for tuning in. We do this for you guys. I mean, if there's nobody watching, I'm going to be talking to myself, so I'm glad to hear people are tuning in. And again, this is our first one for the winter that we're going to be doing. So this one here is just kind of a trial by fire. Let's put it that way. We had some ideas laid out, Connor and I, and we're going to run with it, and we'll see. And we want feedback from you guys to let me know what you guys want to see on these on these streams. What information do you want? Definitely give us comments and feedback on that. So we are doing what you guys want to see. There's no point in us doing something if nobody's interested in it. So always love feedback, positive, negative, whatever. We're open to all of it. So definitely thank you for for being here. So Melissa, hey guys, welcome back on the channel. Melissa, always good to see you. She's one of our moderators, just so everybody knows. Luckily, for the most part, we have great people in the chat. We don't need to kick people out too much. So, Jason, yeah, long time no see. Absolutely. I mean, I think it's been since August since I've gone live. So I almost forgot how to do this to a certain extent. Had to get everything reconfigured again. So, Sherry saying nothing yet here in Pembroke, just cool and damp. And Pembroke is definitely going to be on the outer edge of this system. So I'll zoom back out, and you can see that. And this is up in the storm because it's far from the radar. So this may not be making it to the surface, but you're on the very edge of all of this snow that's happening. So Pembroke will be trace amount, if anything at all. It's just the system staying more to the southeast than where we're expecting the most amount of snow. Sorry. What else here? Elmville Acres just starting to build on side streets. Light coverage coming from Mike. Thank you, Mike, for that update. So it's, again, as the system's moving in, you're going to see that the more the snow falls, the more the surface temperatures are going to cool off, and then that accumulation will start on the roads and sidewalks and that kind of stuff. So that's thank you very much for the update. what else have we got here? Is the system moving eastward? It's moving on a northeast trajectory, so I will play the loop here for you on the radar, and you can kind of see it's moving on a northeast trajectory heading towards Montreal. Looks to get a fair bit of snow. I would say probably 15 centimeters, as long as the temperature is cold enough. And again, we are on the very edge of being freezing versus not freezing. So that gradient, if it shifts, it could all come as wet snow or rain, and literally not accumulate at all. So it's right on that knife edge. Models were predicting 0 degrees basically, or just below zero for Eastern Ontario. So that's why it's always really tough to predict. People always, oh, are we getting a foot of snow? Are we getting 5 centimeters? And it's in these situations, it's very tough, as you can see on the radar. Blue being snow, red being mixed precipitation, freezing rain, and possibly even rain. It's tough. So we like to give you guys as accurate information as possible, and that's our attempt at this. So what else is here? Toronto East End snowing all day. Make it stop, coming from Ruth Elizabeth. Thank you for the comment. I definitely can't turn off the machine, unfortunately. I don't know anybody that can, but Toronto area has definitely been getting impacted sooner. So I'm just switching to the Toronto radar, and you can see we were talking about earlier all the snow bands that are on over the lake, because as that system moves across that open warm water, it absorbs that moisture and then dumps that snow. As it as the moisture rises, it cools off and then falls as snow. So that's why you're seeing all of this Lake Ontario has just got a massive amount of snow, and as you can see on land, there's less of it. So it's going to be slow precipitation throughout the day in Toronto. I'm actually curious, and I'll switch over here. I'm going to pull up our Ontario 511 just to see what the Toronto area looks like. Let's take a, there's so many cameras in Toronto. Holy cow. Let me pull one up here for you guys just to see what's happening. So this is the Toronto area. So definitely good snow coverage across the surface here. It's definitely gotten to the point where it's freezing. Slushy road conditions. This is 401 east of Dixie Road, as it says on the camera. Sorry. Lots of traffic, so slick conditions. So just travel carefully and drive safe, and that way you make it to your destination. So you can see all the cameras you can look at throughout the GTA area and from there onwards. So we'll just travel along here, and I'll get back to our radar. So always good to see people. We're, like I said, we mostly concentrate on Eastern Ontario right now. We will expand the channel into more areas down the road. Anybody that's new here, welcome aboard. We're super happy to have you guys. And this is kind of what we do throughout the year. We started on severe weather this year. Both of us, Connor and myself, are storm chasers, and felt there was a shortfall in terms of Eastern Ontario coverage. Obviously, the GTA area around the Horseshoe and all that, there's a huge population percentage. So a lot of the networks and media sites concentrate on those areas because that's where there's a lot of people. So that's what makes sense. So we're kind of targeting Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec. So just want to highlight something here on the radar. You can see anybody in Verona. I don't know if there's anybody in this area, but this is an extremely intense snow band coming off Lake Ontario. This is dumping quite a bit of snow. I'm guaranteeing intense flakes of snow on this. This will cover the roadways very quickly. This is what we call lake effect snow. And when you see that bright blue, you know you're getting into some really heavy snowfall, low visibility. I will try and see if I can see anything on a camera in that area, and I'm just trying to line it up here. So bear with me for 1 second, and I'll see if I can pull something up from just to the north of Kingston. there's nothing, of course. Verona, there's no camera. I'm just going to look to see if there's anything on 401 Deserano Road. Yeah, so, okay, let me bring this up. So this is, again, not in the heaviest snow band, but you can see that definitely there's quite a bit of snow falling here. Roads are definitely frozen at this point by the looks of it, and getting slick. So a lot less travel in here. There's not that many cars on the road, which is probably a good thing. 401 is definitely not the safest highway on the planet, so I'm definitely not a fan of the 401 in these kinds of conditions. So if you are traveling, be safe, take it easy, and let me switch back to this. So just going to jump back in the comments here, picking up again in Cornwall, coming from Doug. La Fontaine, thank you very much for that. I'd be curious. I mean, it sounds like you're talking about snow, which would be interesting to hear whether it is snow, because Cornwall is right in that transition zone. If I center that on the map, we've got that blue to the north, which is snow. Red to the south can be freezing rain, ice pellets, and possibly even rain by the time it lands. So I'd be curious to hear about that. What else is here? Melissa saying, wish it could have just snowed for Christmas. Yeah. A lot of people, ideal would be between Christmas and New Year's, and then it can go away. I've heard that comment a lot of times. So a lot of people feel the same way as you, Melissa. So Jason just saying no freezing rain, please. Freezing rain is my least favorite form of precipitation. I hate it. There was a couple years ago, April of 24, I want to say. We had a huge freezing rain event here in Eastern Ontario. My house lost power. I was running a generator, powering my house. My three neighbors, we were running off of the one generator, just trying to keep people with, sump pumps on and that kind of stuff. So I hate freezing rain. I'm with you there, Jason. I don't think you're going to get too much argument there. So Kitchener, Ontario has a ton of snow, snowing all night long and all day, coming from Sweet Life. So good to hear that. Thanks for that update, because obviously we don't have as many eyes on the ground down there. So it sounds like Kitchener is definitely getting quite a bit of snow based on that. What else have we got? Verona has a population of 1,800, coming from Jason. So yeah, they don't, the Ontario 511 map does not have any kind of camera that we can access on there. So what else have we got here? Easy breezy. We were supposed to be in Kingston today, but our child was sick. Thankful, because no winter tires, and it would have been dark on the way back to Kemptville. Easy breezy. Definitely you dodged a bullet there, because the 401 is not going to be fun, especially later on as this continues to move through. You can see that the road conditions are just getting worse and worse. This is Kemptville now. So again, starting the stream, that was all, the road was completely wet, no snow coverage whatsoever. The path across the street in the park as well, nothing was there. And now you can see that heavy precipitation coming in. And it's starting to accumulate on the roads. So definitely going to be slick conditions out there, people, and we need to pay attention. So you can see that little red dot in the middle there. That is actually me on the application here. So that's my what we call spotter dot, and that's Kemptville. So you can see what the snow looks like when you see this dark blue in the radar. This is what it looks like in real life. So just kind of give you guys a comparison for what you're seeing on that. So switch back out here and zoom back out. What else have we got here? Love that you're covering Montreal and Western Quebec, as we tend to be ignored by the weather networks in both official languages. Heading out now to walk the dog before the freezing rain hits. Polish the day. So thank you for tuning in. Happy to be giving you guys some kind of feedback for the Montreal area. I am bilingual, but my French in terms of weather is not that good. We actually one day might have somebody on here who will handle the Montreal and Quebec region, in French, so that we can accommodate both languages. So that's something that's definitely on our to-do list, but we obviously need to grow the channel. And being brand new in the last 6 months, it's quite a bit of work. We appreciate everybody's support. If you're new here, please hit the subscribe button and turn on your notifications so that when we do go live like this, you will know. And the only time we do go live is when we have weather events that will impact people's daily routine, not just to come on here and tell you it's raining. That's not something Connor or I want to do. Everybody's got eyes. They can look out the window and see that it's raining. It's when it gets to more severe in the summer where you've got wind impact, lightning, and then possibly, hail, that kind of stuff, and heavy winds. And in the wintertime, it's obviously to do with the form of precipitation that's coming down. So definitely hit the like button, and again, subscribe if you can. We really appreciate it. So what else have we got here? Doug saying, yes, it's snow. So that's awesome. Thank you for that update in Cornwall. So we were talking about on this radar, when we look at it, we're not 100% sure whether this is snow or rain or, ice pellets because of that transition zone where you've got the red and the blue mixing in there. So again, reading higher up in the storm. So that's probably why. Thank you for that. We love that feedback, knowing from people who are right there. So Fenelon Falls area has an inch of snow, according to William Greer. Thank you for that. So anybody in that region definitely starting to getting some more and more snow coming in. We are seeing those bright blue bands of snow, and that's heavy precipitation in terms of snow. So slick road conditions and visibility will definitely drop in those areas. Lake time saying pretty heavy in Clayton right now. So anybody in that area definitely getting some snow at this point. So what else? Travis Allen, I think Amanda at Useless Farm is in that general area. She's set to go live on YouTube at 5 p.m. Oh, cool. Another YouTuber. Awesome. The more people we get out there that can give out the information, the better it is. It definitely, that's what we're about, is just getting the accurate information out in front of people. We're not here to get, clicks and likes in terms of, hyping stuff up and calling for the end of the world. That's not something that we're ever going to do. If we do get serious on the channel when we get into severe weather, we will let you know that, this is a serious situation, for example, if there's a tornado or something like that. But other than that, we're not going to, do any kind of hyping up unnecessarily of things. So Tony saying snow picking up in Montague now. Perfect. I'm just watching. I'm staring at this radar, and I'll put it up on the full screen here again. This band down by the Kingston area is just sustaining right in here. It's very heavy snow. That's definitely some heavy precipitation. I am noticing a band up here by Hawkesbury. So Marie, Rochon, and Huck definitely are going to see some snow there picking up in that area. I know those are two viewers we have out there. What else is there? We have a half an inch of at least here in Lanark, Ontario. So again, that's down near just southwest of Carleton Place. That's actually right by the radar, essentially, Franktown radar, which is just in this area here. So there's Lanark, and the radar is literally sitting kind of in this pocket right here. So very close to the radar station. What else have we got? What else? Perfect. Okay, so just looking in there, a couple hours into heavy snow in Cantley, Quebec, coming from Anthony. Yes, so again, most models, so anybody who's just tuning in again, the models were showing kind of a line like this, where to the northwest of that line there wasn't going to be much snow, and then to the south of it, essentially there was far more snow, which is the case right now, but I think it has drifted further north, so we're talking a little more in this line. And again, we're only talking about maybe, if I had to guess, 50 kilometers, something like that, but that 50 kilometers can make a huge difference in terms of people seeing snow and people not seeing snow. And we're trying to predict the future when we look at these models. and so are the computers that are chewing on all this information. And a lot of times, it's very difficult, and we get it wrong. And you always hear, "Oh, weatherman's always wrong. Great job. You can always be wrong." Well, it's again, predicting the future is very tough. So we try to get it right, but we're only human, right? So what else have we got here? Mimi O'Rourke saying bilingual, j'aimerais ça. Good idea. Yes, we definitely will aim for that. Again, we're just growing the channel, so we have to make it sustainable for Connor and I. And once we've got that, then we have interest from a lot of people in the chase or the weather community that want to contribute to this channel. It's just finding the means, obviously, of setting up this kind of stuff. I mean, if you look at my one that I have here, there's a YouTube video that we have up that shows the new studio. There's a lot of money invested in this kind of stuff just to be able to bring the live stream to you guys and keep up with, I'm running 3 huge monitors just so I can bounce around between the radar, and then data and information that we're getting from different websites and different applications and that kind of stuff. So always, like I said, we're glad everybody's here and really appreciate it. And if somebody, asks a question in French, I more than likely can respond in French. So that's another thing. I'm happy to try and do my best. That's all I can say. And I always will do that. So let's just take a look here. So I'm going to go back to Google Maps and just take a look to see if anything is starting to get slowed down here. So just going to pull it up here. So 416, let me just bring this up. So 416 around the Kempville area, definitely a bit of a slowdown. That could be snow removal crews moving through the area. So you will see that move around. The Johnstown down to Prescott, definitely a bit of a slowdown there, but nothing major by the looks of it. And then again, west of Kingston, still continuing with that snow band, is definitely got some slowdowns and even a red area in there. And it's kind of most of the way. Quinte West is still showing that red area on the one side of the 401. It doesn't look like it has improved. So a little more of a sustained event down there. I'm going to scoot back out here and just take a look. I'm just going to head towards Montreal down the 401. Nothing of significance on the 401 right now, heading east into Montreal. Once you get into Metro Montreal, and bear with me, I don't know what normal traffic looks like, but I'm pretty sure it's fairly slow in Montreal. So this doesn't look too out of the ordinary, and anybody who knows Montreal better than I do in terms of traffic, maybe you can put a comment up, but this definitely looks like just slower conditions because of the current storm, but nothing out of the too crazy ordinary. 50 still showing very slow on the Quebec side, just to kind of the west of Grenville Bay, or Grenville for those crossing across in Ontario to Quebec. Definitely still showing an accident there. And I'm just going to motor along the 50. Again, we're still showing that major slowdown by Masson and Masson-Angers. It looks like the highway is somewhat closed there by the looks of it, and maybe being detoured as well. So we touched on that, and some of this is going to be repetition because, we're just kind of going over the same stuff and touching on events that have happened, and we're going to keep an eye on. So it's definitely going to be repetitive at times, but we want to get everybody having the information about where they can. So Connor's typing a comment in here trying to get more information about where it is, but there is a tractor trailer accident somewhere on the 417. Driver kicked the windshield out to escape, listening to it on the scanner. Wow. Okay, that's thanks for that info, Connor. Definitely going to keep an eye on that. If you find out where it is, I'm just going to pull this back here. Whoops. And now I've messed all my stuff up. Bear with me for 1 second here. What else have we got? Yeah, messages. And then I'm just going to fix one of my screens here. Sorry about that. Uh, okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay, so I've got that all back here. So hopefully everybody's okay in that accident, and it's just an incident without hopefully any injuries. But we'll see what happens. Uh, C. Robinson, way better coverage than 10 ever, just became heavy, large flakes south of Alexandria. So that makes sense. There's quite a bit of snowband coming through the Alexandria area. So I will zoom in here on the radar. And you can see anything in this bright blue area is going to have that heavy snow and precipitation. The stuff coming from the lake is definitely moving northeastward. It's going to be impacting Smith Falls area very soon, because you can see the tip of this coming through Westport into the Smith Falls area and then heading eastward from there. So lots of areas of heavier snow in the region today. And again, it's going to continue for the next foreseeable 5, 6, 7 hours roughly. So we will stay with it as long as it makes sense to stay with it. Once there's 0 viewers, I'll probably not be on live anymore. But we're, like I said, we're here for you guys. So just going to look at the camera outside my house. Obviously quite snow covered now, so now the accumulation is going to start happening. This is definitely what you can expect. I'm in the Kempville area again, so just people keep an eye on your travel conditions, because they can change from just wet roads to completely white and snow covered fairly quickly. So we'll go from there. So what else have we got here? Gatineau downtown Hull, heavy snowing coming from Jean Rochon. Thank you very much for that. There is a heavy band just in the Ottawa area, so it looks like most of the region right now, other than the odd little pocket around Smith Falls and south of Winchester and down towards the Seaway, is going to have quite a bit of heavy snow at this point. So it's definitely now picking up into the heart of the storm system as it's moving through. So we'll keep with you guys on this one and go from there. So Lee is on the channel. Awesome. Another one of our moderators. So thank you very much for tuning in. Always appreciate the help from the moderators in the chat. Unfortunately, sometimes we do need to delete stuff, but we try to keep it, simple and civil is the best way I can put it. So let me just take a look here. Give me a sec here. Okay, just looking at comments. I'm going to blow this up and take a look and see if I can find anything else happening. And I don't know if Connor... let me just see here. I'm not showing anything on Google Maps for an accident in Ottawa on the 417. I'm just zooming around here just to take a look to see if I can find anything, if we can find that accident. But right now I'm not seeing anything, not even any major slowdowns, which is kind of strange, because coming through Ottawa, usually there's quite a bit of a slowdown, but I don't see any red. Yeah. Anyways, I can't see it. Hopefully, Connor, if you get some information, you can pop that into the chat, and we'll take a look at it to see if we can, update people on that kind of stuff. So, what else have we got here? Okay, so Melissa's saying, looks like back to the winter, no sleep. My husband plows, so I never get sleep when he is gone. Totally understandable. Yeah, thank you to plow drivers. My brother actually used to run plow up north, Highway 11, north of North Bay, and it's a thankless job. Everybody's pissed off with you because you're going slow, and yet you're the one keeping the roads open. So just take patience with people and drive slower than you would if the roads were, free and clear kind of thing. So anyways, what else? Snowing hard southwest of Perth. That's coming from Logger John. Good to see you on the channel. John, as always, very active member during our severe season. So good to see you tuning back in for the winter stuff. I'm just going to pull up here. Perth should be somewhere right there. Yeah. So Rideau Ferry, you can see, John, right here, there's this very intense band of snow that is that bright blue and darker blue. That's heavy snowfall. So that's what you're seeing in that region there, moving off of, and this is all coming off of Lake Ontario. So if we zoom this further back out, you'll see that this all originates over Lake Ontario and is essentially just dumping onshore, moving northeast from there. So what else have we got here? Snow has picked up in Carp quite hard now, coming from Gary Hammond. And yes, you're going to start seeing that here, kind of south of Dunrobin, the Canada Stittsville area. There's Carp right on the edge of that heavier snow band. So a lot of people starting to see some heavy snow. And again, I'll put this on full screen so you can see those dark blue bands. When you look at that radar, those areas are experiencing heavy snowfalls. What else is here? Snowing hard by Ottawa Airport, coming from Marianne Grimes. Excuse me, sorry. I'm actually going to take a quick break. I'm just going to go grab myself a drink of water because I've been talking probably, I'm just looking down at the clock here, an hour and a half. So I will just leave this on play here, and then give me a few minutes and I'll be right back to jump back into this. So okay, I'm back. So one of the things I did forget to mention, anybody who's new on the channel, we do have a Facebook user group, which is called Canadian Weather Live Reports. And for anybody that isn't familiar with it, essentially it's a page that you guys can submit photos from your area so we can share them on the stream, but also you can share them with others that are on that page. So again, there's about 2,200 members in that. It's called Canadian Weather Live Reports, and it's anything weather related. So obviously nothing to do with what you're selling on Marketplace or anything like that. But if you put up any storm photos or anything like that, we will, share them on the live stream if we have a chance, depending how busy it is. I always love sharing that kind of stuff. So Canadian Weather Live Reports, you can join that group, and then we can share that stuff on there. You can also email them to us at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, which is at the top of your screen when we're on this main configuration. So you can always email us there as well. So, and Connor just threw a shortcut up into the chat as well. So hopefully that helps people out. We love seeing what you guys are seeing on the ground. Again, you're our eyes in the field, so it just helps us be able to report more accurately, in terms of what people are seeing. So I'm just looking to see if there's anything. There's a bunch of storm photos and stuff like that from earlier this year, but being that this is our first winter one, we haven't had anything posted in there, but we're always checking that kind of stuff. So let me take a look back here. So just going to jump into some more comments. Fine flakes and wind in Arnprior. So that's coming from Reed. Thank you for that. So Arnprior is definitely going to be moving on that more kind of on the northwest edge of where this snow is. So south of Arnprior towards Pakenham, Kinburn, Blakeney area, definitely a little more intense snow. And then there's this really kind of narrow band of snow right here that is just to the northwest of Arnprior, going basically right through Renfrew right now. So anybody up in that region, there's definitely going to be some heavier snow. I'm actually going to take a look to see if we have a Renfrew camera I can pull up. So I'm going to zoom in here. So this is about 6 minutes ago, so the heaviest of the snow may not be coming through, but that's what it looks like on Highway 11, or that looks like 17. It says Highway 17 at Bonnechere River Bridge. I just was reading the ER 11. That kind of threw me for a loop. So definitely snow covered up there as this snow band moves through, and only one of 3 cameras are working. So we've seen a lot of cameras today that are down for some reason. Not sure. Usually it's pretty good. It just may be the amount of people that are looking at the cameras. I don't know. That could be the situation. So what time are we? We're 3:35. The reason I'm looking at the time is I'm noticing that the satellite imagery, this time of year, it gets dark early. So I'm starting to see that the sun is going away, and we'll be sunset in about an hour and a half, or less than an hour and a half, maybe an hour and 10 minutes or so. So definitely moving towards darker times in terms of earlier, I would say. So anyways, let's get back to this. I'm going to zoom out here out of the radar. And then you can, oh my God, this band right north of Kingston, I'm zooming in on it. So anybody from, Odessa, northwest of Kingston in there, you guys are just getting absolutely the heaviest of heavy snowfall right now. For anybody that's in this kind of area. If anybody's viewing from there, you can obviously confirm for us, but the radar isn't going to really lie in terms of how much precipitation is happening there. So that's significant snowfall coming off the lake. And again, we call that lake effect snow. So I'm going to see if I can find a camera that has updated here. What else have we got here? Absolutely nothing here in Pembroke. Yes, Pembroke is very much on the very northwestern edge of this stuff, so I'm not surprised to hear that. I appreciate you confirming it. It's definitely not going to get the snow that we are down here. So kind of, I would say south east of Arnprior. Even Renfrew's going to get some of it, but the heaviest of snow will be southeast of Arnprior. And south of Arnprior. That's kind of where things are at right now. So I'm just zooming in to see if I can find a camera here down in this heavy band of snow. Napanese to there's a big gap of cameras. So okay, so I'll bring this up on the screen for you guys. So this is at 3:26, so that's 11 minutes ago. You can see that quite a bit of snow starting to accumulate on the road. I'm going to zoom past here. So definitely heavier snow coverage on the road in these bands of snow that are happening. This is outside of the band slightly. to the east of this. You can almost see it in this image. If you look further on towards down the highway eastward, you can see that there's far more snow in the air to the east of this image. So, like I said, crappy road conditions, and just take your time. That's the best way I can describe it. Let me just see here if there's anything. So this is just to the west end of Kingston, essentially, coming down that big hill on the 401. Anybody who's familiar with it, where the we're looking westbound at this point. So this is definitely getting a lot of snow coverage on the highway there. So we're starting to see it all starting to accumulate in these areas. So let me back out here of the radar, come back up. Just going to look here. And I will jump into... Oh, I have to adjust something on my monitor. Sorry. It's got a timer to shut off. So I just have to manually kick it over. Okay, so let's take a look at Google Maps. I don't know if Connor, you've managed to find anything on that truck accident. I'm just taking a look to see if he's putting any comments in, but no, he hasn't. Okay. Let's just have a look here. Google Maps. Slowdowns are starting to happen more so. So let me bring that back up for everybody. So Ottawa definitely starting to show some slowdowns on the 417, kind of heading into Ottawa from Canada area. There's, but nothing serious. Like right now, it's just very minor slowdowns. I don't see any red anywhere. Just kind of zooming in and out. Then on the other side, heading out of Ottawa on the east end on the 417, we're showing some slowdowns there. There's a couple of notifications about a crash. I don't know if it says what it is, but it's not. Yeah, it won't show me. I was hoping it would give me some kind of details on there so I could share them with you guys, but I assume, yeah, no, it just says crash, that's it. But there's no slowdown there. So let me just take a look and see if I've got a camera near the Greyhawk Golf Course that we can kind of look at and just let you guys know what's happening. But no, there's no cameras. So there's a huge gap between cameras, obviously, just inside Ottawa and then along here. Why? So there's one camera down here, and then there's an incident showing, but that's the accident that happened earlier. But there are no cameras there, so I can't give you guys a visual on that. So unfortunately, and so let me bring this back up here. L commenting started and is sticking now in Whitewater region. So Whitewater is Renfrew, Calabogie, up that way. I used to snowmobile up that way, so I'm very familiar with the Whitewater region. So again, up on the northwest edge of this system, kind of northwest of Ottawa in that kind of area. So I don't expect a lot of accumulation up there, but you'll definitely get some snow as you're seeing. Again, anybody just tuning in, most of the snow is going to be kind of south and east of Arnprior area, kind of on a northeast to southwest trajectory. So kind of in this region here, anything to kind of on this side here obviously isn't going to see any real snow at all, and most of the winter precip is going to be down here, down to the U.S. border, St. Lawrence Seaway, down to Kingston and Lake Ontario region. So again, we're talking about, I've mentioned it a few times on the stream, that we have lake effect snow essentially is what's causing a lot of this. Just the warm open water from Lake Ontario, moisture is being picked up and just dumped onto land, essentially. So you can see as that comes across the water, everything kind of intensifies and then continues up towards the Ottawa region. And you can watch the snow bands. I'm going to highlight an area in here. So you'll see how blue the snow bands are as they come off the water, but as they get towards Charlotte Lake, Westport, they start to lose that really blue intensity, and that's just what happens with the lake effect snow, is that as it dumps out, it does not regenerate, so you're not sustaining those really heavy snow bands for long when it comes off the waterway. So Connor making a comment in here, OPP must have gone into a different channel for that transport crash. Haven't heard a word about it since. So thanks for the update, Connor. We'll continue to monitor that. If we get any information on it, we'll let you guys know. Stittsville Main Street's 1 centimeter of snow coming from Mike. So appreciate that. That's starting to show some accumulation on the roads. And once the sun drops out here, I don't know. I'm just going to look at my forecast just in terms of temperature. We're currently sitting Kempville area, -2. I'm just going to look here. Bear with me for a second here. We're going to hover around that -1, -2 area until overnight, and then it might get down to like -3. So the snow should sustain. I suspect middle of the night, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, this is kind of going to all kind of end up out of here. So this will be over throughout the night. By the middle of the night, this event will end more than likely. So just going to zoom back out here. I am going to jump into the Montreal. I haven't talked too much about Montreal right now. So this is the Blainville radar covering the Montreal area. You can see bright blue bands in here, so I'm just going to run the cycle here so people can see how light the snow was, and then you can see how that snow has moved into the region just now in the last, what is this? I'm just going to double check here. This is 3:11 p.m. when it's kind of moved into the area. So within the last hour, the snow has moved into the Montreal area, and some of it is fairly intense. Again, bright blue area here of heavy precipitation, which is blanketing, all the way from Saint Eugene through Laval, Montreal, Hudson, and then all the way on the other side of Montreal through Saint-Hyacinthe. So definitely a bigger area of snow kind of in the Montreal area. So impacting travel and stuff like that out in that area as well. I'm going to zoom back out here just to see. So I'll bring up this. We were talking about it earlier. If you're tuned in for a while, Montreal, the traffic is definitely looking like it's slowing down because of this heavy snowfall that's happening. Through the metro area. Metro area is definitely downtown and throughout the Montreal area. Traffic is slow generally, but it seems that it's impacting it even more today. So if you're traveling around the Montreal area, definitely going to be road conditions are going to be slick as these heavy bands of snow move through that you can see here on the radar. So we'll continue to watch that. And so Montreal is in on the game now, where we're getting that real snowfall coming through, and it's basically now going to last throughout the storm again till overnight hours is essentially what we're looking at. So let me get back to this here, and then I'll pull up some maps here and just take a look. And if you need a specific, anybody watching, if you want to know about a specific area, what road conditions are like, by all means, put a comment in the chat, and I'll do my best to jump on it and kind of give you an update as far as that's concerned. So we can see how large this system is. It's now stretching essentially almost from Peterborough area just to the east of Peterborough all the way up through Montreal, and then it'll move its way up up to the east coast through Three Rivers or Trois-Rivières, Sherbrooke, and all that. So definitely a decently impactful storm system for early in November. I mean, we're November 9th, so this is an earlier than average as of the last few years. We haven't had regular early snowfalls. So I mean, I'm trying to remember what year it was, but I remember there wasn't snow till January at one point. For the most part, I mean, there was very light snow, but I remember as a kid, we'd always have mountains of snow at Christmas. So, what else have we got going on here? So, just gonna. Lee is having trouble with her internet. It's kicking her off, so they're not getting along. So if you can't stay on the channel, it's not a huge deal. I appreciate you tuning in to help out with the moderation. Hopefully you can get that figured out. Terry asking, where's that shot from in the upper right corner of the screen? So this is my house. This is right outside of my house in Kemptville. So this shot here, I've got literally outside my office window. And then this was just a live camera that I put out there for our streams so we can monitor conditions. So this is Kemptville. So you can see how it's snowing here, and I will zoom in on the radar just to give everyone an idea. I'm in a more heavier, intense snow band right now, so I'll flip that onto the screen. So Kemptville being right here in the middle. That's essentially my house is this little red brown dot here, which you probably can't see too well on the stream, but where my mouse is pointing at. So we're in this bright blue band of snow, and this is what it looks like here. So again, roads are definitely getting slick out in the area. So let me just take a look back here, zoom back in. What else is here? Is it likely to stick around for the morning commute? Yes. So the snow is going to stick around. Road crews should have this sorted because they have quite a window between when this should end, and that's again, should end around 4 a.m. The roads should be clear. I think Class 1 highways have to be down to bare pavement within an hour and a half, I think. And don't quote me on that because I remember my brother telling me this information, but a lot of times that doesn't stick. I think within an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, they have to have those Class 1 highways, which is your 400 series highways or Trans-Canada, down to bare pavement is what the standard is. So should be okay for the morning commute. As long as this ends in the timeline that models were looking at. So what else is here? Kat saying our typical November next week is going to be in the 60s. Yes. We look to have a bit of a cold trend for the next few days, but there's a very real possibility that things could warm up again. So I definitely don't think this is going to stick around for the entire winter. I suspect a lot of our precipitation will melt, but I could be wrong on that. So Zed tuning in here. Mississauga been light most of the day, but definitely taking a turn now. So it looks like things are picking up in the Toronto kind of area. So I can kind of bounce back into that region here. And I'm going to leave it like this for a second, which keeps all the names off the map. You can just see the evident lake effect impact from Lake Ontario as the winds come across the lake. You're getting all these streamers of snow just barreling northeast off of the lake. So that's a perfect kind of image to show you guys how the proximity of that big body of water will impact your weather within a short distance from those lakes. So I always say that anything around Lake Ontario has its own little microclimate because it's such an impactful body of water, and that goes for any of the Great Lakes. I mean, whether we're talking Erie, Ontario, Superior, any of them, they definitely will impact your weather more locally than on the larger provincial scale, that kind of stuff. So what else have we got here? Connor just typing in about the side roads and stuff like that, saying the morning compute for side roads will likely still be slippery. Main roads may be fine by then, but icy sides. It gets cold right as the storm leaves. So that's update from Connor on that kind of stuff. So Connor saying accident 417 westbound at Boundary for my information. So let's go take a look at Boundary. Hopefully we've got a camera. And I'm just trying to find. I don't know if I have a camera there. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to see if I can pull this up for everybody. Just see if I can pull this up. No. That's not what I'm looking for. Computers are only good as the person inputting the information, so I am failing at that. So let's do this. Wow. Okay, and we don't have a camera there. So I am seeing that's that Greyhawk golf course where that slowdown was. So I'll pull that up. We were looking at this earlier. I don't have a camera that I can look at here, but that's on the, it looks like on the westbound lanes, and they've got the crash showing here. So you've got to slow down. So anybody traveling westbound on the 417 just past the Greyhawk golf course or Boundary Road, there's definitely an accident there. So thanks, Connor, for bringing that up. I'm just going to see. Again, nothing I can look at. That's this intersection here, but there's no traffic camera that we can kind of take a look at, unfortunately, to give you guys a live image. So I'm just noticing here, there's a couple of things. That's roadworks. I'm just checking to see in Ottawa. Yeah, these are just regular roadworks, so that's not a problem. They're not actual incidents that we're looking at. So, yeah, just roads are slick. Hunt Club looks like there's something happening here at the Hunt Club Bridge. That's usually a busy area, but it looks even busier than normal. So I'm going to see if there's no cameras here either. So I can't really give you guys a bird's eye view near the airport there. But if you're traveling to the airport, along Hunt Club or any of the other roads heading into there were Riverside or Prince of Wales. This whole section obviously is usually fairly slow, but it looks even slower today, just with obviously the snow that's coming into the area for this storm system. So let me get back here. I'm going to switch over back to the Ottawa radar. And again, Kingston area just keeps getting pummeled by that lake effect snow. I would not be surprised if when we're at the end of all this that there's quite a bit of snow between Napanee and Kingston. There might be some pictures that surface from that area. People with quite a bit of snow just from this event because of all that lake effect snow dumping out onto the shore from the lake itself. So just doing an update here. Want to see if got any emails or anything. No. Okay, good. Nothing I need to jump on. I will jump into the comments again. Okay, so Stittsville residential snow removal call out 9 p.m. coming from Mike. Thanks for that update, Mike. Here we've got here, might have missed what are you expecting the total for Canada area Ottawa. P.S. Ironically, I was reminded 50 years ago tomorrow is a wreck of Edmund Fitzgerald as you talk about lake winds. Yes, that's one of the biggest incidents on the Great Lakes. Very famous event. Sorry. And, a lot of people lost their lives and no one survived that, unfortunately. So definitely it's crazy that that's 50 years ago. We are expecting, so for the Ottawa area, and Connor's looking at models far more than I am right now, but I would suspect the Ottawa area, 10 centimeters, somewhere in that neighborhood would be my guess. It might, if this lake effect keeps pushing up into the Ottawa area, A lot of models don't pick up on that, so they don't predict it, but maybe might see some isolated 15 centimeters, but my guess is more, the 10 centimeter range. And as you drop south and east of Ottawa, you're going to see those amounts increasing. So hopefully that helps you out. What else is here? I'll be doing residential snow removal in Ottawa tonight, and I'm not looking forward to driving in this weather at 9 tonight, where there will still be heavy snow according to the Net Weather Network. So yeah, that's coming from a comment from Expired PCP. The Weather Network has what they call a future radar presentation. That's simply a model. It's the same thing that we looked at when I began the stream. So I'm going to pull that up for anybody that's tuning in just now. I'm just going to refresh it here just to kind of expand on that for you in terms of thank you for plowing. I mean, I know that's a job that's no fun. But I'm going to pull up the latest model for that. And let's just take a look here. So give me 1 sec. I'll load this. So the Weather Network has what, like I said, it's a prediction or a guess based on data. And that's the same thing that we do when we're looking at it. The difference is what's on our screen in the center of your stream right now is actual live radar imagery coming from the radar itself. So I'm going to pull up this model right now just to show you. And so this is one of the models that we look at. And again, at the beginning of the stream, I kind of covered. These are all different models that we can look at. Each has a pro and con. They also have different ways of working. Some go much further out, and some are only short term, meaning they're only good for 48 hours or 24 hours, that kind of thing. Others will go a complete week. So this is what the model is showing for snow in our region. And I'm going to back it up here. Where my mouse is right now, that's Ottawa, kind of north of the center of the screen on that picture. So you can see blue is snow, red and ice pellets are kind of, red and pink are the ice pellets, freezing rain, and then south of there, green is rain. So you can see as this system's moving through, this right here is 6 o'clock, 7, 8, 9, and then roughly 10 o'clock, it starts to kind of move out of the region. Again, only a model. Now it starts to back build because this is a low pressure system that's moving through the area. So we might catch something on the backside of it, but the models are agreeing that, roughly by, what time is this? This is 5 a.m. So by 6 a.m., Connor and I both have been saying that this system should be out of here for the most part to do. So that's what we're looking at. And again, replying to your comment about what the Weather Channel or the Weather Network is showing, again, that's just a model. And that's all it is. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. And it doesn't mean that what I just showed you is going to happen either. So just keep that in mind. So Leanne just saying, I'm in Canada also. I think we are on that cusp of the heavy stuff. Can you cover the Canada area? I definitely can. So Canada, so this is a zoomed in look here, and I'll bring it up on full screen so it helps you guys. So the darker blue areas you can see are kind of spotty in here. Canada right here is on the edge. South of it in Stittsville, there's more heavier precipitation in terms of snow. To the west, but it is coming that way. So you are going to get more snow coming into the Canada area, but you can see the region is basically blanketed with snow coming in. And I will play the cycle here just to show you how it's all coming from that Lake Ontario area towards the Canada, Ottawa environment. And, we're definitely going to see more snow out of this. As this moves up through here. So again, sustained snow for at least the next, I want to say 6 hours probably. That should be roughly accurate, but we will know as this progresses. So again, that's what you're seeing in the Canada area. And again, 10 centimeters is probably likely there. It might be there before that. So what else have we got here? close this is at Boundary and Thunder Road, coming from Jean Pelletier. Yeah, in terms of cameras, which obviously we can't see at this point. I'm just going to minimize this and then pull up something else here. Perfect. Okay. Not a flurry here yet in Pembroke, Petawawa, coming from Jessica, and that's reflected on radar. I mean, essentially, we're very far from the radar itself. So all of this blue stuff is up in the storm, but when we're looking at the Pembroke, Petawawa area right in here, all the snow is kind of south of there, so even south of Cobden. So once you get to the Renfrew area, that's where the snow is starting to pile up, and as you move southeast from there. So, Jessica, that's what we're kind of expecting with this storm system. You're not going to see very much up that way. I will grab a look at the 41 or the 511. Not many cameras up that way, so yeah, there's nothing. So there's one camera in Renfrew. I'll pull it up here. Arnprior, Renfrew, and the next camera is in Petawawa. So we'll take a look at that, which will be just to the northwest of Pembroke that we were just discussing. And look at that. This is the contrast that you're looking at in terms of where Ottawa is getting a ton of snow starting to pile in, and then Pembroke, Petawawa area is as dry as it gets. So that's the difference right there, just from looking at those cameras. So let me see what the next, and then this is Renfrew, so not too far away. And we looked at this one earlier, and look at the snow coverage on the roads here. Again, okay, that camera's come back. So this is the difference. You're talking from Renfrew to Pembroke, and there's suddenly no snow, and that's the expectations of the models was that as you drift northwest, that you're not going to have the same kind of impact as far as any kind of snowfall out that way. So hopefully that helps answer people's questions as to where to expect the snow. But Petawawa and down, I mean, Renfrew seems to be right on the edge of it at this point. So. What else have we got here? Elmville Acres side roads now building up almost 1 centimeter, coming from Mike. Thank you, Mike. When will it finish, Jason? Like I probably answered it a little bit earlier. I don't know if that was before or after you're asking the question, but just to reiterate, for the Ottawa region and Eastern Ontario, we're talking overnight. So probably somewhere around 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. this should be done and over with, based on what the models are showing. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now. So question for any snow for Rapide de Joachim, Quebec. And I probably mispronounced that and butchered it, but let me just take a look where that is, because I'm not 100% familiar with where that is. So I want to make sure. There we go. Found it. So you are north of Deep River, and so we were just talking about that, what I went through on the cameras. Not looking to see any snow up in that area at all. So it would be very trace amounts if you're going to see any snow in the next 6 hours. If that changes, I mean, we will know about it here because we're going to be keeping an eye on things. But right now, I would say no. Oh, perfect. So expired PCP. Thanks so much for your detailed explanation on weather modeling. Got to sleep now for work. Stay warm, everyone. You too. Safe travels tonight, and hopefully you don't have to work too long. Dog Tub saying, got my snow tires on. We're good. Absolutely. You're ready ahead of schedule, which is always a good thing. So that's good to hear. So let me just take a look here. Another comment. How's Cornwall looking right now? Mostly freezing rain. So Gabe, thanks for that update. You are right in that mixed band, right by the St. Lawrence River. So the St. Lawrence will definitely even have an impact on weather, because it's, again, a decent-sized body of water. You can see the red on this radar. That represents freezing rain or ice pellets, and then as you move north, it starts to mix in with the snow. So you're right on the edge of it. So definitely a lot of precipitation headed your way, but it's going to be a mixed bag. So anybody watching from Cornwall, you're going to have mixed, what I call mixed bag, which is again could be snow, could be wet snow, freezing rain, ice pellets. And even potentially some rain could make its way into there. So, unfortunately, if you're in that region along the St. Lawrence Seaway, you're going to see everything that Mother Nature probably has today. Unfortunately, so. Uh, Tom Connors, well, hello, Winter. Didn't miss you. Thanks for this info. Happy to share it. Yes, a lot of people's not a fan. A lot of people are not fans of winter, and I totally understand that. And again, that's one of the reasons that we're on here. We're definitely, trying to get the information out. To help people out in terms of being able to, plan for travel and plan for commuting. Those are the biggest things and how it's going to impact their day-to-day routine. So, going to be slippery coming from Dog Tub. Yes, it's definitely going to be slippery. Connor saying 4.5 centimeters accumulated in Saint Albert. Connor sent me a message, so I'm going to go take a look at that. Bear with us while we. Okay, so give me a sec here. I'll bring this up full screen probably. So this is just outside Connor's house. Connor, I can't add it to the live stream where your camera would normally be. It's just a feed basically. So Connor was sending me a picture, but I want to show it anyways. This is outside Connor's house. So he's in just west of Saint Albert, in the eastern townships. So you can see quite a bit of snow coverage on the back roads. Definitely accumulating on everything. Including his car. So this is kind of east of Ottawa, again, down basically in this area right in here. So St. Albert Chrysler, you can see that heavier snow band just highlighting itself on radar right here. Just like this in here. So there's quite a bit of snow or freezing rain, mixed precipitation, because it's right on that transition area. So just keep that in mind. What else have we got here? I think this is my favorite live stream ever coming from Dog Tub. Thank you very much for that. That's awesome. We work hard at it. It definitely takes quite a bit of effort to bring this to you guys when we do it. So it's great to hear the positive feedback and that people are enjoying it. So thanks for that. Jean Peltier, leaving for Mexico in a week. Jean, I'm jealous. I hope you enjoy Mexico. Definitely going to be a lot warmer than around here. I have no real travel plans to anywhere warm this winter. So I'll be hanging out with people here on the live stream. That's probably what's going to happen in terms of when there's weather in here. So Mike is saying, have noticed it's starting to melt. Mike, you've been reporting from like the Ottawa region. So yeah, there might be a temperature shift. I'm just going to look at what I'm showing here. But if my phone would unlock, sorry, I'm still showing below freezing here. So if we look at my camera outside, definitely not much melt happening here. Still getting a decent amount of snowfall rate. In this region for Kempville, I'm thinking 10 centimeters, maybe 15 at the outside, but we'll see how that progresses. So, excuse me once again. So, what else have we got here? Light snow in Bobcaygeon coming from Mohammed. 9701, thank you for that. Mooresburg is getting freezing rain and ice pellets coming from Dave Ray. So let me just zoom in here. Sorry, Mooresburg. Where are you hiding? There's Maitland. Johnstown, Morrisburg. There we go. So you can see that Morrisburg is got more red than blue showing on the radar in the middle of the screen. So that's where that line is setting up. So again, if we looked at those models that were happening, it essentially was right around the St. Lawrence Seaway was showing possibility of ice pellets, freezing rain, that kind of stuff. So, Dave, you're confirming what we're seeing on radar, and thank you for that. It's definitely you're around the Seaway. You're going to have that mixed bag again, like we talked about in Cornwall. So not as fun. And I bet you if we look at, I'm just going to look at Google Maps here just to see whether there's any slowdowns along more slow. Yes, so let me zoom in here and I'll share it with you folks just to give you a view here. So this is, you're starting to see that there's definitely some slowdowns happening along the 401. When we last looked about an hour ago, heading east towards Montreal, there wasn't anything really bad. And now, because they're experiencing that mixed snow rain situation, snow freezing rain, I should say, and maybe ice pellets. Definitely commuting is slowing down there. I'm going to take a look to see if I've got some cameras that I can quickly look at here around Iroquois. So this is 401 east of the 416 heading towards Montreal. Currently not available. So let's see if we can get the 31. So this is the look down at the 401. You can see on the camera there's definitely some raindrops. So definitely mixed precipitation of snow, freezing rain, and rain probably. And then this is the other camera from the opposite direction. So that's down around Morrisburg. If we move up to the Ingleside area, this looks like it's covered in freezing rain, if I had to guess. 401 at Dixon, and that's at 3:44, so that's half an hour ago. Can't see much there. And then we'll see if we've got anything in Cornwall that we can kind of look at as we hit the 138 and 401 area. So definitely less snow. Does look like there's a bit of ice involved, if I had to guess. The last camera doesn't have anything on it. So that's kind of what we're seeing on radar, and the cameras are confirming that. So I'll look down here at South Lancaster, which is even further east. This less snow, definitely slippery road conditions here. We are definitely seeing that. But not as much snow on the ground. It looks like more ice pellets or freezing rain possibly. So just take it easy in these areas on the 401 there. I'm going to zoom back out here and just take a look. 416 is starting to show slow travel as well as the more of the snow starts to come in here. Just looking here south of, it's quite, there's quite the slowdown south of Kemptville. So heading northbound from the 401, there's a dramatic slowdown just to the south of Kemptville, it looks like. It doesn't show accident or anything like that. I don't think there's no real camera that I can look at. There's one down by Johnstown, and then there's the one across the Rideau River. That's the only thing I can see. So this is north of that accident, but you can see the road conditions on the bridge here, crossing the Rideau River on the 416. So definitely looks slick enough out there that you need to pay attention. So let's just flip back here to the main screen, and I'm going to zoom back out. And that heavy snow continues to back build into here just north of Kingston. So let's just go back a couple frames here. So we can see that that dark blue comes sorry, it just updated the radar. That's why. I apologize for that. So as we see that dark blue moving north, you can see how it's really starting to fill in the region all along that northern edge of that Lake Ontario and moving up into Charlotte Lake. So on, Tweed, Caladar, definitely getting a lot of snow, and this is all heading towards Ottawa. So this is very indicative I'm just going to hit play and then hit the stop button. So when we were looking at models, and I'll highlight this on here, as the system was moving through, we were showing that line like this on the models where you had your snow to the left of the line, and then south or to the right of the line was your mixed precipitation, your freezing rain, and your rain. So the models have depicted that fairly well on the ones we've been looking at. So far it's going according to what models are thinking in terms of the precipitation. I'm just seeing that pattern trend and just wanted to highlight that for everybody. So let me get back in the comments here. What else have we got? I'm going to catch up here. So snowing in Maxville coming from Dale Monroe. Thank you for that update. Maxville is to the east of Ottawa. Zoomed in here right there in the, well, not in the center, but it's just to the east of Castleman. You're on that edge right now. You're potentially, if that line drifts north where there's that transition, you might get into some ice pellets and freezing rain. So just keep that in mind. And then Mr. Sear still waiting for the first snowflakes to drop here in Shawinigan. So let me pull that up, and I'm just going to look on the radar to corroborate all that. So you're way up there, Three Rivers. So yes, it's going to be a while still till it gets to you guys. I'm just going to show you where the edge of that system is. We'll take a look at it. So just on the edge of it, up in Shawinigan, which is right here, and you can see all this snow is moving up in this general direction. So it should be on your doorstep very soon, and from there you're going to have several hours of sustained snow by the looks of it, based on what we're seeing on radar here. So get back to this one here. Jump back into the comments. Tom Connor saying, I see a freezing rain area to the south. Yes, so the more south you go, anything that's in red, and where it's transitioning, as I've mentioned a few times, that's going to be freezing rain, ice pellets, and then the further south you go, more likely going to be rain. So we got that. What else have we got here? Quite a bit of snow accumulating here. The rain or wet snow returned to full snow, and the roads are starting to cover up, and that's coming from Denise. Denise, remind me where you're located exactly. I apologize, not the best memory. So there are areas that are going to experience this back and forth transitioning, and that just has to do with air temperatures aloft, and when the precip is falling, that kind of stuff. So Jean saying we have lots in the GTA, build up slushy, most people being very cautious. I'm glad to hear that. A lot of people, I hate seeing when people drive crazy in snow like it's completely dry outside. So this is just an update view of my camera outside my house. I am in Kempville, again, for anybody just tuning in. So this is what we're experiencing. You can see the snow going from right to left on the camera, and decent snow band right now where I'm located. I'm on the very edge of it, so starting to accumulate, and it's definitely looking a lot more like winter than it was this morning when I got up. So that's what's happening there. What else have we got here? Mike showing there's now snow coming in the Ottawa area. I'm not sure exactly where that postal code is, but I'm assuming that's Ottawa just based on the postal code, but I could be wrong on that. Evan Finch, good to see you, buddy. Hey, Tom, snowing good here in Constance Bay. There is a couple of centimeters down. So Constance Bay, west and kind of northwest of Ottawa, that's right here. So on the edge of the heavier precipitation, but getting an update from Evan on that one. So thank you for that. Herb's Towing just got called out for a transport blocking all lanes on of the 401 just east of Lancaster. Why do I want to say we kind of looked at that? So that's not good. Yes. So Okay, so I'm going to bring this up. Thanks, Connor, for updating. That's awesome help getting these kinds of information. So this yellow stripe is basically going to be where the slowdown is. There's a crash showing here near Somerstown. I don't know if that's the one, but right now this whole area of the 401 heading eastward is going to have a major problem because if all lanes are closed, they're going to have to pull people off and get them around the detour there. So, again, anybody just tuning in, east of Cornwall, so near the Lancaster area, the eastbound 401 has a transport truck that has blocked all the lanes. I am going to take a look to see if there's any camera down there that we can take a look at. Oops, sorry. There's a camera right at that truck stop. I know there's a big truck stop, I believe, there. So I don't think this will. No, that's not going to show it because the actual where I believe the accident is right here, but we don't have a camera that's facing the right direction. This image hasn't updated either. This is 23 minutes ago, so I will try and look back at this camera and see if there's an updated image looking at that, because eastbound is the lanes on the far side of this, I believe. So this lane that's closest to us is heading westbound. So we'll take a look at that, see if an image updates on that. Unfortunately, it seems like it's totally random. But let's get back to the main screen here and look at things. What else have we got here? Evan, great feed. Nice work. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. What else have we got? Gabe, I really appreciate this info as a contractor in Cornwall. I'd love this up-to-date data. Would you consider sponsorship? I'd be willing to pay for this info for my business. Check us out. So if you want to give us, Gabe, thank you for the kind words. We're definitely always looking for sponsors on the stream. Again, it costs a lot of money to put this together just to get it out to people. So we definitely love teaming up with companies. It's something we can discuss. So if you can send us an email at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com, it's at the top of the stream on the main screen right now. Definitely Connor and I will reach out and we'll have a chat and talk about it. It's definitely something we can help each other out with. And we like teaming up with, people where we can help our viewers out, if you can dig people out, that kind of thing. When we have extreme events, it's always good to have companies that we can work together with. So thanks for that comment. Appreciate it. King Chris Nielsen, snow is starting quite a bit in East Ottawa. So that is reflective on the radar here. Again, anybody tuning in, the dark blue areas are the very heavy snow bands. So slowly moving into the Ottawa area. I'm going to highlight kind of the Ottawa-Gatineau area and then hit play here. And you'll see how this has progressed throughout the afternoon. And you've had this spotty coverage, and now you're starting to get into the more dense portion of the storm where we're going to experience more snow. So thanks for giving us that update. And it will continue to be like that for quite some time at this point. So thank you for that. In downtown Toronto, it's snowing quite hard, and the winds, let me tell you. So that's from Donanda in the Toronto area. We can zoom back out here. Just take a look at King City radar, which is the Toronto one. And yeah, it's very obvious, and I mentioned this earlier in the stream, and again, repetitive for certain things here, but you can see the streamers coming off the lake. Sorry, give me a sec. Why won't it let me? That's interesting. Okay, well, it's arguing with me right now, but you can definitely see the streamers coming off as that wind moves across the body of water. You're getting that wind and the snow interacting there and creating those very fine bands of lake effect snow. I am going to take a look at Lake Erie. Not much coming off of Lake Erie right now. in the Horseshoe area, but I'm just looking further west here. This is, we're looking at London area, Kitchener, definitely getting some lake effect snow happening there. I'm just going to look back here. Fairly dry from St. Catharines, Hamilton, Cambridge, Guelph. Right now, as it sits, there's not much happening in there. So again, because of the trajectory of this storm being in, or the system, sorry, I should say, not storm, moving in this kind of general direction, Lake Ontario being located right in here, as that crosses through here, you're just seeing that snow propagating northeast from there and coming into the Ottawa area. That's why we are seeing so much more snow down in this region when I switch through than, for example, up in, north of Renfrew on the highway and into Petawawa. There's nothing. So that's the extent of this isolated event in terms of Eastern Ontario. So just stuff to keep in mind. Traveling up the north of Renfrew, the snow will be gone by the time you get up there because there is none. What else is there? The wind is brutal. Flag is blowing straight out and is out to the east, north of Winchester. So that's just to my east. And flag is blowing straight out and is out to the east, or out of the east. Sorry, I now understand that. Sorry. So yeah, that's essentially the same thing that I'm seeing here. So I'm looking somewhat north here. And it probably doesn't show that well on the stream, but basically from right to left is where the precipitation's coming in with that wind. So there will be some accumulation where you have some drifting in areas as this event puts down some more accumulation. So it's just stuff to keep an eye out. But that's what's going to be happening over the next little bit there. So thank you for the update. Always, again, appreciate knowing that. So any accumulation in downtown Toronto, questions. So I'll bring up a camera from downtown Toronto just to give you an idea as to what they're experiencing there. I don't know what happened there. So let's put this, like if we're going right downtown, Harbourfront, I can't really tell. That looks like there's a bit of accumulation on the sidewalks, but the roads themselves are still kind of wet. I'm just trying to click on this one here. That's the same one that I clicked on. Sorry, guys. Just trying to see here. So no real accumulation. There is a little bit off the roads, as you can see, but nothing major in terms of accumulation in downtown Toronto. If I move away from the lake, so we'll take a look at the 401, for example. Oh, God, I don't even have it up. Sorry, guys. Let me go back here. I'm talking, thinking I'm showing you stuff, and I'm not showing you anything, but that's the rookie mistake there. So this is from downtown at Lakeshore and Gardner and Yonge. A little bit of accumulation, but roads are wet for the most part. So that was one of the cameras that I highlighted. And then I'm just going to take a look at one of these here. So this is a better view of downtown. You can see just on the edges there's accumulation. This is close to the lake. So we're going to move away from the lake and we're going to take a look up by the 401. We'll go to kind of Yorkdale, take a look up there and see if we get anything on the camera there, just to give you an idea. And there's no camera feed there, so we'll try another one. That one has no camera feed. Wow, a lot of cameras are down. Okay, this is just to the east of Yorkdale, 401 at Avenue Road. So you can see there's accumulation on the ground. We've gotten a little further away from the lake. For the most part, the road is clear, but it is a little slushy on the edges. I can see that on the image there. So again, because that lake affects temperature as we move north out of Toronto, let's say like Vaughan, we'll take a look there. And Vaughan, see, we're away from the lake and we're now seeing, especially on bridges that, are exposed underneath, so they're colder, you're having snow accumulation on the bridges, which is always the case. The bridges ice over first. So you can see down on the 400, it looks like. I don't know if that's the 400 below, but the road below is more wet and a bit slushy. So as you move away from the lake, more accumulation. So hopefully that helps. on that front. And let me flip back here to the main screen. So, Cass, thanks for the info. You're welcome. Glad to help out. Um, it's crazy because yesterday was fall and today is the middle of winter. Yes, we've definitely flipped the switch, and sometimes that happens. Early November we get that snow. Not sure if it'll stick around, but we'll see what the next week looks like. We've got about 4 or 5 days in Eastern Ontario where it's going to be colder, so it'll probably stick around for a bit, but there could be a warming trend around the corner. So, what else have we got here? Jean saying my magnolia tree still has all its leaves and the snow is quite heavy, causing all the branches to look distorted. Hopefully it doesn't break them. And it's that quick transition where we go from fall to winter, and you can see that still some of the trees in my area. If you look in the park, there's still leaves on the trees. Just common situation that we have when there's this early transition to snow. So. It's definitely something that that happens, and hopefully, for example, if we have freezing rain, the freezing rain definitely weighs down on the trees and the branches and stuff like that. Anybody who was around in the 90s remembers the late 90s remembers the ice storm that we had. That was catastrophic for Eastern Ontario, Western Quebec into Montreal. Anybody who lived through that definitely doesn't want to live through that again. Ice accretion was the most I've ever seen in terms of my life. I'm 50 years old, so I've been around since '74. Obviously lived through the ice storm. I went 10 days without power where I was living. I was out in the not Dunrobin. It was west of Dunrobin. Why am I? This is how I know I'm getting old, because I'm forgetting where I lived. That's terrible. I was in not Constance Bay. Where was it? It's not even on here. Woodlawn just came back to me. It's not even on the map. But Woodlawn is where I lived at the time. And again, we were out of power for about 10 days. Managed to survive on propane heat and really cold showers. So, no thank you. Do not want to survive that again. So, Tom Connor's ice storm of '98. So there's another person that remembers this for sure. So, it collapsed. The big power hydro towers that are metal ones, it collapsed. Dozens of those. Trees down everywhere. It was basically chaos to a certain extent. So, not the most. Like I said, that's probably one of the main reasons I hate freezing rain. Is my least favorite form of precipitation. So, definitely don't want to relive that. Now, April of 2024, we got a decent amount of freezing rain, and again causing power outages and that kind of stuff. So. Donata, wasn't there another ice storm around mid 2000s, somewhere around there? I'm trying to think if there was a major one. Connor's better at dates and remembering that kind of stuff. I do, like I said, I remember the 2020, I believe it was 2024 April, because I was up for over 24 hours straight, just making sure that my sump pump didn't overflow, and I had a generator running, a few houses. So, I don't know. I'll see if Connor can chime in here if he's listening. Whether there was any other big ice storm, late 2009, 2010. I don't think there was, but again, my memory's not necessarily the best with that kind of stuff. It requires a trigger sometimes. So. Jean Peltier was in the Dominican Republic. I mean, Jean, it sounds like you spend a lot of time in warmer climates. You're going to make the rest of us jealous here. We're stuck here in the cold, and you're getting to go to warm places. So if you have an empty suitcase that I can fit in, definitely email me. We can coordinate. Let me see here. Just going to check to see if I have any photos coming in. Okay, checking my emails as well. Okay, so what have we got here? I'm just going to send a message out here. Sorry, guys. Bear with me for one moment um, while I do that. Just sending Connor a message there. Okay. What else have we got here? A few comments have come in. Dominican Cornwall is getting covered with a layer of ice right from the rain. Please, not again. Coming from Alanis. Unfortunately, Alanis, that's what we were talking about earlier. You're in that kind of corridor by the St. Lawrence where it's that mixed precipitation, which is causing the 401 to be a disaster to drive on, I'm sure. I'm just looking to see if there's any updates on that portion of the Google Maps that we were looking at near Lancaster, regards to the tractor trailer that Connor was referencing. So yes, Cornwall is going to be mixed precipitation. It sounds like it's mostly ice or rain at this point, or freezing rain sticking to everything, which is that precipitation that we were just talking about. So hopefully that drifts further south, but models were showing that essentially, that was a very real possibility and that it would stick around for a while. So again, anybody tuning in, red is kind of freezing rain, ice pellets, blue is snow, and then you've got this transition area that is mixing in along the St. Lawrence Seaway. So all the way from Kingston up into Montreal area. I'm going to take a look at Montreal. Whoa, Montreal. I don't know how accurate this is. I hope it's not accurate, but I'm just going to go back a few frames because I'm seeing nothing but red. So radar sometimes misinterprets when there's freezing rain, and then it just, see, this whole area has turned to freezing rain. I don't believe that's the case. If anybody's in Montreal, Terrebonne, Saint-Sauveur, and is watching, can you comment whether you're getting snow or whether you're getting freezing rain? But I'm really hoping that's not freezing rain for the people in Montreal area. So that would not be fun. Freezing rain, center of Brockville coming in from Joan. So that's again along that Seaway area. That body of water is definitely dropping the temperature enough that it's falling as rain and freezing on contact, because we're getting that colder air temperature, but the precipitation is falling as rain. So south of Ottawa, so the meat of our snow right now is kind of down and south of this line that I've just drawn on there, and I'll put it up on full screen. So heavy rain, and as you get to the Seaway, we are definitely seeing freezing rain and ice pellets along that 401 corridor. So hearing from multiple people, Cornwall, Brockville, getting in on that mixed precipitation, which is not fun at all. So what else have we got here? Just jumping back and reading some comments. Connor just saying no major storm in the 2000s, early 2010s. I didn't think so, but like I said, the last one I remember was last year, basically. What else have we got here? Ice Storm 98 was brutal, coming from Barbell. Yes, I would agree with that statement 100%. Hey, just moved to Baja, Mexico, and watching my first winter away in Finch, Ontario remotely and not missing it one bit. Stay safe, folks. That's from Marshud on the comments. Congratulations. You're enjoying the warmer weather down there. We are definitely not having fun with it along the Seaway, and that snow is definitely starting to pile up. So what else is here? JJ saying, I'm on the border of North York and we've got, I guess, 5 to 6 centimeters of lake effect. So you are a little further away from the lake, which is allowing the snow to stick around a little more. Definitely seeing some accumulation there. So that's good to hear from you, JJ. Thank you for that. What else have we got here? Hey, Tornado Pro, good to see you on the channel. Always love interacting with you. So thanks for tuning in. Let me see here. Ice Storm 2013, much of the city of Toronto and Richmond Hill were out of power for days. Okay, thank you for that update. That's from Wingling Chan. That now it's starting to ring a bell that there was something that happened in the Toronto area. So it wasn't in the Eastern Ontario region, but obviously Toronto experiencing that would not be fun, and especially with the density of population that's down there. So thanks for that update. Snowing heavy in Canada. Coming in from Tornado Pro, which, yes, we are seeing that heavy bands of snow just kind of in here. Anything south of there will experience heavy snowfall rates. And once we get to the St. Lawrence Seaway, you're going to see freezing rain and mixed precipitation. So what else have we got here? Snow is starting to accumulate on the roads as well. Same area in Canada. Prescott getting another confirmation that they're getting freezing rain. So anybody along the 401 corridor right now, if you're traveling, once you get east of Kingston, I suspect the drive is going to be miserable. It's not going to be fun coming from Toronto to Kingston or going the other way. It's going to be slow, but heading further east, once you get east of Kingston, you're not going to have fun if it's freezing rain. It will definitely be difficult. So I'm just looking here to see if there's any kind of update on that road conditions. And as I speak about this, I'm going to pull up Google Maps here just to show folks. So back towards Toronto, the 401 is yellow with spots of red. So it's a miserable drive on the 401 heading west towards Toronto. And it looks like they've closed part of the 401 for an accident. So there's now a detour around that. So this is north. Well, so it stretches basically just from the east of Cobourg, the closure, I mean, down to Brighton. So it looks like they're going to be detouring traffic. My guess is just down to Grafton, and then continue on Highway 2 if you're heading eastward, and then on the north side it'll be a different road into Brighton, and then coming back up to the 401. So just literally corroborating what I was just saying, just because of all that lake effect snow. It is now heading into Oshawa. It improves a little bit again because it's a little warmer down there. Probably not getting as much accumulation, but definitely seeing quite a bit here. And I'm going to check on the 511 down that way to see if I can pull up anything. There's Cobourg. Okay, so they're showing an incident down this way. So I'm going to see if I can pull up this camera. So this is the area as long as the feed comes up, hopefully. So definitely a lot more snow coverage here. I don't think we're going to see the accident. This is just but this was also at 4:36, so it's 10 minutes ago. Don't know how I'm just going to see if I can find. There's another camera here, so of course, no live feed. I don't know if that's by design. Is there one going to come up here? Bear with me, folks. Just the sites. No. So there's no camera feeds. There's 3 of them there, but for whatever reason, they're not showing up. Let me see if I can pull anything up on here as well. And it's taking its sweet time. I don't know if they pull the camera feeds down if there's an accident, just so that there's nothing being streamed or photos taken of any kind of serious incident. I don't know if that's the case or not. Maybe somebody who works with the ministry in terms of camera feeds, but could comment. But I don't see any feeds being. Yeah, they're all. It's strange that all the cameras. Okay, so this is Wow, yeah. So you can see there's no traffic on the one side of the 401. So they definitely have it closed. There's a heavy precipitation here, a lot of snow coming down. That's the only camera I'm able to get anything out of. So that's this one here. This is just to the north of Colborne. That's this camera that we were looking at right here. And if I flip back to Google Maps, that is, oh, they've closed the 401 even further. So since we started talking, the 401 was closed up to north of Colborne, and it is now closed all the way up to almost Quinte West. So travel along the 401 is definitely getting a lot worse. So I would say if you don't need to travel on the 401 today at this time, I would definitely not recommend it between Toronto and Kingston. East of Kingston, things are definitely getting worse as that mixed precipitation is in there. So again, a lot of slowdowns heading eastward, and then once you get past the 416, again, we're seeing slowdowns in that area, and haven't seen a huge change on the maps for that Lancaster accident. If that or that transport truck, it may have not updated, but that's what we're experiencing right now. So definitely travel is a bit of a problem. So I'm going to jump back in the comments here. Hopefully that's helping people out. Again, I would not travel along the 401 along the basically along the lakeshore, essentially from Kingston all the way to Toronto. It just does not look like any fun whatsoever. So what else have we got here? Denanda saying, yeah, East downtown Toronto is starting to rain with the snow and with the wind. Sunday fun day, absolutely. So Prescott getting freezing rain, which we mentioned earlier. What else have we got here? Elmville Acres from Mike saying he's got just shy of 2 centimeters in the backyard. Elmville Acres is in the southeast quadrant of Ottawa, essentially, for anybody that's not familiar. Alanis chiming in here in the Cornwall Ice Storm 98. My whole family moved in with me for 3 days because I was the only one who had a heat source. Yeah, that would be cramped quarters for sure. Awesome that at least you guys had heat. I definitely appreciate and understand that. Like I said, I had no power for 10 days. So you got to do what you got to do sometimes. And it's good that you guys managed to get through it. Reed saying snow's getting heavier and windy in the Arnprior area. So let me zoom in here on radar just to show you. So Arnprior is on the very edge of these dark blue bands of snow. So that corroborates anything kind of northwest of there is definitely petering out in terms of any kind of snow up that way. So Arnprior, Renfrew's kind of the cutoff at this point. Anybody traveling on Highway 17 going up towards North Bay, once you get past Renfrew into Cobden, there's probably no snow up that way. So what else have we got? Another confirmation from Valerie saying freezing rain in Brockville. Prince Edward County saying Viking Blood, saying Prince Edward County has whiteouts, which with those snow bands, and I'm just looking back at radar here, and I'm going to pull it up. This right here between Napanee, Odessa, that dark blue is super intense snow. That is going to be whiteout conditions as that moves through the region. So again, if you don't have to travel and you're in this area where this precipitation is happening, don't do it. It ain't worth it. That's just going to be my 2 cents worth on that one. Greg saying I had the snowblower going all day today. Greg, 16 or I6S, I think it is. Would love to know where that is. If you can just kind of give us an update. I've definitely got my snowblower ready to go, and I'm looking at my camera here. I don't know what that reflection is from. I'm kind of curious what that is. Might be my lights outside. So this is outside my house currently. The blue in the middle, like this light area that's in the middle, it's a reflection off my window or something like that. Not too sure, but I thought I had that all covered up. But anyways, so we're definitely going to be using the snowblower, I suspect, tomorrow morning. Get up and clear the driveway, first one of the year. So what else is here? Stay safe all, keep the rubber side down, coming from Jean Pelletier. Yes, definitely, everybody. Just take your time. If you are stuck traveling, take your time. That's all I'm going to say. There's no point in rushing. Only rain in Cornwall, Ontario. Do you think there will be a bus cancellation in the area? Coming from Barbecue Chips 42. So it depends. That's a tough one to say. The system is supposed to be done overnight. We were talking about 3, 4 o'clock in the morning is kind of what models are showing and what we're expecting based on models. So we'll see if that happens. If it's closed, if it's done by 3, 4 o'clock, I suspect that the morning commute will be. I don't know that there will be bus cancellations because it's up to each individual board. But unless there's freezing rain, I don't suspect that there be any major bus cancellations because the road crews will have quite a bit of time to get things under control. So, but if there are, we will give you guys. I'm going to put up a link actually. Connor, can you throw a link up, the one I sent you the other day? About the bus cancellation resource. It's a good website. So for anybody tuning in and you want to know if there's any bus cancellations kind of in Eastern Ontario all the way, throughout the Ottawa Valley, there's a good website for that. So jackknife transport near Iroquois on the 401 per the scanner, coming from Connor. So Iroquois, I'm just moving down here. So yeah, I'm going to bring this up. Connor's just mentioning that. So that's this big slowdown here by Iroquois. Couple of reports of crashes. They're just just reports from travelers. So slow going through this area. Obviously, definitely not fun. I will see if I can pull up a camera. There's one here right by Iroquois. So oops, I don't know what happened there. Let me pull this up. Oh, now it doesn't want to play nice. What did I click on? Help. There we go. Oh, okay. So it seems whenever there's some kind of accident, a lot of the cameras are showing down today, which is, I don't know if that's normal. So I look at this site before this, every once in a while I would look at it. But today, with all the precipitation that's happening, you would think that, they would have the cameras up so people can understand what's going on in the region. And we are getting absolutely pummeled right now in the area. I'm bringing up radar full screen with heavy, heavy snow. So all of this blue that you're seeing, this dark blue just kind of south of this ring here, and I'll just highlight it into Montreal, and I'll go look at Montreal. There is a lot of precipitation in here. A lot of this is whiteout conditions, and then again, if you're mixed conditions with the red and the blue, that's going to be freezing rain, ice pellets, and snow potentially. So definitely, the models picked up on Eastern Ontario getting the most of it, and that seems to be definitely coming true at this point. So Ottawa area is more into it than we expected. So that's the difference. It's a little further north. So even up into Calabogie and Renfrew, definitely getting a lot of snow. So anybody who's new here, we'd love if you subscribe to the channel. This is something that we're going to be doing. We did it during the severe season for Eastern Ontario for storms. Anytime there was impact on daily routines. And now this is our winter platform that we're going to be doing. Love feedback from people, what you like to see, what you don't like to see. And we will do our best to adjust what people are looking for. So, yeah, definitely hit the subscribe button, smash the like as well. That helps get this out to people. The YouTube algorithm puts it out to people that they can see this. So we're on here trying to get accurate up to the second, or up to the minute, I should say, information based on the radar that we're seeing. So let's take a look back in the comments here. Snow is beautiful here in Mirabel, Quebec. And I said I was going to jump into Montreal, so that brings up need to stick to my word there. So Montreal radar is showing this as as rain or as freezing rain, but we just got a comment here from Megan Frost from Mirabel, Quebec. So saying that there's snow. This just looks like a ton of snow coming from the Montreal area, and that basically it looks like it's not going to end for quite some time. Bringing up Google Maps, and I will flip right over to it just so you guys can see. You can see all the slowdowns on the major highways coming from northwest and the west, northeast, and east of Montreal, where the meat of this storm is kind of going through right now. You can see all the slowdowns in there. This is definitely an impact from the storm, so slow traveling through these areas. Because we've got all of this precipitation happening in the Montreal area, and it is fairly dense precipitation. It is showing as freezing rain, but that is not accurate. I was highly suspicious of that. So just looks like rain at this point. Hopefully that's the way it stays. What else is here? That was from Megan, so I'm just trying to trace my steps here. Connor saying at his place he's got 6.5 centimeters accumulated now, and there's 2 centimeters that have fallen in the last 45 minutes. So that's significant snowfall. Connor, for anybody that doesn't know, is in St. Albert area, or St. Albert, Chrysler area. You can see that he is right now in this dark blue band of snow. So that is heavy precipitation. So it looks like you're going to keep getting that, Connor. He's more than likely looking at every app as well. So what else is here? What else? Neil saying, my son and best mates live in Shediac and Saskatoon. Look like it's going to be a little fresh. Yes, the prairies definitely get the cold weather in Saskatchewan more so than others. Manitoba's bad at it too, so I shouldn't leave them out. But definitely cold weather out west is a norm. So Andrew asking, looks nice. No snow in Hanover. So let me just pull this up and just have a quick look here. So yeah, Hanover, unless there's some kind of lake effect snow, depending on the wind shift. So this, as this moves through the region, is kind of spinning. I'll see if I can show it on the radar. It won't be as evident on the current radar, but you're getting that curling effect happening down by Kingston, where things are kind of curling back counterclockwise. So if the winds shift, Hanover might see something coming off the lakes. And again, it would be the lakes that are affecting this. But for now, no, Hanover doesn't look to be getting anything in terms of that. So what else have we got here? Secondary road starting to build up in Elmville Acres, coming from Mike. Donanda saying, in your area it seems to be getting dark, and where did the road go? So that's probably my camera here. So yes, we are definitely getting after dark. I don't know how well this camera will do in complete darkness. Again, I'm really baffled by where this blue light is coming from. I'm actually going to check that. Oh, I know where it's coming from. Let me see here if I can fix that. I have outdoor lights that I can control the color on. So let me see if this fixes it. I'm actually curious just to see if that fixes that reflection, and then we'll get back into the comments here. So nope, doesn't seem to change it at all. So that, I don't know where that reflection is coming from, but anyways, I will work on that later. That's not important. Okay, let's get back to things here. What else have we got here? So, okay, Connor has just put a comment in there talking about the school bus cancellations. The website is steo.ca. They have a great resource tool for anybody that has kids in school that take the bus. All the cancellations are on there. We will be using that as a tool when we're doing our live streams in the mornings to be able to give you guys that information as well. But if you want to use it, absolutely great resource tool there. So what else is here? Dananda saying January 2024, we had such a dump of snow overnight that the city of Toronto couldn't even function. Memory serves me, it was a Sunday night into Monday morning. That's not a great way to start the week for sure. That's no fun. Hualtago guy watching from sunny Mexico. We're jealous from sunny Mexico. That's awesome. I'd be curious what the temperature is down there compared to us. But thank you for tuning in. Always love having people chiming into the stream and checking it out. Even if you're in much warmer temperatures than we are. So 1.5 centimeters of carp and Hazeltine Road areas coming from Mike as well. Thank you from that. Megan Frost saying I'm about 30 minutes north of Montreal. So that was in regards to the snow that we were talking about that's moved into the Montreal region where the Blainville radar was showing everything as freezing rain. So I'm just switching that over right now. Anything that's red is freezing rain according to radar. But again, I don't believe this. South of Montreal, you're seeing into the, south of there, you're seeing green, which is rain, and then snow back in the Ottawa area. But I suspect the radar is not reading that as accurately as it should. So thank you very much for that update. Great local coverage. First discovered your channel this summer. Greetings from Prescott, where, yes, freezing rain continues. Coming from Randy. Thanks for staying on board, Randy. We appreciate you, and it's awesome to have you on board as well. So again, we want to make this channel about the people that are tuned in, and when we get reports from people, that's the stuff we love passing on to viewers. So we're getting accurate, up-to-the-minute information out. So Mike saying I'm with 2 snow removal companies in Stittsville. Awesome. Thanks for what you do. You guys are going to be busy overnight in the morning, I believe. So Counter getting a comment in here. Check the cameras along the 401 from Morrisburg. They're starting to get covered in freezing rain. So that is confirming everything what we're seeing here. So I'm just going to pull something up. I'll bring it up. No. Come on. Just want to see if I can pull one up here before I put it on the screen. Wow. Sorry, bear with me, guys. Definitely not the best picture out of that one. I'm going to try and pull this one up here. Yeah, so this is what Connor's referring to. So we are definitely getting that wet precipitation and ice building up on the cameras, and there's just the one camera working there. I'm going to see if I can find something a little more accurate. Yeah, so this is what Connor's talking about. So this one is completely covered in freezing rain and ice. That's why there's no real image there. So definitely not fun along the 401 corridor today. Whether it's to Toronto or whether it's to Montreal from, the Kingston region, all along there is not what I would recommend if you're looking to travel. So what else have we got here? Alanis, thank you very much for the donation. We very much appreciate it. It actually goes a long way towards helping us get this stuff out there. So thank you for that. Appreciate it. And let me go through here some more stuff. Janet saying my daughter, son-in-law, and granddaughter are driving home to Smith Falls from Peterborough. How is it looking? So, Janet, if they are traveling along the 401, I would recommend they probably take Highway 7. I'm just going to confirm that Highway 7 is probably a little better option. Oh no, Highway 7's closed as well. Okay, I'm going to bring this up. Down by Maberly, and it looks like there's a major slowdown. There's a crash there. And then this is through Road 38 that comes up to Highway 7. So they're going to have to take their time. 401, I would not recommend. Highway 7 was the only other option. The only slowdown I see on Highway 7 that's major right now is this one that's west of Maberly that I'm showing in here. It does show an accident. How long that's going to be closed for, I don't know. Or not closed for, but how long that's going to be there, I don't know. I do not have a camera, I don't believe, that I can check in there. So let me just take a look. There is one right at Maberly, so let's take a look here. There is absolutely no one on that section of road. So there are road cars traveling, but they are very snow covered, as you can see. This is at 4:54, so it's about 13 minutes ago, Janet. So again, I would probably take Highway 7 just because it's less traveled than the 401. Far less trucks as well. Would be my take. That's the route I take when I go from Kempville to Toronto. I don't enjoy the 401 anymore. I used to drive it a lot, but yes, so let's do a comparison here, Janet. If you look at Highway 7 to the north, 401 is just a disaster below it. So the route from there would be Highway 7. That's the one I would gamble on. It is going to be slow. It's not going to be fun, but I suspect they'll be able to make it easier than taking the 401 at this point. So that's Janet Cannon. I'm just replying to that comment there. Let's go back here, get back at it. Is there a chance for school bus cancellations in the Canada area? I don't think that will happen. That's coming from Tornado Pro. Again, the storm's supposed to end overnight, middle of the night. If it continues, there's a chance. I don't know how high I would put it, but there's a chance. But basically, it looks like this will end around the overnight hour. The most of it will be over by 10 o'clock, like the heavy stuff. But we will still have, some precipitation persisting, but not like what we're seeing right now. So there was a chance. So Willow above and beyond. Cornwall was snowing, the freezing rain, now raining makes everything slush. Roads are horrible coming from the Cornwall area. So anybody out there just confirming that it's no fun at all. Drove from Athens to Cornwall around noon, beat the worst of it. Ryan, yeah, you definitely did. Athens is just around the Brockville area, kind of northwest of Brockville. Just in here, I've got it on the center of the radar, and then up to Cornwall. So you definitely were good to get it done before all of this was hitting. Windy and freezing rain now in Athens. The ground is white with snow from earlier, coming from Heather. So that's a back-to-back comments about Athens area. Linda just got off the 401 at Trenton and booked a hotel. We are not the only ones. Whiteout on the 401. Linda, thank you for putting that comment in there. You definitely made a smart choice getting off the highway. Based on what I'm seeing on the road maps and cameras, 401 is a disaster. Hopefully tomorrow you'll be able to get on to your destination. It's not worth fighting horrible conditions to, get into an accident. So that is a comment from Linda just saying 401 at Trenton, not good at all at this point, saying whiteout conditions, which based on the radar that we are seeing, you can definitely see that that's the case. So thank you for updating us on that. Saint Jerome, Quebec. What else is here? Saying snow there. So that's in Saint Jerome. On the Quebec side, thank you for that update. East downtown Toronto is now coming down hard with the rain and snow, and it's starting to build up, and windy down there as well. So definitely sounds like it's picking up. I'm going to take a look at Toronto radar, King City. So there is a snow band coming off of Lake Ontario, and you can kind of see it. I'm going to try and zoom in here. So there's a couple of bands right in this area. that are coming off Lake Ontario, and then you're also seeing those bands coming off the lake east of Toronto, moving across the 401 east of Oshawa, Newtonville into Cobourg. So we're getting that comment about whiteouts near Trenton. Just miserable travel. So definitely, if you have to travel east from the Toronto area, my bet would be on Highway 7, but even that is a gamble. So take that with a grain of salt and, do what's best for you. But we're seeing, as we zoom into this radar for Ontario and Eastern Ontario, into Quebec, the snowfall rates are pretty significant. So we're definitely getting a lot of precipitation out of this system. So let me jump back into the comments here. I work at a car dealership, going to be busy getting all of the snow off vehicles tomorrow. Ryan, I used to work at a car dealership. I spent 6 years working at one in Ottawa my brother owns. I hated snow days. Moving every single car, scraping every single car, and then running the snow plow. So I totally can relate to not looking forward to that. My condolences on that one. It's not fun. It's definitely the least favorite day of anybody at a car dealership. So good luck tomorrow. Hope it doesn't take too long. So Janet, they're coming Highway 7. I will let them know about the accident. Thank you. Yes, glad to help out there. Glad to hear they're on Highway 7 because we're now starting to hear stories coming out of the 401 that it's just not worth even driving down at this point. So Mike asking if anybody's seen any pre-salting in Ottawa. So if anybody has any comments about that, definitely throw it in the chat. And that way we can... So my nighttime camera is not that good. So this is just a daytime camera at this point. But definitely getting that accumulation coming in. So what else have we got here? This is the worst storm we had this year. Coming from Greg. Yeah, I mean, this is the first dose of winter that most of us have seen for sure. It's why we've come onto the live stream, because we knew travel conditions were going to be terrible. And I'm going to zoom in here and show you guys Google Maps how bad the travel conditions are getting for our region, the National Capital Area. So this is Google Maps, and anybody who's been tuned in, we started 3 hours ago. I started talking. And so the map was green. Now Ottawa area 416, east of Ottawa 417, a lot of yellow, some red areas, and I'm going to just kind of scan through this. The Gatineau 50 is slow. Traveling is atrocious right now anywhere that this snow is happening. That closure on 50 is still there in the Masson area that we talked about, I think, about 2 hours ago. So that is still taking place. What else have we got here? We've got some red on the Queensway down by the Carlington area. So that's I believe, the Carling exit, I want to say. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what that is. That's the Carling exit. So just yellow everywhere, starting to be an issue. We also look like we have an accident coming up to Eagleson. There is a lot of red just by the Eagleson exit. Let me just see if I can pull that up on cameras. Let's zoom in here. I'm starting to think that they kill cameras when there's an accident or anything, but if this says offline as well, no, there. So here we can see there's definitely an emergency vehicle there at 5:09. I mean, obviously that's not live. That's 6 minutes ago. But you can see that there's nothing in front of that emergency vehicle. Looks like traffic's basically stopped. But again, not able to get a live image there. I'll look at another camera coming back the other way. So definitely very snow covered. It's just travel conditions are getting to be quite bad throughout the region. So let me zoom back out here, skip over to this and come back into the comments. What else have we got here? Is the 401 closed in Eastern Ontario? Coming from Catherine. 401 is not closed that I can see. In terms of east of 416 and Kingston. I'm just going to double check that I'm not speaking incorrectly, but I do know that down by essentially from Quinte West, 401 is closed almost all the way on the eastern portion. It looks like the westbound is still open. Eastbound is closed from Grafton, and I'm going to put it up on the screen for you. So from Grafton, eastbound, the 401 is closed all the way along here, and it seems to be all the way into Quinte West. So that is definitely closed. It looks like they have the westbound is still open, but extremely slow going through that region. So that portion of the 401 is closed. We did mention Highway 7. I'm just going to back it up here. Where was it? Sorry, it was just near Charbet Lake. There is a small portion that looks to be closed. I am zooming in here. I don't know if there's a detour in place or anything like that. I don't know if we have anybody in that area, but you can see coming into that that it's completely red on the 7 going westbound. Eastbound from there is open and yellow. So just extremely slow traveling at this point. Let me get back out here, folks, and I'm just going to look back at the 401, get down in here to Napanee. It looks like it's still open. I don't see a closure right now. Going through Kingston, lots of accidents along the way. There's many, those red circles are accidents. Slow going because they're yellow, but so far don't see any closures at this time. Definitely a big slowdown here westbound at the Thousand Island Parkway and 401 area, if you're familiar with that. And then coming through Brockville, I don't see any closures, and I'm kind of heading towards, that's the 416 interchange, which you can see 401, 416 is very slow. Slow travel east of there. Heading up the 401. I'm just making sure I stay zoomed in so I don't miss anything. Towards Cornwall. And then into Lancaster, and then we're into Quebec, and we're heading into the Montreal area. So I don't think the 401 is closed anywhere east of Quinte West as far as things are right now at this moment. So, but this is constantly evolving, so we will keep you up to date on that as well. So thank you. Great coverage. Appreciate the comment. Connor already covered that, but in terms of whether there's anything closed, so thank you, Connor, for doing that. Waze is saying 4 crashes on 401 between Trenton and Kingston. I bet you it's actually even more than that at this point, just because it's an evolving situation. What time will it be the worst for Castleman? Asking Castleman right now. Up until my guess, and Connor, maybe you can confirm if models are showing this, I would say till probably about 9-10 p.m. is going to be the heart of the precipitation or the meat of the storm. So we still have quite some time left on that. Mike, appreciate the donation very much. Thank you. Much appreciated. Senators have a home game tonight in Canada. I wonder how the weather will affect attendance. If you don't need to travel, I mean, tickets are expensive. I get that, but yeah, the cost of an accident could be far worse than that. So I'm going to pull up, I'm going to pull up some cameras here just to see around, see if there's a camera there by the, so many cameras offline, man. Holy cow. So this is Terry Fox. I'll bring it up. So that's what the camera looks like. It's snow covered. The roads are snow covered. So not impassable. I mean, listen, this is Canada. We know how to drive in it, but if you don't have winter tires, I definitely don't recommend going out tonight. That just my 2 cents on that one. So, yeah, it's definitely going to affect attendance. People who don't need to go or, aren't going to show up because this is going to continue right through, like I said, till probably for the next 5 hours or so is my guess. What else have we got here? Gatineau in the house. It's coming down here. Milkman 4903. Yeah, we're definitely seeing that in the Ottawa Hull region and Gatineau. We're definitely getting, all the way to Buckingham, Pepineville. Definitely getting lots of precipitation. If you're new tuning in, the dark blue is the heavy snow. Red is where you've got these pixels of red and blue mixing. That's our transition zone between snow, freezing rain, and rain kind of a situation. So along the Seaway, definitely seeing that. And we've had confirmation from a number of viewers saying, along the 401, it's basically freezing rain. So terrible for driving, that's for sure. Okay, Renee saying the blue in your camera is a reflection of your window. Mine did the same thing. Yeah, so it's somehow, I know, there's a little light on the camera, actually, now that I think about it, and that's what's reflecting off the window. So I'm going to just take a black marker and take that out. Thank you, Renee. That's awesome. I will fix that before my next stream. So, Catherine, happy to answer your question. Take care as well. Thank you for tuning in. We're going to be here for a while. Tom, you're a machine. Great briefings as usual. You're going to have to order some Mr. Mozzarella for supper. So I've learned that because I had a stream there in the summer where I did like 8 hours straight. I definitely have some food available. And so I'll probably take a break at some point because I can hear my voice is starting to go. I've been going for 3 hours, 15 minutes, but definitely trying to keep everybody up to date. So thank you for the kind words there, Aaron. Appreciate that very much. What else is here? And everybody needs to be careful with traveling. Andrew saying people need to slow down in the winter. It's not summer. Agreed 100%. I just find people driving way beyond the weather conditions and the ability of their vehicle. That's for sure. So, definitely been a long time since I've seen a weather signature on our radar like this for snow. We are definitely seeing, sorry guys, the Zoom is finicky on this. We are definitely seeing some very heavy snow in eastern Ontario from, basically Belleville eastward and northeastward from there. It is been a long time since I've seen snow like that in such a big area. So definitely getting quite a bit of snow. This may actually overperform and we may get more snow than the models thought. So again, we're talking 10 to 20 centimeters. If it continues like this for the next 4 or 5 hours, we're definitely going to be closing in on that 20 centimeter mark. But we'll see how that continues. So just going to bring this back here. What else have we got here? Connor commenting, awesome. Thanks for the help, Connor, and anybody else, any of my admins in the chat. Again, thank you for being there. OPP scanner has been going absolutely insane for hours now, Connor saying. Okay, Tom should also stop at a Shell gas station and get an extra large Mountain Dew slushy. Yeah, I'm drinking, I have SodaStream at home, so I make my own kind of like you get the syrups or whatever, and that's Mountain Dew that I'm drinking, so good catch there, big guy. Yeah, I definitely like that stuff, so let's take a look here. I'm just going to see what's happening here. I'm just pulling up some stuff. Bear with me. Okay, I've got a post here on our Facebook page from Patricia O'Reilly. So let me put this full screen. And I always do this. So between Vernon and Winchester at 4:37 p.m. This is from Patricia O'Reilly. Thank you for sending this in. I will put it up on the screen. So this is audio is a little loud. I'll turn that down. So Definitely windy and definitely starting to freeze everything up as those winds continue. So that's what we're seeing out there. I'll come back to this and get that off. Sorry about the sound there. So that, thank you for sending that in. That's 45 minutes ago from Patricia O'Reilly, just before it got dark, obviously. So let's jump back in here. What is this? Kalina McDowell. Check out the City of Ottawa street cameras. Some good snow. Castle Frank and Hazeldean, Canada. Yes, we were just looking at those as people are traveling to the game. Agreed. There's definitely quite a bit of snow coming down. Melissa just getting back onto the channel says it's bad out there. She's just west of Ottawa slightly, so it's definitely getting intense. And if you're in the eastern townships, this signature here with all of this dark blue and all this freezing rain to the south by the Seaway, those are some heavy snowfall rates. Crews won't be able to keep up with this if it continues, especially on the side roads. They'll barely be able to keep up with it on the main highways. So definitely keep that in mind. The maps are definitely showing the same thing. Roads are just getting to the point where people are struggling to travel on them. And I'm just looking back at Google Maps to see if there's anything that's updated. Yeah. No new closures along the 401, but still very slow travel everywhere. So my neighbor, I can hear the snowblower. My neighbor's blowing the laneway already, so we obviously have a decent amount of accumulation out there, enough that he's using the snowblower. So I can't tell how much is out there, but definitely getting that accumulation going. So I will be using the snowblower by the time either I go to bed or in the morning when I get up. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We really, really appreciate it. It helps out us getting out in the YouTube algorithm, and especially if you hit the like button and you subscribe. So thank you for that. What else have we got here? Plows in Carlton Place not going out till midnight, so they're holding off and they're going to run the tail end of the storm. So that's coming from Melissa. Her husband runs plow, so thanks for that update. They're going to wait for most of the snow to fall and then they'll work on clearing the roads. Definitely hearing the ice pellets hitting the windows in Moose Creek. I was in Moose Creek recently for a wedding. Friend of mine got married out that way, so let's just take a look. This is Moose Creek right in the center of the screen, right here. And so you can see that's right on that edge of that precipitation transition. And so we are hearing about ice pellets. I would suspect between Moose Creek and Cornwall, you're going to have that transition into freezing rain, and then maybe even rain into the Cornwall area at this point. But we'll see. We're starting to see some green patches, so that's what's happening here. So I'm zooming in here. So this is North Augusta, down by Spencerville. This could be a transition of rain. It's an interesting signature. I haven't seen that before. Yeah, that looks like that's rain. So we may be getting some rain showing on the Franktown radar. I'm not 100% sure if that's what's going on, but it's definitely in that area where it's pushing northward. There's been a definite push here northward of the warmer precipitation. And when I say warmer, that's relative. It's going to be rain or freezing rain versus, snow. So anyways, let's kind of jump back into the comments. Rob Mockett saying the pouring ice pellets have calmed down and we are back to snow in Winchester. So for those that don't know, he's the dad of Connor Mockett, obviously our celebrity storm chaser. So Rob, thank you for tuning in and giving us an update as well. So good to see you in the chat. Elmville Acres getting heavy snow right now, according to Mike, 2 centimeters right now. What else have we got here? Freezing rain and ice pellets in Cornwall coming from Chris Baker, which we've been hearing on and off for the last little while. So definitely continuing by the looks of it. Freezing rain and ice pellets in Cornwall for 2 hours now. So I didn't even see that comment, but that's awesome. Thank you for the update there. We will continue to see how this, how this storm continues to produce precipitation. All of it, or most of it, is coming off the Lake Ontario impact. Just as those winds travel across Lake Ontario, the Kingston area is definitely getting a ton of snow. Just looking back at the 401 here. Wow. Yeah, I would not be traveling. I'm going to bring up a big look of the map for Google Maps. So basically, anything east of Oshawa is where it all comes unglued in terms of travel. You can see the whole entire section of 401, 416, all of Ottawa. East of the 416 up to Cornwall is yellow, and then the 417 down to Castleman, east of there all the way to Dunvegan is slow. So just terrible commuting, and Montreal is seeing quite a bit of the same. I'm actually going to switch over to the Montreal radar and have a look in there just to see what the radar is showing there. So again, heavy precipitation in there. It is showing red. Again, I'm skeptical. I think that is snow. We've had confirmation from some people from the viewing area in Montreal and north of Montreal, just showing that that is actually snow. If that was freezing rain, that would be catastrophic for Montreal. So I don't think that's the case. Especially when you go north of Montreal, that's my guess would be that that's actually going to be snow. So just going to run the cycle here so you can see how this has progressed through the afternoon and into the early evening at this point. Lots and lots of precipitation heading for the Montreal area. I'm really hoping that's snow and not freezing rain as the radar is showing. I'm just hoping that's an interpretation issue. So let's bring back up the Ottawa area. And let me jump back on this here. So Carleton Place, it's a mix of snow and rain for the Carleton Place area. Interesting. So that's heavy, wet snow is basically what I'm hearing. Big snowflakes in Castleman coming from Mimi O'Rourke. So that's on the east end of Ottawa. I can't even find the highway on the map because it's so blue. So Castleman definitely in this band of very heavy snow. So that corroborates what we're seeing there. So let me just take a look back here, bring up the main screen. What time are we? We're 5:34 p.m. So 3.5 hours into this coverage right now. Thanks for those that have tuned in, and whether you're here for a minute or 2 hours or the whole time, we appreciate you guys tracking along with us. So let me just take a look here. I'm just going to run a couple of things. Mike saying he had to shovel. So yeah, Mike, I suspect you're going to be shoveling even more, unfortunately. The snow is not going to end at this point. So let me just take a look here. Just looking at some information, so bear with me. Okay, so let me flip back here, see if I have any stuff on Facebook. I try and jump on and check all the stuff that we have. It's obviously hard to do with everything that's going on at the same time here, but okay, Google Maps, switch back to that. I'm just seeing if there's any more road closures that I'm aware of or that I'm not haven't shared yet, but just looking. Yeah, once you get past Renfrew, Cobden, by the time you get to Pembroke, there's basically essentially no snow, and I'm going to confirm that on the highway traffic cameras. So where's that one in Petawawa? I'm just going to take look at that. So this is a bad picture just because there's a car coming with bright headlights, but this is near Petawawa, and this looks like there's a bit of snow that's happened in the Petawawa area. So this, based on, it's the only camera I've got. The other one, this does look like there may be a little bit of snow, but I can't really tell for sure. So that's the last camera up that way. Cameras tend to lose because of the nighttime viewing. They switch to black and white mode, and so this is north of Petawawa, and there's no snow here whatsoever. So this is just looking at it at 5:23. That's about 13 minutes ago. There's nothing happening up there. That is Bissett Creek, which is halfway between Mattawa and Petawawa. So I'm just going to look here, check out the Renfrew camera, see how that one's doing. I bet you that's quite snow covered, because I'm starting to think that either my computer is not liking this web page, or there's a serious issue with the live cameras on the Highway 511 or 511 format. I don't know if anybody else is using 511, Ontario 511, can confirm whether they can see those cameras, or if it's just on my end that I'm having the problem. So, okay, what else have we got here? Megan saying mother-in-law says it is freezing rain coming down in Kirkland, Quebec. So Kirkland, Quebec, I'm just going to pull that up. Thank you for that information. I'm just going to highlight that for you folks, just so we can understand where the freezing rain is reaching at this point. And that would be just on the west portion of the island in the Montreal area. So let me zoom in here. Give me a sec here, get my bearings. Montreal, the island, there it is. So we are seeing on the Ottawa radar showing that mixed precipitation. So Megan, thank you for letting us know that it's now freezing rain. So that's not good for the island of Montreal. So that radar was showing mostly freezing rain, which, if that's the case, that's not that's very bad for the Montreal region. So anybody who's in there, make sure you charge your equipment. And power outages could start happening even in Ontario with the heavier snow as this progresses later into the night. Make sure you've got devices charged. If you've got any backup power, make sure you're ready to go with that. Just take the precautions that you need to be prepared in the worst case scenario. But let's hope that doesn't happen. So just taking a look back here at our radar in Eastern Ontario, and it's nothing but snow for the most part. And just along the seaway, we're getting that heavy rain happening. So let me just jump back in. Fabian asking snow day tomorrow in Castleman. If this ends in the middle of the night like we suspect it will, I doubt it. Road crews will have this under control by 6-7 a.m. The main roads will definitely be cleared, and even a bunch of the side roads I suspect will be cleared. So I don't think it's going to be a snow day anywhere. Renee saying snowing in Petawawa right now, so thank you for confirming that based on the cameras that we were looking at. I suspected that was the case, but awesome to get the confirmation as well. So low visibility on West 417, according to Google Maps. Yes, it is not good to be on the 417 anywhere in the Ottawa area, Eastern Ontario, and definitely not the 401 for sure. So quasi questions. This is a much needed stream. Thank you, folks. Don't forget to show your appreciation by subscribing and hitting the like button if you haven't done so. Those are great words to live by. Thank you very much for the kind compliments. I appreciate that very much. Tornado Pro going for toboggan, and I'll update y'all with the snow depths on the roads when I'm back. Thank you very much. Have fun tobogganing. Don't hurt yourself. I've definitely, as a kid, used to do a lot of tobogganing and getting hurt a lot, but that's part of being a kid. So Appreciate that. Thanks for tuning in. Let's take a look here. I'm just going to double check on a couple of things here. Zoom back out, and see if anything's improved or gotten worse. Okay, so there are now more closures along the 401 outside of Quinte, Belleville, Napanee. So the 401 is basically not somewhere you want to be tonight. Anybody traveling between Toronto, Kingston, Montreal, you do not want to be on the 401. So I'm going to bring this up, show you guys on the map. So the original closure that we had was this section here, which is still showing closed. Between Cobourg, or just east of Cobourg. They're closing it at Grafton and carrying it all the way to Quinte West. There is now another portion closed here just on the north of Belleville along the 401. That's closed as well. And there is now a closure from the Marysville exit heading into Napanee. So just one problem after another, definitely. And I mean, these little red dots that we're seeing crash, 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 crash all the way along here. It's dangerous to be on the 401, folks. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm not trying to do any of that. But clearly, based on what we're seeing on Google Maps and cameras and reports from people in the chat, 401 is unless you need to be there for whatever reason, it's an emergency. Otherwise, I would not consider going down there. So perfect. I'm getting a comment. The live cams aren't working for me either. So thank you very much for confirming that. I just want to make sure I wasn't having a technical issue, but appreciate that. Comments from Morchiba. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Thank you for updating us on that. What else have we got here? East downtown Toronto is raining more than snowing, but still snowing, and the winds are definitely picking up. Coming from Donanda, thank you for that update. We are definitely seeing an extended event, and especially east of Toronto, and mostly east of, I guess Cobourg, not Cobourg, sorry, east of Belleville, Quinte West. All of that is pushing off the lake and coming up into eastern Ontario. So if you guys have any measurements, if anybody has gone out and measured how much snow they have, please let us know in the chat, or send us an email, or even go to our Facebook group, Canadian Weather Live Reports. If you join that group, you can. It's all about weather. That's all it's about, and it's about the areas that we cover. So definitely you can post your photos, your videos all in there, and we love to hear snowfall rates. Connor definitely appreciates that too for his forecasting, just to corroborate what we were, forecasting, what we're thinking. It helps us get better at what we're doing. So thank you for anybody that submits information. It's awesome. So Donanda, can you check out the Don Valley Parkway Highway going north out of the city of Toronto? I can definitely do that. Let me just pull that up here. Toronto, Don Valley. Just want to make sure. Yeah, sorry. Okay, Don Valley. So DVP is always fun, especially in the summer. So let me pull this up for you, and I'll progress northward. So, excuse me, this is the DVP at the West Ramp and Lawrence Avenue. So snow covered on the extremities, but still looks fairly wet and slushy on the DVP itself. Let's cross the 401 and we'll go north from there. See it... well, that says 404, but that's the 404, across the 401. So again, slushy. You can see there is snow accumulation in the lanes. Definitely going to be slick driving conditions. That was 7 minutes ago. So that's coming from that camera. But DVP all the way up to, this is the last camera before you hit the 401. Unfortunately, a little bit not the best image just because of the reflection of all the headlights, but again, looks fairly wet with some slush on it. So hopefully that answers your question there. Melissa giving us a reading near the Carlton Place area, 7 centimeters there. So already getting up there in terms of the snow depths. So it looks like we might exceed that 10 centimeters and we might get into that 15 and maybe a little more than that. Even Armprior getting in with 8 centimeters coming from Reed. Thank you very much for that. Mike, can I send pictures? Yes. So you can email the pictures to us. So I'm going to bring that up here on our main screen, CanadianWeatherLive@gmail. You can always send us pictures, video there. Or you can, like I said, join the Facebook group as another option where you can post and send pictures as well. So we always appreciate anybody who contributes to this. It's kind of a team effort, and we enjoy that and appreciate it very much. So Melissa, obviously chiming in that you can do it through the Facebook group. Thank you for that, Melissa. What else have here? I'm in Cornwall. Just let my dog out. Feels like rain and ice pellets mix. Backyard is slushy, but still can see green grass. Ice frozen to the car. Didn't feel like an ice sheet. So that's good. So it sounds like that, the ground is still warm enough that the freezing rain isn't really impacting it. A metal car, obviously, lower temperature, so it is freezing to the car. So Ryan, thank you very much for that update out of the Cornwall area as of now. So again, we're now starting to see freezing rain potentially and ice pellets moving in further north now. It's now pushing up towards Kempville, down into the Winchester area, Smith Falls, Brockville, Ogdensburg, all of that. Lansdowne starting to see a lot more freezing rain push into the area. So I'll just back it up a couple of frames here. You can see in the last scan, it definitely popped into the Smith Falls area, Westport. So I don't know if anybody's in those areas that can confirm whether they're getting snow or a different type of precipitation. If you can let me know, that would be great. Throw it in the chat. Oh my God. Okay, big shout out to the 2016 AA Gloucester Rangers. You guys just won a tournament in Ajax, and they're all stuck on the 401 heading home. That's congratulations on the win. That's awesome. You're not going to get rewarded on it in terms of your travel. That sucks. I'm sorry that you're stuck on the 401. It does not look good, and you probably best to get off the 401 and maybe find a place to stay for the night if there's anything available, because I'm hearing a lot of people are doing that. So it may be a very long drive home, and I wish you all the best. Good luck. Definitely, I'm just going to pull up. I don't know where you're particularly stuck, but if it's, I'm going to bring this up on the screen here. You can see that is Coburg and on. Basically, the 401 is a parking lot for the most part, with some closures there, and then up the 416 all the way to Gloucester. So, yeah, that's not fun. But at least you won the tournament, so it kind of offsets it somewhat. It would even suck more if you were coming home and you'd lost. That would make it even more painful. So anyways, okay. What else have we got here? There we go. We're getting some congrats in the chat there. So thanks for tuning in. Hopefully at least we're getting you guys entertained while you're watching this on the live stream as you're trying to travel home. So hopefully you make it safe and sound. We don't, want to hear about anybody getting into an accident. I'm just looking back at Google Maps to see if there's any more closures in Highway 7. So that closure is still around the Charbot Lake area. I will switch back to that. So we do have a closure. It almost looks like in both directions. based on what I'm seeing here, and definitely a struggle to get through that Highway 7 and Road 38 north of Charlotte Lake section. The rest of it, there is some green, some yellow, but that's the big bottleneck right now in terms of that. So, okay, we are definitely going to consider staying somewhere. Appreciate what you do for all of us. Awesome silver. I'm assuming silver is that short form for that. But yes, thank you for tuning in. And we're going to be here for the next probably 4 or 5 hours, continuing this till most of it tapers off. So we'll see what's happening here with this freezing rain as it moves closer. I'm going to look at my camera, but it looks like snow here in Kempville still. So I'm going to flip to the radar, which is right here. So it is showing mixed precipitation for Kempville and in a lot of the area now. That's right in here, and that's my camera. Please disregard the blue reflection that is just off my window. My neighbor's using the snowblower. There goes a car by, and like I said, I can see the odd streak across the camera, and it does look like snow. So I think we're still getting snow here, but we are probably flirting somewhat with that freezing rain moving into the region and ice pellets, which no one wants to hear, but that seems to be what's happening here. We've consistently seen over the last little bit that red moving further and further north as the low pressure system moves through the region, and it's pushing that kind of to the north. So that's our latest scan at 5:47, which was 5 minutes ago. So we'll see whether that continues to be the case. So what else is here? Let me jump back in here. 5 centimeters at least by Mike in Elmville Acres. Thanks for that update. It'll make a fun story in the future. Hey, remember when we won the Ajax tournament and then got stuck on the 401? Good times. Coming in a comment from Ryan. 100%. Those are those life moments where you've accomplished something really good, and it's a bit stamped on by the travel home, but yes, I agree 100% there. So what else have we got here? Catherine saying, still snowing hard in Napanee, hardly any cars on the road. So I'm glad to hear about the no cars on the road, because definitely not good travel conditions. Interesting that it's snow in the Napanee area. So that's closer to the Kingston. I suspect that when we were looking at that closure on the 401, because it's so close to the lakefront, it's just warm enough that it's causing like freezing rain and mixed bag in that area. And it's going to be why that section of highway is closed due to accidents and people just getting off the highway. So let's take a look here. Greetings from Ashton, just southeast of Carleton Place by 10 minutes. Mix of rain, snow, and probably a bit of light rain coming from Sophia. It got cut off there. So yeah, that's good to know. I am actually fairly familiar with Ashton. That's awesome. Thank you for the update there. What else have we got? Saw a truck from Ashton Brewing Company recently. Looks like some good stuff. Yeah, I could go for a beer, but not on the live stream, that's for sure. I think that breaks some rules on YouTube. I'm actually pretty sure that breaks rules on YouTube. So anyways, I'm going to take a quick break here. Just going to take a quick break, stop talking, get some more water, and I'll be back here very shortly. So just bear with me, but we will be back to look at things. Okay, we are back. Okie doke. I actually went outside to take a look at how much snow we have, and we're definitely in the almost 10 centimeter category. I would say probably 8 centimeters or so. Okay, let me jump back at this, see if there's any comments. Appreciate you guys patiently waiting. Let me just see here. Okay. So let's see what the radar is showing. Let's zoom in here and we'll run the cycle here. So it looks like the storm itself, as this low pressure system moves through, is starting to push not only more freezing rain in this bottom corner, which I'm going to get rid of that. Sorry about that. 1 second. Okay, that bottom corner where we're seeing that freezing rain, but we're also getting the snow pushing further north, kind of in a bigger arc now. So it is pushing a little further than we expected on the models themselves. So that's what I'm kind of seeing in the trend in the storm right now. I'm just went outside actually, and right now being in Kempville, I'm going to zoom in here. Right here where we're seeing mostly red, with the blue in there, I'm getting only snow at this point. So it definitely hasn't made it here yet, but that doesn't mean that the freezing rain and stuff is going to not make it here. So just something to keep in mind. And but we're definitely getting snow. I'm definitely going to be cleaning my laneway. Sorry about that. Just knocked my microphone by accident. So definitely going to be clearing the laneway either before bed or in the morning at this point. So let me get back here. So I need to make a soundtrack for the channel. Yes, I should have some kind of on hold music or elevator music while I'm gone. I will definitely add that. I've actually was thinking about that when we were doing our streams in the summer. So I'm just making myself a note and see if I can get that to happen. So I'll see what I can do. I don't do requests though in terms of being a DJ. So what else have we got here? Let me jump in here. Wow, there's a lot of stuff that got posted while I was gone. Just trying to catch up here. Okay, Connor just saying, yeah, he's got to step out for a bit. Melissa putting some comments in there. Thank you very much for updating everybody in the chat. What else have we got here? People should really consider putting on the snow tires a little sooner in the season. I know in the Toronto area it can be almost January and people still don't have snow tires on. Yeah, there's a lot of people who don't believe in snow tires and just don't want to spend the money on the snow tires. I mean, everybody's got their reasons. I'm definitely one that I have snow tires for all my equipment because the only thing between you and the road is the rubber. So I want the best rubber that can keep me on the road. Definitely when it comes to stopping. Every car can get moving at a reasonable speed in snow. It's the stopping part that's the crucial part with winter tires. So just my 2 cents of driving, over the last 35 years or whatever, and throughout being storm chasing in all sorts of severe weather. I've been in lake effect snow up to 2 or 3 feet. Yeah, tires make all the difference in the world. So definitely good to be over prepared than under prepared. Melissa, did you eat, Tom? No, I have not eaten yet. That will happen within the hour, I would think. So probably around 7, I'll take a break and grab some food. But we'll keep an eye on this for now and kind of go from there. So Mike saying Elmville Acres, part of Ottawa, southeast portion of Ottawa, definitely getting heavy snow, 2 centimeters an hour there at least. So thank you for that update. Yeah, it's autumn weather. Winter is 6 weeks away. You're 100% right there, not till December 21st. Galetta's Life commenting in the chat. We're still officially quite some time away from winter, but Mother Nature doesn't seem to care right now. So, William talking about his snows went on last night, so perfect, just in time for this event. Definitely good to have snow tires, and especially if you get caught in these kinds of travel conditions where cars are spinning out. You've got along the 401 and all these Highway 7, what's going on right now. People spin out, they spin their tires, and it creates ice, which makes it even worse. So it's almost compounded, making it that much worse. So let me just take a look. I'm going into Google Maps here. I'm going to see. Yeah, I'm going to check and see if I can catch any cameras off this 401 corridor just to see if there's anything that's visible. We'll zoom out of Toronto and I'll get along here and see if there's any cameras. And while I do that, actually just leave this on play just so people can see what's happening with the snow and which direction it's going. Yeah, most of the cameras I'm seeing here. Okay, there's a camera. So, okay. Let me bring it back here. So this camera, I'm going to bring it up on the screen. This is Purdy Corners, Highway 401 at Percy Street, and I'll show you on the map. You can see that there's no travel of any kind on one side of the 401, so this is that portion of the 401 that's closed. There's only travel on the opposite side, very, very snow covered for the most part. Excuse me, that was at 5 o'clock, so that's even an hour ago, hour and 7 minutes ago that we're seeing that. So I'll show you guys on Google Maps where that is. I don't even have to go to Google Maps. Sorry, that's Purdy Corners here, just north of Colborne. We'll take a look here to see Brighton. I'm trying to make sense of that image, but it's kind of bad because of course. So you can see, again, one side of the 401 has traffic on it, the other side is closed. So definitely, if you're heading eastbound on the 401, you definitely need to find alternative methods of travel in terms of route, or you need to park it for the night and find a place to stay, because right now it's not improving in any way, and there's not, it doesn't look like that's going to change anytime soon. I'm just going to move down here to the 401 corridor just to see whether there's a different view off King City radar. So I'm just switching to the King City radar, which is out of Toronto, and just going to see if it'll load. And right now it's giving me a hard time, so that's loading. That's loading, and King City is not. There we go. Okay. So let me just zoom in here. So you can see these lake effect streamers coming off of Lake Ontario and just kind of dumping in this general direction, those kind of wispy trails of snow. Not as heavy as what we're experiencing here in the Eastern Ontario portion, but definitely because the 401 is so close to the lake there, that it's having a serious impact on travel right next to the lake. So again, we've been talking about it. Anybody who's tuning in, travel along the 401 is no good. We're definitely seeing more freezing rain and rain moving in east of the Kingston area and heading up this way into the Ottawa area, south of Ottawa and Kemptville. This is my camera in Kemptville. I'm still getting snow from what I can see, maybe a little bit of ice component involved in it, because I can hear it on the windows a little bit. But I was just out there and it was still coming down as snow for the most part. So What else have we got here? Ryan coming in. At the dealership I work at, we have 6 bays going Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, swapping tires, and another 3 bays open on Saturdays, mid-October to Christmas. Is winter tire season? Yes. Anybody who works at a dealership in the service side of things, I know when I was working at the car dealership at my brother's place there, Marty, who runs that, is nonstop tires. It just doesn't quit. So it's one of the busiest times a year for a service garage, unfortunately. So what's the link of the website? Skywalk. I'm not sure which website we're referring to. So there's comments in here. The one with the cameras. Oh, so that Skywalk, that's Ontario 511. So it's 511on.ca, and then you go to the map quotient and you can start looking at those. So 511on.ca, it's a resource that you can use, and that'll help you out in terms of being able to see the cameras. So hopefully that answers your question. I'm going to just bring it up onto the screen here. So that's the one. It's put on by Ontario, and it's the government, and you can zoom out here. I'll zoom all the way out so you can see cameras. One of the best resources. So it goes all the way up to Thunder Bay, Sault Ste. Marie. I'm now going way out, but you can see that the whole province. I mean, there's even a camera in Pickle Lake, which I have no idea why there's a camera in Pickle Lake, but here we are. So definitely that's the site I would recommend if you want to see traffic cameras. And again, it's only a still image, and they update at random. And then there's a whole slew of them. There's a City of Ottawa one that also has, if you're an Ottawa resident, or you don't even have to be an Ottawa resident, you go to the City of Ottawa and they have additional cameras that are just for the City of Ottawa, so you can look at traffic intersections and that kind of stuff. So it's a very good tool for that kind of thing. So let's bring the radar back up, and hopefully that helped you out. Mike, I'm retired, not plowing, just looking out the window. Awesome. I wouldn't, not the favorite time of year, that's for sure. So I'm looking at a comment from Ryan. Anyone drive the 401 this past Friday night? Rain was coming down so hard that at one point I was doing 85 and a 110. I don't know anybody in the chat if you guys were driving the 401. I had that happen to me, actually. Not rain, it was fog. I was coming home. I had driven out west to visit some friends all the way basically into BC. And on the home stretch, I was stopped in Deep River, and I got back on the highway, and it was like 10 o'clock at night, and suddenly it was fog as thick as pea soup, and I was down. There were cars blasting past me at 100 and change, and I was just laughing. I'm like, that's dangerous beyond dangerous. And I was doing 70 kilometers an hour, 80 kilometers at times, and cars that passed me were involved in an accident down the road. A couple of them hit a deer. Then there was another. So driving carefully, just because you can drive that fast doesn't mean you should. So definitely got to take it easy. I'd rather drive slow and make it there. So these are those types of situations where bad weather means slow down, essentially. So what else have we got here? Perfect. Okay, I'm caught up on comments. Again, if there's any questions or anybody has any specifics they need to know about, I'm going to go back and look at radar here. And our latest scan just actually came up just as I was taking a sip of the water there. It looks like the freezing rain portion that was down here that was pushing up has now changed back on the radar to a kind of a transition zone, so that's good. We're still along the seaway. You're still getting that freezing rain and ice pellets, so that's not good for anybody along there. Lots of snow happening through this whole region. Anything dark blue, so south of this kind of area, you're getting Tons of snow. That is heavy snowfall rates when you're in that dark blue area. If you talk about the areas that are outside of that, so this kind of stuff in here is much lighter snowfall, if any at all, once it reaches the surface, but it's a much lower snowfall rate. The dark blue is definitely heavy snow coming in. And I'm just looking to see when I'm sitting here in Kempville. I can see the snow on the camera just barely, but not enough that you guys will be able to distinguish that. So I'm going to swing over to Montreal here and just take a look and see what's going on towards the Montreal area. Again, radar showing that as freezing rain. I really hope it's not. I've said that a number of times tonight, but again, lots of precipitation through the area. Continuing, and it looks like it's going to continue for quite some time. We are predicting for Eastern Ontario that it's going to move out of here, the meat of it, the main part, around 10 o'clock, and then slowly make its way out, the rest of it towards 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. So this is on the Montreal side of things, and you can see that there's a lot of precipitation in there. I'm really hoping that's just wet, sticky snow rather than the worst case scenario being freezing rain. So hopefully that's not the case. So I'm going to switch back here, take a look at Ottawa again, and whoa, sorry guys. Okay, let's take a look at, let's go back here and see. I'm just looking to see if I've got anything. No, okay. And I'm just going to check our group, see if anybody's posted anything. Megan commenting in Mirabel is a mix of snow and ice-ish rain. So that's that. So I'm glad it's not just straight freezing rain. And there is a snow component. So thank you about that. At least it's not just straight up freezing rain. So Melissa just posted something here. So Rob Mock, it says 2 inches, 5 centimeters down in Winchester to our Facebook group. Bring this up here, go full. Why does it go full volume like that? Okay, I'm going to bring this on the screen for you guys. So this is... Melissa submitted this at 5:53 p.m. 7 centimeters so far. Let me just show you guys. So thank you for sending that in. And that's to our Facebook group again, Canadian Weather Live Reports. Lots of snow coming down in the whole region, so... what else have we got here? So Blake asking anything for Toronto. Toronto definitely not going to get anywhere near what is happening in Eastern Ontario. I'll go back to the King City radar just north of Toronto and show you guys what's happening. So there are pockets of snow happening. There's one coming, it looks like just kind of through the Hamilton area. But right now it's warm enough near Toronto because of the lake that a lot of it is melting or even coming down as rain or very wet snow. So you can see there was a band there that came through earlier. This is the radar loop. Now there's kind of a gap for Toronto, and then there's a little more snow kind of building into Hamilton and Burlington and kind of moving its way northeast. So there may be a little bit more snow, but not huge accumulations in Toronto. I would be surprised if there was very much accumulation at all for the Toronto or the GTA area, I should say, more than anything. So let's flip back to Eastern Ontario and Ottawa and towards the Montreal area. You can see the difference of the radar signatures when you look at Toronto, how wispy and spread out it is, and then you have Ottawa here where and into Gatineau in Quebec that's just covered in dark blue, which is, like I said, a lot of snow. So Hopefully that answers the question. Montreal is sleet at the moment. I was out cutting wood and it was mostly rain with a little bit of ice mixed in. Thank you very much for that update. So definitely messy in the Montreal area. Not fun. I hope it improves. Megan, appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Brockville has been ice pellets for a couple of hours now. That's an update from the Brockville area, so that's better than freezing rain. Glad to hear that. What else have we got here? Ryan asking if we're predicting a snow day tomorrow. I'm very skeptical of a snow day tomorrow because, again, this is supposed to end. Obviously, it depends what region you're talking about, but most of Eastern Ontario is not likely because this should end. The main part of the storm should end around 10 p.m. and the whole event should be over by 4 a.m. we're thinking. So that gives them hours to get roads back into shape, which should be plenty of time. So hope that answers your question. On Hamilton Mountain near the brow, and it's still snowing here. We got 10 centimeters at least. And that's coming from Cash Stuffing Canadian Jen. Awesome. So thank you for that update. I will actually pull that up on a map just so I can show it to people. And it doesn't want to come up. I'm assuming that's on the escarpment that you're talking about in terms of Hamilton Mountain. So 10 centimeters there, that's a decent amount. And the wind is pretty bad. Yes, you're getting that wind because Lake Erie, especially being back to the southwest, there's not much impeding it, and it's just blowing across there and then hitting, the land between there and Hamilton. So definitely somewhat unimpeded. So yeah, I can believe that it's windy. It's definitely windy in this area as well. So Blake asking anything for London, Ontario. So not much of anything in the London, Ontario area. You might get some trace stuff off the lake. But mostly for that region, it's going to be very isolated, if anything at all. So nothing compared to what's east of Toronto and happening. So what else have we got? How's the Hawkesbury area? Asking Raymond is asking. So let me bring that up. So Hawkesbury right now about to go into a very heavy snow band. I would not be surprised to see that there's a decent amount of accumulation in the Hawkesbury area. I'm going to see if I've got a camera I can patch into here down that way. I'm looking at Highway 17 and 417 just to see if I can get a good picture here for you guys. That's just near, of course, live cameras down. So many cameras down. It's almost like their internet is out. Okay, let me bring this up. This is Van Cleek Hill area. So you're looking at obviously quite a bit of precipitation and snow in that area. So definitely accumulating out that way. I don't have anything right in the Hawkesbury area, but I would not be surprised to hear at least 5 centimeters there, and by tomorrow morning maybe 10. So between that 5 to 10 centimeter range would be my guess for that area in the Hawkesbury area. So what else have we got? Perfect. Glad I answered the question, Ryan. Appreciate that. What else have we got here? Oh, Mountain Bro Boulevard. Thank you for clarifying that, Jen. I did not grasp that at first. I apologize. Okay, so what else have we got here? Ernie coming in from Cedar Falls, Iowa. Well, thank you for joining the stream. Appreciate that. You're definitely a long ways off virtually. We're definitely getting snow down here in Eastern Ontario, and as you can see on the map, it's still continuing and will continue for quite some time. So hopefully everything's good out in Cedar Falls, Iowa. And again, thanks for tuning in. We cover mostly the Eastern Ontario region for anybody that's new here. If you want to see stuff like this where we update you guys on weather conditions, road conditions for wintertime, we also do severe streams in the summer where we've got severe storms coming into the area. That's what this channel's about, is just giving you up to the minute information and helping people understand what's going on with storms in the summertime and wintertime, whether they need to be concerned or not. So I'm just going to pull up Google Maps here once again, and there's a lot of yellow, and you can see that basically translates to where we're seeing all this snow. So I'll flip back and forth there. 401 is a disaster according to the map and to people tuning into the chat. A lot of people are literally stranded on the 401 because there's a lot of sections that are closed. And then you look in this Ottawa region where you've got most of the highways from the 401 to the 417 on the 416 is all yellow. 417 east of Ottawa, all yellow. It's interesting that once you cross into Quebec on the 20, which is the 401 and the 20 are changeover at the border, there's a lot of green there. And Montreal is starting to go a lot more green and less red, and there's definitely a bunch of yellow out that way. Moving more into the northern portion of Montreal off the island there. And you can see that, what highway is this? I'm not familiar. Why won't you give me a highway number? How far do I have to zoom in? I wish I had a number there, folks. This one here that goes through Saint Jerome, it looks like, no, I can't tell. So apologize for that, but that one heading north has definitely got quite a bit of yellow going up to Saint Sauveur and all the way up to Saint Agathe-des-Monts. And then the 40 heading up towards Quebec City, all that kind of stuff. Three Rivers is definitely starting to see the impact from the snowstorm there. So just lots of bad travel. It's looking like. So just trying to move over here. So I'll get back. Let me answer some questions in here. What have we got here? So sorry, way back here. School bus cancellations already been talked about. So the French School Board feeds schools in Eastern Ontario, Trenton, Kingston, Brockville, Pembroke are some of the areas can add to your list. So I will do my best. I'm gonna not pin this comment, but do a screenshot of this comment. Quasi questions. So I'm gonna see if that board actually reports to the platform that we were quoting before. I'm not 100% sure. So, and if not, I'm going to see if they can start doing that, because the more people you have going to the same kind of location, the easier it is for everyone to have one place to look at it. So anyways, I'll take a look at that, and we'll let you guys know if we've got that set up or not. Asking if snow day for Kempville tomorrow. I doubt that very much. Again, this should taper off by in the next 3 hours or so, and then the whole system will move out about 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning. So definitely don't think there's going to be a snow day here unless school boards are pulling the trigger early for whatever reason, but I obviously don't make that decision. So I'm coming in from Maple Ridge, BC, but used to live in Russell, Ontario. Stephanie Reynolds, thanks for tuning in. How's the weather out in Maple Ridge, BC? I was out there in September visiting a good portion of BC. Did the Fraser Canyon, did some driving around there, went up to, what's the name of the town that burnt to the ground? Oh my goodness, getting old. I keep forgetting things. So, anyways, was up there just driving Fraser Canyon and visiting friends. So, Jen, thank you for subscribing to the channel. That's awesome. Don't forget to hit the bell notification so you know when we do go live. The only time we do go live is if there's a weather event that's going to impact uh, daily routines, not just to tell you it's raining or light snow out, that kind of thing. So, Craig saying hi from Sudbury. Hope everyone affected by the storm is able to stay safe. Thank you for the kind words, Craig, and appreciate you tuning in to the stream. We're going to jump on some more radar there in a second. What else have we got here? From the Mirabel St. Jerome area, apparently the roads are bad in capital letters, and I'm not surprised to hear that. That's back here on the map, so just share that. So kind of heading, Saint Jerome is right in this area, smack dab in the middle. So you can see based on Google Maps that there's definitely issues traveling along there. So thank you very much for that, Megan. Come back to this. I'm sitting here with a hot chocolate and a fresh baked chocolate chip cookies. Can you ship me some of those? I'm jealous. I would love that. Okay, what else have we got here? Stephanie saying, beautiful sunny day here. It was 14 degrees yesterday. Lighton is the name of the town. Thank you, because that was going to burn a hole in my brain. I was shocked. So being a severe weather chaser, I remember taking pictures and I was commenting to some of my storm chasing friends, and I said, this reminds me what it looks like when a massive tornado goes through a town and wipes it off the map. Lighton, BC was the same thing. I mean, there was nothing basically left, and then now they're just rebuilding very slowly. So it's sad to see that, quite honestly. Just the amount of burn scar that I could see through that Fraser Canyon and along the Fraser River. That those fires were insane. I would not want that. I wish that on anybody. So, what else have we got here? Kanawake, just outside of Montreal, getting freezing rain. So that's the worst case scenario. I'm sorry to hear that. Freezing rain is no fun. Expired PCP. I just walked to my local Tim Hortons and I measured 4 centimeters of snow in Elmer or Gatineau, Quebec. So still coming down. So there's definitely more on the way for that region. Again, we're seeing still quite the snowfall rates throughout the Eastern Ontario and Gatineau and Quebec region. So we're going to stay on top of that and keep looking at it. But thank you very much for the update. Megan, if Canada Post was faster, I would. Yeah, they're definitely not faster. So, but I appreciate the thought, anyways. Okay, so let's take a look here. I'm gonna go back and look at some road conditions and see if there's any updates I can give you guys outside of what's obvious at this point. 401 looks like it's pretty much the same as it was before a disaster. Let me just play this as well while I've got that going. Highway 7 looks reasonable other than that one area that's obviously a problem. I'm assuming that's for some kind of accident investigation because it's been a while there and it's only a small section. So anyone trying to travel east, Highway 7 is your best option. Highway 401, just complete parking lot in spots, impassable because of closures. And then again, we're just seeing in that Eastern Ottawa or in the Eastern Ontario region as well. So, okay, Lytton. Okay, so I'm pronouncing it Lytton and it's Lytton. Okay, thank you for that, Stephanie. Appreciate it. I live near Peterborough in Selwyn Township. Local government has a zero snow tolerance policy for roads, so plows are always out in the winter, of course. They definitely would be. It's I guess it's a make work project to a certain extent, but it also keeps those roads clear. So thanks for that, John. Sorry, so we're also getting in the Gatineau area, it's being told there's some ice pellets mixed in with the snow. And I thought that was happening as well in my region because when I went outside, I could actually hear the snow. And what I mean by that is that you could hear that, hitting the roofs and trees and stuff like that. So generally, when you can hear the snow or the precipitation, there's an ice quotient as part of what's falling out of the sky that's making that noise. So let's just take a look here. Wow, there's some really, like St. Isidore, Hawkesbury, just some prolific snowfall rates happening there, all in the eastern townships to the south of Ottawa. Russell, St. Albert, Chrysler, definitely in it at this point. Starting to show a bit of a gap here, and I'll bring this up on the full screen. So this is kind of the tail end right now. As long as nothing else comes off the lake, that might be the first signs that we're seeing that the tail end of the event. So I'm just I'm zooming in and out here. Gonna just back it up. So yeah, this is now 4:30. So this was a couple hours ago, and moving through, there's nothing really of any significance still coming off the lake. So that was the last frame. So this could be the tail end of the very heavy precipitation moving through the region. So we're 6:35 right now. This could be signifying in the next couple of hours for Eastern Ontario that this is going to start tapering off as this propagates northeast, and that will be the kind of the tailing off of the heavy precipitation. I am going to look at a model here and just see what the latest models are showing. I'm just going to see what's available to me, and we'll have a look at that if there's something good on there that I can use to show you guys what the supercomputers are thinking, and even them, they struggle with this. So the latest run, okay, we are 6:36. So let me just move through this. So okay, so I'm going to bring this up on the screen for everybody. This is a model, and again, I'm repeating a lot of stuff, but obviously we've got new viewers that come in and out. I just want to make sure everybody's clear. This is a model that we look at, so it's a prediction of what's going to happen with the weather. We have a bunch of different models available at the top. They are, there's short range models, there's long range models, there's a mix or a blend in between. And then they all have their pros and cons. So we use a bunch of different ones. But for this purpose, I'm going to just use the HER, which is the high resolution rapid refresh model. And so I'm going to just walk it through what it's thinking. And you can see, if we look where all this blue is, Ottawa is kind of where I'm pointing to right now. That's where the Ottawa area is. Kingston is down here. And we aren't really seeing this kind of developing on the actual radar. There's not that much there. And you can see as it moves away, it's kind of circling away and breaking apart. Now, this is 1 o'clock in the morning for our area. So I'm going back. This is, we're looking at 11 p.m., midnight, and then 1 a.m. and so on. So it just starts to break up, and then there's less and less of it. This is 6 a.m. As of Monday morning. So it's basically moved out of the area as of 5 a.m. There's nothing really left in the Ottawa area. And again, this is a model. This doesn't mean that this is going to happen. This is just an attempt at prediction. So it's definitely what could possibly happen, but it's an unknown still at this point. So just keep that in mind when you're looking at this. Again, we're trying to predict the future. So that's why I'm saying that the main part of the event is probably, I'm just backing it up here. We're talking 3 to 4 a.m. is roughly when I think this will end. And then it, basically dies off. So again, anybody wondering about snow days, that kind of stuff, if it's over by 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, By the time 6, 7 a.m. rolls around, most of the main roads will be clear. So that's kind of where things are headed, and what we're seeing on radar is kind of following that. So that's always a good sign. So let me jump back into the comments here. Sitting here with a cup of tea, listening to the stream. Also watching my fat cat desperately try not to fall off the bed. That's kind of funny. That's a Sunday night if I've ever heard of it. So Amazonian89 saying Perth here still coming down strong. Have been a few accidents already past Lanark tonight. Many don't have their snow tires up yet. Sadly, thank you for your broadcast. Appreciate the update from Perth. Yes, anybody without snow tires should not be out on the roads tonight. You're just asking for trouble. That's kind of playing with fire as far as I'm concerned. But even so, the amount of traffic accidents and road closures and just poor travel conditions, somebody else can slam into you. So unless you need to be out, I don't think you should be out there. So what else have we got? Mike showing heavy snow in his neck of the woods. Connor just got back in from clearing off the car. 12.5 centimeters in St. Albert. Full transition to ice pellets now. So St. Albert, I'll bring that up right here. So we're talking in this area right here. So he is in that transition area, and that's why he is seeing those ice pellets. Thanks for that, Connor. So definitely 12.5 centimeters already, which is kind of in our target area. If it continues for the next few hours, he'll probably break that 15 centimeter mark, but we will see what that does. It's going to slow down as this moves through, but there's still definitely heavy bands of snow, as you can see on the radar there. So what else have we got? Kingston has been frozen with ice most of the day. Roads are very slippery at 6:30 p.m. The steeping pot medium commenting in the chat. Thank you very much for that. That's that warm water from the lake keeping things from being snow for the most part. So definitely not fun with that freezing rain and rain as well, freezing on stuff. So Megan, I'm without snow tires, getting a lift tomorrow. That's probably a very wise choice. What else have we got here? Okay, done with the comments, caught up. So let's switch over back to the Montreal radar. Take a look here. Definitely still tons of precipitation in the whole entire area there. And we are hearing anything from snow to freezing rain and ice pellets. So just a gross type of precipitation event for Montreal and the surrounding region. I will play the cycle here just so you can see. And that looks to be continuing for definitely at least another few more hours as the precipitation moves up from the New York side or coming in through the southern portion of Quebec up into the Montreal area. So definitely not over yet. Still quite a bit of time left on that event as well. So I mean, I guess in essence, our main areas that we're talking about would be kind of in this large area here that this storm is impacting with the different types of precipitation. I'm going to say that I'm just going to draw in here. This line here is kind of your dividing factor where you're getting your freezing rain and rain to the south of that, and then mixed precipitation to the north of it. So that's kind of what's happening as we progress through the evening at this point. Switching back to that Ottawa radar, Franktown, basically just on the outskirts of Ottawa, definitely can see this kind of pinwheel looking presentation on radar where you've got all this kind of snow curling in here on the backside. That's kind of what's happening right now. So it's kind of the low pressure system is moving through, and that whole thing is rotating counterclockwise. Essentially, is the easiest way to describe it. And so It's going to continue moving eastward, and we're going to continue getting that snow. But I think in the next few hours, the main part of it's going to be done by 9ish, somewhere, maybe a little bit longer than that. So I would say between 9 and 10. What else have we got? Just going to check in the comments here. Getting freezing rain in South Quebec, not snow. That's from ML Storm Chaser. Now, when you say South Quebec, which portion of South Quebec, just so I can confirm? I'm assuming you're talking, down south of the Montreal area, Hemingford, that kind of stuff in that portion of the Quebec region. So I just want to confirm to make sure I'm passing on accurate information. So what else is here? Heavy Rescue 401 was still on the air. They'd have a lot of footage tonight. Ryan coming into the chat with a comment. Yeah, that would be an understatement. I think there's some towing companies that might retire off this event just based on Google Maps alone. And I'm just going to bring up Google Maps, speaking of which. So still terrible travel conditions throughout the region. Obviously, I'm just looking at the main highways here. So Ottawa, everything surrounding Ottawa on the Gatineau side, kind of to the north and east of Ottawa is got obviously very slow travel conditions. There's some areas as you zoom in that will have red sections that are, due to an accident or a crash. And stuff like that, but I'm just kind of giving you guys more of a bird's eye or satellite view of what's happening in the region. Continuing down to the 401, the 416 does have both directions some red, heavy yellow presence all the way through, so very slow. And then we get onto that infamous 401. There have been some improvements on the 401, it looks like, as that snow is moving out of the region. So where's Rockport on here? I'm just going to pull that up. So I'm going to flip back and forth between the radar. So Rockport being down in the bottom corner, down here, you can see that's on the edge of the precipitation. And if we move back over to the Google Maps, you can then see that, the roads are slightly improving. And at one point, this was all red in here. That has improved as well. So that portion of the 401 has slightly improved if you're stuck on there. But eastbound has the most yellow. And I'm just moving through, and then we get into those closures that are still there. Belleville, there's a closure eastbound. Quinte West, still a very large section closed. And then this portion here between Colborne and Grafton, large section of it is closed. Some of it has reopened by the looks of Google Maps. So there are some improvements, but still a nightmare to drive on. So let me just jump onto Highway 7 heading east and westbound. A lot of green on Highway 7, some slowdown areas. Definitely the better choice if you're traveling between Toronto, Peterborough, and Ottawa area. Definitely the one to take. There's still this closure up here that we've been talking about north of Charbot Lake. Obviously still closed, and there's a detour there. But once you get past that, then you're, pretty good for most of the way. So those are kind of where things are at right now. Just zooming back out, just to show you guys. Definitely not a fun travel day here in the nation's capital area and along the 401. So let's just jump back to this. I'm going to just check on comments to make sure I've got... apparently there's a bad transport accident on Highway 7 near Fall River Road. Highway is closed. So I think that's the one I was just looking at. Quasi questions. It's definitely looks like that's closed for a major accident and under investigation. So it's definitely one of those things that, it seems like that's going to be for quite some time. That's going to be closed and detoured. So people just need to be aware of it and have the patience to wait to get around it. But that's the much better travel route for now. So what else? I think that's good for now. I'll jump in and check and see if we've got any more media that's been shared with us on the page. No, so we're still good there. Okay. Da, 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 da. Okay. So let me see if there's anything I can show you guys. I just saw a comment from Melissa saying that Tom, 10 more minutes, then you need to go get some food. So, yeah, I might have to take a dinner break at some point. I don't have on hold music, so it would just be the loop of the radar playing basically, which is boring. I understand that, but we're a two-man show here with definitely some help with people outside of the studio, but yes, I will need some food. I might push it off a little bit, but we'll see. I'm just curious how this is all going to. I'm waiting for our next radar scan just to see how this is all kind of transpiring, because it looks like we're definitely starting to see that tail end of the precipitation, and that would be good because we're now kind of in this general region here. So excuse me, pushing into, so just coming into Brockville, then it'll make its way into Smith Falls. So this kind of precipitation is moving up in this general direction. And as that happens, it's funny, I was listening to my windows, I'm hearing ice pellets on them. So definitely getting some ice pellets in Kempville. But as this starts to move out, that's going to be the end of the heavy precipitation, and then the road crews can kind of get on things and get at least a head start on getting things cleared up. As long as nothing forms back to the south, west of this, so as long as nothing starts to come up from here, we should be in the clear for the most part. There will be isolated pockets of snow, but very minor pockets, stuff like this where you've got these little isolated flurries, nothing of any significance. So, but the heavy precipitation in terms of the snowfall rates looks like in the next couple of hours for the Ottawa nation's capital and Eastern Ontario region should be tapering off as it moves through. So, what else is here? Chris McDonald tuning in from New York State. Always good to see you on the stream. Longtime member here who's been tuning in since our severe streams in the summertime months, and now we're transitioning over to the wonderful season of winter. So good to see you. Thank you very much for tuning in as well. Chris saying they had some freezing rain in upstate northern New York. Remind me where you're from, which town, Chris, if you don't mind, just so I can kind of corroborate everything I'm seeing on radar. But thank you very much for tuning in as always. Definitely appreciated. And let me just go back here and take a look. I'm going to see if I can find a camera. I know at nighttime it's harder because they don't see as well, but I'm going to see if the cameras in Kingston area are starting to show good clearing on the highway. But a lot of them, I'm just pulling up a bunch of them, but they're ice covered, so that's not really going to help me. Okay, so this is 401, so let me bring it up here. So definitely doesn't look like there's any precipitation happening here. This is definitely showing 6:52, so this is 1 minute ago, literally. No precip on the camera itself as well. The road does look slick, but it does look like the precipitation has stopped in the region, so that's good. So it's confirming what we're seeing on radar, and this is going to slowly propagate northeast. And we're going to start to see this tailing off. And then we'll see what's going to happen in the overnight hours. I'm going to flip here, just look at a model. There's one run. So these models come out, the one I was looking at, if you were on the stream, comes out every hour on the hour. Not on the hour, it loads at the start of that hour. But let me just see if there's I'm waiting for what we call the 0Z, which won't be out for at least another hour. That's the one I'm interested in most. Just so it's loading. The 23Z has started to load. That's interesting. It's early, unless my clock is off, but it's a little bit early, which is good. But it's loading. So 1 hour from now, I'll see the one that I'm looking for. So I'll have to check back on that just to see if I can confirm that. So what else have we got here? Freezing rain definitely in downtown Toronto coming from Dononda. That's unfortunate to hear. I'll switch to King City to see if that's reflected on there as well. Not showing it on the radar. It's not that I don't believe you. I believe you. I'm just saying the radar's not showing it. So definitely some freezing rain if you're in the Toronto area. Just kind of travel safely, take it easy, slow down. Anybody who's on the roads tonight. So let me zoom back in here, and this looks like our latest scan. Yeah, so this is, no, so it's still that same scan. We're just waiting for one more to come in here. We're 8 minutes. Our scans come in on the radar for anybody that's not familiar with it. We are usually every 8 minutes or so when we get our scan intervals. So right now we're about 8 minutes since the last one. So within the next minute or two, we should see a new one refresh on the screen there. So I'll jump on that and take a look at it just to confirm that no further precipitation is coming up behind this thing, which would be ideal. And I'm just gonna there's our latest scan. So it's not moving at a very quick rate in the 8 minutes, but just moving back and forth between the two latest scans, and it looks like this is definitely looking to be the end of the precipitation as it moves northeast. So you can kind of judge where the end of the event is in the next couple of hours, and we will. We're pushing more snow up into the Quebec side of things across the Ottawa River and Gatineau Rivers. You're seeing definitely stuff going up to Mont Laurier, Maniwaki, Mont Tremblant, and then we're probably going to see a little more freezing rain pushing up with this as the low comes through, like Connor and I were saying. So if you subscribe to the channel as well, we do post. We're going to start posting. We did our first one today, which is video forecasting. So we're going to put out for events like this a short video that just talks about the event. Basically just Connor is going to be responsible for that. He'll be doing those and just putting them up to give you guys an idea of what to expect for the region. For those of you that don't follow Connor, he's a storm chaser in this region. He's been at it for a long time. Connor Mockett, Storm Chaser on Facebook. He's got a huge following on there, and he does forecasting and that kind of stuff on that platform. And he's also now going to do videos for this channel as well for certain events. And so we did the first one today. So again, always want feedback from everybody to understand, what people enjoy, what they don't enjoy, and where we can improve, because there's always room for improvement. And I'm a big proponent of that. So what else have we got here? I'm going to see if I've got... Okay. So let us take a look here. I'm going to just go around and have a look. Traffic in Toronto, I'm looking at Google Maps, has definitely drastically improved from earlier a few hours ago. It looks like a lot of smooth sailing in terms of travel there. Just going to check into the Montreal area, so I'm just going to bring that up. So again, it looks like it's improving in the Montreal area. A lot of yellow is just kind of drifting northward as I'm looking at this. So we're still seeing those highways that are northeast out of Montreal Island area and then northwest They are showing slow travel conditions up that way. But definitely earlier today, there was a lot of red and yellow in Montreal and extending kind of eastward from there. So that has improved. The 401 towards Cornwall, Lancaster has drastically improved because there was a earlier where there was a possible accident in that area. So that's all green in both directions now. Improving also from Cornwall kind of to Morrisburg. Still slowdowns. And when you get kind of to the 416 401 juncture, there is definitely a lot more yellow, so still slow going in those areas. That's kind of where it's significantly slowed down, and then we get back up into the Ottawa area. So still a lot of impact. And if we look at radar, that's kind of what you're seeing here is where that snow is where all the slowdowns are, and then obviously the impacts along the 401 as well. So as this moves out, we're going to see those road conditions improve. We're going to see that the accidents are going to be cleared up, and that's good to see. So okay, what else have we got here? I'm just going to respond to some comments here, and I'll be right back. Just going to reply here. And then I'll be right back with everybody. Okay. Okay, let me jump back in the comments. What else have we got here? Chris Black, 7 centimeters still falling in Kempville, tapering off. Thank you, Chris. I'm in that same area, so I was outside. I figured there was about 8, so very close to being on point with that. I'm still getting, I'm on the northern end of Kempville, so I'm still getting a bit of snow and ice pellets here. So we might taper off around that 10 centimeter kind of thing. And east of here, Connor was reporting in St. Albert and Moose Creek, that area, that they've got 12 centimeters. So again, if we look at the radar, more of the heavy precipitation has been east, and that's what we were kind of expecting. The further east you go, the more snow that you're going to see out of this system as it moves through. So that's all kind of making sense at this point. So glad to hear it. Melissa's reminding me it's food time. So I will probably take a break in a little bit there just to wolf something down, and then jump back in here and kind of finish this off with everybody. We've been at it for just under 5 hours, 4 hours, 56 minutes since we started the live stream. So solid day, if you ask me. Again, sorry, wrong button. If if you guys enjoy what you're seeing, please definitely subscribe to the channel and hit that like button. It helps us out a huge amount. So it just allows the YouTube algorithm to share the channel with people. So it definitely helps out. So thank you for tuning in. Again, Connor and I appreciate it. Love having everybody on here, and definitely enjoy doing this. I will actually, after this is over, I'm going to have a look at things and look at models. If there's continued precipitation overnight, I might jump on for a early live stream for the commute when people are coming and going to work, for the most part. So that would be something that we do when we do the morning ones. They're only going to be like 2 to 3 hours of windows during that morning commute. That would be basically it, unless it's a big event where there's a lot of snow, like expected. Then throughout the day, then we would continue. But for the most part, it's going to be just a commute live stream, and then if it's still bad in the afternoon, evening, we would do another one in the afternoon, evening. So that's all stuff coming to the channel. So anybody who wants to get notifications, and we talked about school bus cancellations and all that kind of stuff, we will We will keep that as a tool that we will supply to people, letting them know when school buses are canceled for those mornings as well. So that would be part of that as well. Jumping back in, Senators game just came on. Roads look clear around the arena, going by the drone cam on TSN coming from Ryan. So that's good. It's definitely going to taper off by the time the game is over. Neil coming in here. Go Sens go as well, Melissa. Yes, let's hopefully they can pull out a win tonight. Still snowing 70 miles north of Kingston. So that's going to be up near Sharbot Lake, Westport, Lanark, in that kind of area. So thank you for that update, Neil. So Highway 7 is closed in the Silver Lake area. If it hasn't been reported, yes, traffic being turned around to Perth at Maberly. Oh, they're being turned around. There isn't even a detour. Good to see you in the chat there, Rick, as always. I'm just trying to take a look here. I'm going to look at Google Maps, sorry. So they're actually turning people around, which I wonder where they're sending people from the kind of the west side of things. Is there a way around? That's not the best area to go around. Yikes. I wonder if they're sending them north and then around. Interesting. So up on the Lanark County scanner page, Rick's commenting. So that's one of our admins as well on the channel, Rick. So he's out of that Perth area, and I'm just looking at the map, and it's still definitely closed, showing as well. So that's been out for, we've been talking about that for about 3 hours now, probably, maybe a little bit longer than that. So yeah, okay, so nothing new to report in that regard. So let's have a look at our radar scan, and it continues to improve. So I'm just going to back it out here. So there was precipitation in Kingston at 5:53, and it has moved out of that region in the last hour. We're now pushing up into almost the Brockville area, looking at the radar screen here. So I'll bring that up in full. So the edge of the precipitation is kind of back in this area. There's a little tail down here, obviously, but it's now starting to push back up into this area here. So things are definitely looking to improve at this point. So that's good. What else have we got here? They had accidents on Bolingbrook Road for the detour, so they had to close it. Oh my God. So the detour had an accident. Thanks for that update. Appreciate that. So not much fun traveling through that area as well. Neil coming in. Just want to say hello to everybody and thanks for the warm welcome. Have yourselves a good night. Drive safe tomorrow. Absolutely. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate you stopping by. And we'll see you hopefully on the next stream. I'm not sure when that's going to be, but we'll definitely be back on here at some point when weather rolls back into the region. So we're getting bombed in the Armprior coming from Reed. So that's going to be up in this area here. So definitely a strong snow band kind of has set up in this area here. And that's what's hitting Armprior right now. So darker blue area, you're getting good snowfall rates in there. So thank you very much for confirming that. And we'll go from there. Sitting there, okay, so if you look at the Sharbot Lake camera, I believe that there may be a fire engine sitting there turning people around. Highway looks like a disaster coming from Connor, commenting in the chat. So I'll see if I can pull that up. I know I had trouble getting that camera before. So this is what we're talking about. Oh, yes. Yeah. So, okay. And it looks icy. Gross. Okay, let me bring this up. So this is Sharbot Lake. There's the fire truck right in the middle of it. You can see a couple people standing out there, and there looks like there's a police car also kind of sending people, and you can see the reflection off all the snow. It's very glossy, so that to me shows that there was quite a bit of rain quite a bit of rain, quite a bit of snow, and then there's been some freezing rain on top of it. So yeah, it looks like there's another look at that same intersection, and you can see that the emergency workers are out there. So just not good all around in that area. So not sure how to get around that, but I'm, in terms of if you're traveling this way or traveling through that area. But that's part of what's happening there that we were talking about in terms of the road closure here by Charbot Lake, which is this right here that we were just looking at. So that camera is literally sitting, well, the Petrocan, but it's sitting at this intersection right here. That's what we were just looking at. So they have it closed, moving eastward. So no traffic coming in on this section of the road here. And let me get back to radar here. Wow. This would be interesting. This is what we call, so there's a lightning bolt here just near Chelsea. There's one or two. There's two of them. So this is what us weather geeks freak out about. I've experienced it in person 2 or 3 times. So you're basically in the middle of a snowstorm, and the snowfall is so prolific. There's enough static electricity that you end up with a couple of lightning bolts. They call this thunder snow. And if anybody watches weather clips, or Jim Cantori from the U.S. network, the U.S. Weather Network there in the States, there's a famous clip of him being out on a live, and the basically lightning thunder snow hits, and the guy freaks out and runs around like a maniac because it's a rare event. So I think we've had actually some thunder snow happen basically north of Ottawa, but west of Chelsea, in those heavy bands of snow, which it's always cool to see that just from the weather nerd side of things. So I just picked up on that when I was looking back through the radar signature there. So what else have we got here? Just reading comments. They have South Sherbrooke tanker blocking the highway so transport trucks can turn around in the fire department yard and head back to Perth. Awesome. Thanks for that update. Best bet now is Perth to Lombardy and Highway 15 to 401, which is also junk. Yeah, I've been trying to steer people away from 401, but it doesn't look like there's much choice unless you went north before you get to that intersection, but that may be even worse, so who knows. Reed saying thunder just now in the Arnprior, weird for this time of year. That's so funny that I was just talking about that, and here you are. So yes, that's that thunder snow. It's a very rare event to see that in person. I actually caught it in Watertown when I went for a lake effect event. And I captured it on my dash cam, and I was screaming because I'm like, it just happened right in front of me, and it lights up the sky just like it would in summertime, but you're getting thunder and lightning in a snow event. So anyways, that's cool that you at least heard it, Reed. That's just to your east across the river. You can see the signature here. They show up as little lightning bolts. I don't put it up on the big screen, so it's a little easier to see those tiny lightning bolts, but that is definitely something you don't see very often at all. So very cool. So at least something to get excited about, I guess. Let me jump back here. 15 centimeters reported was just sent to me from someone in Vars, coming from Connor. So that's through one of his pages there, or messages. Thanks, Connor, for that. So the eastern townships look like they're getting the brunt of the snow. And that's, what models were predicting as well. So I think Kempville will be lucky if we break the 10 centimeter mark. So yeah, that's that'll be interesting. Tornado Pro coming back from the tobogganing, reporting in 7 centimeters of snow in Canada. So thank you for that. So we are definitely getting close to that 10 centimeter mark for the Ottawa area and National Capital area. There will be obviously areas that overperform, just locally type thing. Let me just take a look at something here. Okay. And okay. Let's see if things are. So now that we've covered that Highway 7 problem in detail, so I'm starting to see. Oh, wow. Is that the 401? Okay, so I'm just going to zoom back here for Toronto area for anybody that's watching from the Toronto area still. There are a couple sections of the 401. There's one closure eastbound. It looks like, I don't know if that's the express lanes. It looks like it's the express lanes. It is just to the west of the Pickering Casino Resort. So there's a GO transit station and stuff like that, I think, in that area. I'm not 100% sure, so don't shoot me. So there's a closure there. And then I saw another one here. Also, looks like in the westbound lanes. This is at the Don Valley Parkway, 404, 401 interchange. There's a section of the road that's closed there. So a few issues in Toronto. And then there's a large section closed. It looks like from Yonge Street, heading westbound all the way past Keele is also closed. It looks like in the express lanes as well. So just something to keep in mind if you're in the Toronto region. Definitely struggling still with some accidents obviously happening and closing those sections of the highway. So just wanted to update people on that. It looks like so 401 is improving slightly. The closure that was all the way from Grafton to Quinte West, I believe, has only a very small closure and the rest of it's open. It is slow moving. There's one small closure just to the west of Quinte West still, but things are improving on the 401 somewhat. Still would not recommend doing it, but if you have no choice, this is good news in terms of things improving. And I'm just moving along here on the 401. Still slow moving, but for the most part, moving. That's good in that respect. So let's flip back here. I'm going to take a look at radar. Just give me a sec. I'm just going to jump into the comments. Okay, so Evan saying his brother's coming back up Highway 7 from Charlotte Lake. Highway 7 and all back roads are not plowed. 7 is closed at Maberly. He said there has to be close to 6 inches on the roads around Maberly. So thank you for that update, Evan. And what else here? Connor saying that just take a look at the Maberly camera. There has to be 20 centimeters on the highway with only tire tracks. So I'll pull that up if I can on the Maberly camera. Where are we? Okay, let me zoom in on that. Yeah, so there's been nobody basically commuting on this for the most part other than maybe locals. Okay, let me pull this up for you folks. So this is what Connor's referring to. So there's a good amount of snow here, and it just looks like, it's not been plowed, obviously, and there hasn't been a lot of commuting. So this kind of portion of the highway seems to be closed off for the most part. That's about a 10-minute old picture, just for reference. So just keep that in mind. What else have we got here? Yeah, in Toronto, it's gotten a little messy and people have been driving a little carelessly coming from Dononda. Thank you for that update. Will Ottawa get a snow day tomorrow coming from Tornado Twins weather? No, unfortunately, I doubt that that's going to be the case. We've been kind of chatting on and off about it. The event looks to the main heavy precipitation seems to taper off by 10 o'clock. And then the the back end of this will have some precipitation, but much lighter compared to what we're seeing. At least that's what models are predicting. And from there, that should taper off around 3 o'clock in the morning. And once that's tapered off, 3 o'clock till morning commute, they'll have enough time to have roads under control. They actually should be able to get on top of the roads once the 9, 10 o'clock, once all this heavy precipitation moves out, just so you guys are aware. So no, there won't be a snow day in Ottawa, sorry, that I can see. So we'll see what transpires, but based on what I'm seeing on radar, I'm doubtful of that. So what else have we got? Connor actually replied to that. So we're doubling up here, but at least we're doubling up and not trying to miss too much. So thanks for replying to that, Connor. Zenden, thank you for tuning in from the den. Hope you're staying warm as well. Don Wheeler is asking if Quebec is messy right now. So let me bring up, depends what part of Quebec you're talking about. So I'm going to kind of go through things here. Through the Montreal area, there's definitely still lots of heavy precipitation, as you can see on the screen here, all the way up into Three Rivers. So a lot of Quebec is messy. I will pull up Google Maps just to look at it. So Google Maps is a great way to understand how bad things are in terms of road conditions and how things are going. So let me pull up the Google Maps for you. So there are some closures along the highways you can see, but mostly yellow and with green in between, so pretty decent. The northern portion and northwest of Montreal seems to have the most of it. So not terrible, but not good either, would be the way I would describe it. So hopefully that answers your question on the Quebec side. So it's definitely a little bit messy, but not terrible. What else? KSN Productions, Syracuse. Thanks for tuning in from Syracuse. Awesome to have you on board. Coming down into central New York in the next several hours. Excited for snow season to be back, at least for the beginning, that is. Yes, we're definitely on the cusp of the winter season. I've definitely ventured down Highway 81, or Interstate 81, I should say, along Watertown, getting lake effect events. I've even gone as far as Lake Erie, seen some pretty crazy amounts of snow just from the lake effect stuff. So thanks for tuning in. Appreciate that. South Sherbrooke and Central Frontenac have just been cleared from Highway 7. Coming from Rick. So that could be good news for those folks traveling along Highway 7. I'll keep an eye on that to see if when Google Maps updates, but thank you very much for giving us that information there, Rick. What else is here? Okay. Good night, Tom, Connor, Melissa, and all. Great stream. Hit the subscribe and like button, folks, to show appreciation for it. Stay warm and stay safe. Same to you, Quasi Questions. Appreciate you tuning in the whole night there. You were on for quite some time, so thank you again, and it was good interacting with you. So awesome. What time are we at right now? It's 7:20. So let me pull back out here, switch back to the Ottawa radar, or Franktown, I should say. Snow is definitely making its way north onto the Quebec side. So we're talking some pretty prolific snowfall rates that were in Eastern Ontario are now making their way up into cottage country in Quebec, anywhere from the north side of Ottawa into Gatineau, Chelsea, La Pêche, up into closing into Mont Tremblant, up to Mont Laurier, and everywhere in between there. Hawkesbury definitely getting quite a bit of snow right now. So this is all kind of drifting northeast, and we're now moving way out of that Kingston area. So I'm just going to highlight the end of the precipitation is kind of in this area here. Kingston was there in the last 20 minutes. It's kind of moved up this way. So things are going to even start tapering off. You can see kind of things are thinning out back in this area here. It's definitely thinning out as this kind of drifts northeast at this point. So there's some kind of signs of clearing and tapering off as this continues along here. So we're getting close to the end of the major part of this event, so I might be able to get to take a break. I might push off my dinner till a little bit later, but we'll see. So what else in the comments here? Dananda, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate it. Hi, and thank you from Harrington, Quebec, Lower Laurentians. How does it look in this area coming from Donna Brazo? So let me pull that up for you and pinpoint that so that I can show you what's happening in that regards. So we're kind of talking a little bit about it right now. So you're just north. Oops, sorry, I'm zooming in and out. Harrington, Quebec is that's Trumbull. You're halfway, so it's not showing up on my software. You're basically somewhere right in this middle area. So there's going to be continued snow as this moves through, because you're probably kind of right in this region right here for Harrington. This is all kind of moving in this general direction. So you're still going to have several hours of precipitation happening in that area. And then it will continue as snow at this point. It could transition to ice pellets, but you may be far enough north that it won't do that. So hard to say, but right now I would stick with snow for the most part for you up in the Harrington, Quebec area. So hope that helps, Donna. What else is going on here? What else? Jumping. What? Jehosa Skinny. I can't even read that. I guess it's snowing really hard down with snow here in the Pryor now. So let's zoom back in here, and I guarantee you I can tell you where Arnprior is, because if you watch this big arc right here, this is the heaviest of snow bands that you can kind of see. And Arnprior being right here, that's why you're seeing that heavy, heavy, heavy snow. But you are at the tail end of that snow band, because there's just this little portion left here. After that, it starts to clear out. So you're definitely getting the last of it, the last hurrah, as they say. So it sounds like it's snowing quite a bit. Melissa's getting angry at me that I need to go get a snack and a drink. So I'm probably going to take a bit of a break here in a minute. She helps me a lot, as do all my other admins in the, moderators in the chat, I should say. So don't want to bite the hand that feeds me, per se. So Donna, you're welcome. So I will definitely take a quick break here before I get myself in hot water. And I'm just going to double check a couple things before I do. And let me just see here. Yeah, they're still showing that closure in Charbot Lake, but I suspect it'll take a while for that to reflect on Google Maps. But that's good news to know that you can travel through that area. So they've finally got that back open again. So, okay, on that note, I am going to take a quick 10-minute break. There is no music that will entertain you. I will leave the radar on a loop, and actually I'll zoom it out so that it's easier to see what is transpiring. And we'll bring that up here and then go break, and I will be back shortly. So bear with me, and we'll be back here shortly. Okay, I have officially completed my break. Hopefully, my union rep will be okay with it. Um, okay, let's take a look back at radar here. We're starting to definitely see what we call a dry slot kind of pushing into this precipitation here. So it's kind of punching in here and it's definitely moving rapidly towards the national capital area as it's moving through Smith Falls. There's basically no precipitation essentially left in Smith Falls. Kempville is about to be out of it very soon. Brockville, all of this no longer has any real precipitation compared to what we've been seeing. There's definitely still that big band going into Quebec here and a couple of smaller ones here in Ottawa and Almont, but that will be over soon. So I'm going to jump back into the Wow, there's a lot of comments in here since I left. Melissa putting her foot down. Yes, yeah, that's my union rep. Melissa's strong. What else have we got here? Just want to. Oh, my monitor is trying to shut itself off again. Sorry, trying to shut itself off again. So, just gonna read through the comments real quick, make sure I'm not missing anything. What else have we got here? Okay, it looks like Denonda and Melissa have been just chatting back and forth. Could Tornado Twins asking, could Ottawa get a snow day? No, it's definitely the meat of this is going to end. We were talking about 9, 10 o'clock, and it looks like by 9, I think it'll be over in terms of the meat of the precipitation, and then there'll be trace stuff overnight. But we will monitor it, and if there's anything bad, we will start a stream live early in the morning. So, but right now, no, it's definitely not going to be a snow day in Ottawa. And again, the road crews should have this under control. And it's going to end a little bit sooner. It was more intense than we were expecting, but it's also going to end a bit sooner than we were expecting. So, not exactly how things were supposed to go, but pretty close. So that's really good. Yeah, I'm laughing at all the comments in here in the chat between Melissa and Denonda. When Tom comes back, he's going to be like, what happened? Yes, we lost control of the chat. Something happened there. So what else here? What's with the numbers? 137, 122. I have no idea what's going on, but the number of people. I see what you're looking at. You're looking at the number of people that are tuned into the live stream. I was trying to figure out what all the numbers were about. So, yeah, I don't expect people to stick around when I'm not here on a break. They're just going to tune in and see that, a radar and that I'm taking a break, and they disappear. So, it kind of makes sense. But anyways, let's see what's happening here. So I'll jump back in. I'm going to take a look at Montreal radar there and just kind of see. They're still going to have hours of precipitation, but it is starting to show that there's going to be an end to this event. Definitely the wrong type of precipitation to have in that area based on the red on the radar. So for those that don't know, that's kind of freezing rain or ice pellets, that kind of stuff. So still stuff coming in from Malone, New York on the tail end of this, but it's starting to weaken in terms of the amount of precipitation that's coming into that region. So still working its way up into Trois-Rivières, Quebec, Quebec City, obviously, Saint-Henri. So all this is headed that way. Their event will be later overnight kind of thing, whereas Eastern Ontario should taper off here. Where we're kind of getting close to the end of the event for Eastern Ontario and the Ottawa area. So if anybody has questions, fire them away. Hawkesbury, And St. Isidore, there's a ton of snow coming in just as this, moves through the region at the tail end of it. Definitely some heavy snowfall rates in there. So perfect. Okay, so when Tom, can you sing that song for us? I don't sing any songs. So it's definitely a no on that one because I'm not a singer. I know what I'm good at and I know what I'm not good at, and singing is definitely one of them. So I have to sing the song. See, no, not happening. We're definitely not having that happen. I'd scare everybody off the channel. That's for sure. So okay, let me take a look at roads, see if they're improving as we suspected. So, okay, let me move back down here. So while I was gone for my dinner break, I'm going to pull this up here. This is down Port Hope, west of Oshawa, or east of Oshawa. So 401 has definitely improved drastically. There's obviously still an area near Grafton, which is where one of the original closures was. It's still very slow, but now looks to be open the whole way. All the way through here is drastically improved into Kingston. All the closures have been reopened. We are still moving because there's still some precipitation happening in this area. It's still kind of slow, but if I bring up the Ottawa radar and I get rid of that, which I have forgotten to do, you can see that the precipitation has moved all the way up to almost Ogdensburg. Coming into Kempville, it's now drying out. So we are quickly, the back end of this is moving fairly quick at this point because our precipitation is kind of tucked in this kind of region. So I'm here in Kempville where I'm pointing with that little red dot. So my snow will taper off here any minute. I'm looking outside right now. It's not the best camera in the world, and I apologize for that. But I don't see much falling at this point in the current situation. So things are coming to a quick end here as this is getting a dry injection of air, it looks like, from the south, and will move out of the region fairly quickly. Let me just take a look here. A bit of snow still trailing in Calabogie, Burnstown down to Plevna. Big band in between Dunrobin and Carleton Place as well. So that's definitely holding on. And eastern townships out of Ottawa is also getting a decent amount of snow. So as these updates are coming in, it looks like the storm, or the system, I should say, not the storm, the system has picked up speed and is now leaving the area quicker than it was about 30 minutes ago or so. So just going to check if there's any... oh, Nananda, okay, sing us a song, You're the Weatherman's... Yeah, Rick, you can do the singing. I'm just gonna hang back and watch. Update from Cornwall, rain and slush. I don't see any actual snowfall coming from Ryan. Thank you for that update. So I'm gonna zoom in here to Cornwall because you're now in kind of a gap where there's nothing happening. There is to your east, but there'll be a little bit more precipitation, but it's probably going to be just, like you said, rain as well. So Ottawa Senators 1-0 over the Utah Mammoth, and it's such a weird name. I can't get used to that. That's a new team, but Utah Mammoth 1-0 for Ottawa. Thanks, Ryan, for the update on that. What else have we got? Ryan giving an update about his dog still sleeping on the couch. Good that at least somebody is relaxing out there, so that's good to hear. I'm gonna check. We're 7:41, so I'm curious what this next scan will show. But you can definitely see like the dry air coming into even Ottawa area, kind of looping around like this. This is where our precipitation is remaining, and obviously anything to the west of that line is basically dry air, so there's not much in terms of precipitation. So it's falling apart fairly quickly as this is dying off right now. So I'm just going to go back a couple of frames here so you can see how quickly we had this. This is 6:35, so a little over an hour ago, and in the last hour it has pushed up, and it's essentially just the next 15 minutes, I would suspect that most of the precipitation will be to the edge of the Ottawa area as the tail end of the precipitation, and then moving eastward from there. So like I said, we're definitely getting to the end of this for the Eastern Ontario region. Montreal will still continue. There's definitely going to be precipitation there for a while, as I just covered a short while ago. So but we will continue to monitor it and take it from there. So I'm just looking to see if there's anything else for Ottawa roads that are improving. 416 looks to be improving in terms of travel. They are still showing the closure down by Highway 7, but again, I'm not sure how quickly that gets updated by Google Maps. So I'm not even sure who does that, but other maybe than drivers. Anything else? Highway 401 along the Seaway has drastically improved as well. So let me bring that up. So if we're looking at east of the 416 over to Montreal, that has gone mostly green. So definitely much better there. Montreal and north side still experiencing some slowdowns and stuff like that as the precipitation persists in that region. Heading up, you can see Highway 40 that ends up going to Three Rivers and into Quebec City. As the precipitation is moving northeast, it's kind of tracking along this highway, so definitely going to expect slowdowns in that. So that's kind of normal. So that's where things are at. So 741 was our last scan. We are at 749, so there should be a new one here any moment. It's interesting how things have picked up speed on the system. So just going to check some messages here. Perfect. I'm going to message Connor. I don't know if he's still watching the stream. Okay, I'll get back to that. Still waiting for our next scan on that radar. So if anybody has any questions, fire them away. I'm happy to answer them if there are any questions. So here is our latest scan, and you can see I was saying how things are starting to really push quick. This was our previous scan at 741. I'll bring it up on the full screen. And there's our next scan, and you can see just south of the Ottawa area into Richmond, there's no snow in this pocket here, so there's dry air punching into that. There's still this snow band that's left kind of Dunrobin to Carleton Place, but that's going to quickly move out of the region as well. I'm in Kempville down here, and you can see there's nothing. I'm now almost in the clear, essentially, and the same thing is happening to the eastern townships. So, yeah, like I said, definitely coming to a quick end on the back end of this system moving through. So we'll see where it ends up. I don't see the stream going much longer than the next, thinking 20 minutes maybe at this point, just to confirm that everything's kind of moving out. At that point, all the precipitation is done for the Eastern Ontario region, and then it's just left in Quebec. I do need to run and do something, so unfortunately I'll have to cut it a little bit early, but that's somewhere around 6 hours on the air, so we've covered quite a bit of this event throughout the day, and I hope it's been beneficial for people, and it's been valuable and enjoyed kind of thing. So Yeah, so Connor's just messaging me the same thing. I was talking about that dry slot that's punching into it from the south, which is what I was commenting about, that dry air making its way into the system. So he's kind of confirmed what I was thinking, and what I'm seeing on radar. So okay, so yeah, so it'll clear out a lot of it in terms of the precipitation coming into the Ottawa area. You're still going to have, obviously, there's this precipitation that's left up in here, but that will slowly kind of spin out and end up moving out of the region here shortly. So we'll take it from there. What else is here? Melissa, thank you for everything. Appreciate you sticking around. Good night, and we will catch you on the next stream. And then, yes, so, okay, perfect. I'm caught up on everything, so just want to make sure I don't miss anything for comments. So, okay. Okay, we'll wait for the next scan, and we'll see whether this continues. That dry slot keeps punching into this at the end. So for those that, I was kind of briefly talking about it, but this area in here is kind of the dry slot that's making its way into the precipitation, which is basically killing it off. So that dry air kills off whatever precip would have happened in that area. So we'll wait another 4 or 5 minutes and see where this ends up. And then I don't know that there's much more I can update you guys on. Looking to see. Basically, Toronto still kind of messy in certain areas, but huge improvement along the horseshoe there. So just those closures I talked about in Toronto, there's that big one that we covered, and that's basically it. And everything else is starting to improve again. So yeah, I think we'll wait here, and we'll go from there. Fallen Angel, do you think we will get a lot of snow this winter? Honestly, I hope we do. We didn't get enough moisture, and farmers. I would love to hear from a farmer actually who, to see what their yields were on their corn crops in the area, because a lot of this area was suffering from drought for a long time. So it would be nice to have the moisture stockpiled for the spring, so that we can not. Because there's a lot of, like, Kempville Creek, for example, first time I've ever heard of it running basically dry. So I would like to see a lot of snow. I think we will get a decent amount of snow this winter. So especially if it starts early and maintains, then that's a good sign, and we should see a lot of snow coming out of the whole season. So I would like to see a fair bit of snow this year. So. Got a good trade-in value for the Wagoneer, hail dense and all, coming from Rick. That's awesome. YouTube has been resetting the alerts. I never got any alerts today, Rick, saying that's not good. I'll definitely have to keep an eye on that if that's the case. So if you're subscribed to the channel, just make sure that the alerts are turned on. If you want to get an alert when we go on. So I just getting the notification that, or the comment in the chat that some of them are being turned off or reset. So that's not good for getting those alerts. So thanks for letting us know that. I'm just going to have a gander here. So we are 7:56. So our next update should be here any minute, and I suspect that we're going to see this drier air punching much further into Ottawa. While I'm looking at that, I'm going to take a look here. Yeah, so there's no precipitation here now at my house. This is, it's a terrible camera, but there's no snow happening there. So We're definitely past the precipitation at this point. Here in Kempville and surrounding areas, Smith Falls, I'd be surprised if there's anything happening in Smith Falls. And here is our latest scan. So yes, we are definitely clearing things out. It's now into Buckingham. This line is definitely staying consistent on this one snowband that's in here, but you can see that we've now cleared the 416, which runs along here. That's definitely clear of precipitation for the most part, just isolated flurries up here in between Kempville and Ottawa. Calabogie, Renfrew, Arnprior still getting that tail end of that northwest snow, but that's going to move out as well. So we are definitely at the very end of this event as it tapers off here. And then again, overnight we are expecting, it's now 8 o'clock, so the latest model run should be populating. It takes about 20 minutes and half an hour, so I'm going to just do a refresh here to see if it happened to go up early. Oh, it's already at 10%. Holy cow. Okay. I'm just curious what it's thinking, the computer. Okay, let me pull that up. Still hanging on. It's showing more freezing rain, but sorry guys, I'm just looking at the models. I'm just gonna take a look here and just see what it's showing. So it's still sticking on that it's gonna have more precip after. It's not like I don't see it following the same thing that I'm seeing on radar right now. So that's what's got me wondering, because as it pushes out, so it's showing that at 11 p.m. and we're now at 8 o'clock. So this is definitely ahead of what the models were thinking. So it's definitely not going to transpire the way the model was thinking earlier. So it'll end sooner in terms of the heavy precip and also overnight. So definitely not a snow day for anybody tomorrow. This will all be over and done with. So it's unfortunate for any kids that want to stay home with the school buses being canceled, but that's not happening. Tornado Pro, thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you stopping in. Have a good night as well. Wendy, Ontario, new subscriber from Ottawa West, thanks for this live stream. Thank you. We appreciate it for tuning in. Definitely good to have people, new subscribers tuned in, and we, like I said, enjoying growing the channel and getting this out to people is what we enjoy doing. So thanks for tuning in. Rick saying OPP is still logging too many calls on the 401 and 416, being aware that they will be leaving any vehicles off the road and in safe spots to be towed out when conditions are safe. So yeah, that's I'm not surprised to hear that the police are overwhelmed and that towing companies are overwhelmed as well. Just with all the stuff when we were talking 2-3 hours ago, the 401 was a complete disaster, and the 416 was definitely not doing too much better. So thank you for that update, Rick. That's awesome to hear that. So 7:53 was our last scan. We are at 8:01, so there should be another scan coming in here very quickly. And I'll probably wait for one more scan after that, and then I'll probably call the stream at this point, and we'll reset for the next one and go from there. But I appreciate everybody tuning in, all the comments, all the interactions and engagement. It's been fun. It's crazy. 6 hours flew by, but yeah, this is what we can expect moving forward, kind of thing. So. I'm just going to minimize that and move my windows around so I've got everything here. Okay, so hopefully there's a new scan here any moment. and then we can assess what more is going to happen. While I'm waiting for that, I will check on Montreal. So everything we were experiencing here is moving towards obviously the Montreal area and is starting to work its way out of there. It's still very early on in that phase of things. Their precipitation has been a little bit different, more freezing rain and ice pellets than the amount of snow we've had in the Ottawa region. But you can definitely see that we're still got lots of precipitation happening in the area as it moves northeast. This is just a radar history as that moved through, but you can see that southwest of Montreal, there's definitely now showing pockets of no precipitation, and it's starting to break up. So their event will be over in the next hour or two. Would be my guess, and then it'll move up into Three Rivers and Quebec City. So that's how it's going to all progress, and hopefully the roads improve overnight. Definitely far less people traveling on those roads, so that's good. Let's crews get ahead of it, and also police services to catch up with everything, and go from there. So 7:59. This is our latest scan. There's this persistent snow band that is just there's two of them. There's one right in here, which I've been highlighting, and this one right here. They are kind of sticking around. I'm trying to back this up so we can kind of take a look at how this has progressed over the last little bit. And that's so yeah, I'm totally out of the snow in Kempville. Smith Falls still a little bit trailing there, but very little, if anything, and now it's making its way out of there. So if you live in the corridor between Cantley down to Carleton Place, you're going to sustain a decent snow band here for a little bit, so a little more precipitation accumulation in that area, and then back west of Arnprior, Renfrew, Calabogie, it's still persisting back there, but it's moving its way out of the region as well. So, that's where we're at, pushing into the Quebec side again, up to Mont-Laurier, between Mont-Laurier and Mont-Tremblant. Definitely some snow happening up that way, which, moving through the region. So, just so people know, I mentioned it earlier, I'm going to, after I get off the stream here, I'm going to track this to see how it progresses overnight in the next 4 hours before I go to bed. Reason to get up in the morning. I honestly don't suspect I will be doing that, but if that did transpire, we would be back on the air doing that. So that's one of the things moving forward. I've talked about it. We'll be doing these live streams for commutes when there's snow events or freezing rain and that kind of stuff. So I'm actually going to check one last thing, looking to see if there's any power outages. I just went to the Hydro One map, and there's very little. There's one small, so yeah, there's no major issues with power as far as this weather has happened. So nothing like a freezing rain event where it's dropping trees and everything onto power lines and that kind of stuff. So Tom, is my clock accurate? I hope it is. If it's 8:06 p.m., where's my phone? It's pulling it from the internet. So yes, the clock, Dan, is accurate according to the time server I connect to. So Marie Rochon out of Hawkesbury saying light snow and ice pellets, about 4 inches on the ground. Thank you so much, Tom. Thank you, Marie, always for tuning in. I'm just going to look at Hawkesbury. You're also getting in on the tail end of this. There's not much left. It's kind of passed you by. That dry air is punching up into this system and killing off the precipitation. So I will wait for one last scan here. 7:59. We're about 2-3 minutes out from the next one. Just going to have a look at it to see if there's any surprises, but I don't suspect there will be. I will pull the stream at that time, and then we'll reconvene on the next one. So again, thank you for everybody tuning in. Just want to get that out of the way before we stop this. But again, I'll hang out for the next 4 or 5 minutes or so, and see when that scan comes out, and it'll continue. I know this is just going to continue to carve out up in here the dry air, and this snow band will persist for a little while along the other one that we were talking about that's coming into the Arnprior, Calabogie, Renfrew area, so, and onto the Quebec side. So a little different stream, obviously, than what we've done in the past with the severe stuff, but I think it was fairly successful. If I could stop zooming in and out, that would be awesome. Thank you, everybody, again. So, again, if you liked it, appreciate it. And what else have we got here? Marie, have a nice evening as well. Hope you stay warm. And Nancy coming in from Vankleek Hill as well. So, lots of people from that viewing area. So, here's our latest scan, and it's exactly what I thought. So that dry air has continued. I'll bring it up here on the full screen. Has continued to punch up through here. So definitely starting to lose all the precipitation kind of in here. This band is still there on the northwest side of it, but that's all going to slowly move out. So again, if there's any questions on live streams, just fire them in the chat. We always enjoy answering the questions there. What else have we got? Here's Zenden. Thanks much. Yes, appreciate you coming in. Dan saying apparently we are in the Toronto in the eye of the storm. We're supposed to be getting another batch of snow in the next couple of hours, and it's supposed to go in until tomorrow afternoon. Let me just look at that for you, Dan. I'm just going to double check. I mean, I don't think you're going to see what we've been seeing here in Eastern Ontario. You might, I mean, Toronto, doesn't always deal with snow well, traditionally, but I don't see major snow for, let me just take a look here. I'm just looking further south of there. Maybe. There might be a bit coming from Lake Erie moving across, but I'm just watching this cycle down. And you can see on that radar, you've got red, blue, green. So, your red is your freezing rain, blue is your snow, and green is your rain. So, out of Cleveland radar, they're definitely getting a mixed bag of stuff coming from there. So I'm just going to look from the radar west of Toronto. So yeah, you might get some stuff overnight coming to the Toronto area. I don't know how bad it's going to be. I'd have to take a look at some models, but I don't suspect it's going to be too bad there, Dan. So I don't think it's a lot to worry about, but we'll see what transpires overnight. You can always leave a comment in our Facebook group just so we can follow up on that kind of stuff. So if there are no other major questions, like I said, I appreciate everybody tuning in. Thanks for, hanging out with me tonight. And again, I hope it was very beneficial for people. And make sure you subscribe if you want to see this again and get notifications when we go live. So you got to turn the bell notification icon on. So again, thank you very much for everything. We will catch you guys on the next live stream, and we will go from there. So yes, thank you. And I just...